He also conveyed ongoing economic, humanitarian, and security support being provided by the United States, as well as our continued effort to rally other countries to provide similar assistance. It's hard to imagine what it must feel like to see tanks rolling into your city, to see bombs dropped on your streets, to see soldiers storm your parks and your gardens. But in the face of all of this, everyday Ukrainian people are taking extraordinary actions to protect their children, to protect their country, to defend everything they hold dear. I also want to commend the courage of the thousands of people in Russia who are protesting Putin's war, despite grave risks to their personal safety. They will keep chanting, "No war." They will keep asking how many Russian lives Putin wants to sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. As we move forward, I hope more member states take their cues from this courage and honor all of this bravery with more of our own. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, India is deeply disturbed by the recent turn of developments in Ukraine. We urge that all efforts are made for the immediate cessation of violence and hostilities. No solution can ever be arrived at the cost of human lives. We are also deeply concerned about the welfare and security of the Indian community, including a large number of Indian students in Ukraine. The contemporary global order has been built on the UN Charter, international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. All member states need to honor these principles in finding a constructive way forward. Dialogue is the only answer to settling differences and disputes, however daunting that may appear at this moment. It is a matter of regret that the path of diplomacy was given up. We must return to it. For all these reasons, India has chosen to abstain on this resolution. Thank you.
Colleagues, a large majority of the Council has just voted in favour of a resolution aimed at stopping war. The resolution has not been adopted only because of the single veto of the permanent member of this Council who is perpetrating that conflict. Russia claims that its invasion of Ukraine is in self-defense. This is absurd. Russia's only act of self-defense is the vote they have cast against this resolution today. Make no mistake, Russia is isolated. It has no support for the invasion of Ukraine. History will record how we voted today and which countries stood up to be counted in defence of the Charter and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The United Kingdom stands steadfast in support of the Ukrainian people and will hold Russia accountable for its aggression.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, Norway voted in favor of the draft resolution. We deeply regret Russia's veto. Preventing an ending act of aggression is a direct responsibility of this Council. A veto cast by the aggressor undermines the purpose of the Security Council. It is a violation of the very foundation of the UN Charter. Furthermore, in the spirit of the Charter, Russia as a party, should have abstained from voting on this resolution. On Wednesday, as we sat here in the council chamber, we could see the shocking first images of what now amounts to a full-scale Russian invasion of a free and independent UN member state. We can only imagine the hardship the people of Ukraine is going through. With their tanks, missiles, bombs, planes, warships, and cyber attacks, the Russian Federation's aggression not only violates the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, it also constitutes a serious breach of international peace and security. Russia has disregarded the very core principle of the rule-based world order that the United Nations has stood for since the Second World War. Let me be absolutely clear. Norway insists that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and unconditionally stops all fighting and withdraws all of its forces from the territory of Ukraine. Russia must respect the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. Norway expresses full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the face of Russian aggression. Indeed, we already see the dire consequences for civilians, with casualties and injuries of large numbers of children, women, and men. We fear increased suffering in the time ahead, with potentially large numbers of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure, such as schools, medical facilities, water, and electricity plants. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas. We are deeply concerned about the long-term and protracted harm to the civilian population caused by such warfare, including by the use of heavy explosive weapons. We already see mass displacement. This will only increase, together with trauma, family separation, and missing persons. The situation is a tragedy, both for individuals and the Ukrainian society at large. The parties to the conflict in Ukraine must comply with their obligation under international law, including human rights law and international humanitarian law, and ensure the protection of the civilian population and detainees. Space for neutral and impartial and independent humanitarian action must be protected to ensure safe, rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access to those in need. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. This Council must now carry out the great responsibility of its mandate and act in a determined and united manner to stop the ongoing aggression against a UN member state. We also condemn Belarus for facilitating these attacks. Norway will join our allies and partners in swift and concrete countermeasures. This includes the alignment of Norway to the intensified sanctions of the European Union. Let me conclude by reiterating Norway's unwavering support of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and unity
of conflict, to protect international peace and security, to uphold the principles the world agreed upon in response to the utter devastation of the Second World War. This is not a responsibility that Poland takes alone. Yet it is one that everyone wanted for us to begin today, in spite of the clear and clear warning of this Council's members. Mr. President, we deeply regret the use of the veto today by the Russian Federation. The veto is an anachronism which has no place in today's world. The use of the veto to block legislation is always unacceptable. Its use today in blatant defense of military aggression is reprehensible. However, the veto in no way obscures the full effects of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Diplomacy offer escape from these nightmares. We call on Russia to end its aggression against Ukraine today, to turn away from war and choose the path of dialogue and diplomacy. This is the right path, and the time to take it is now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We had a short break over the course of the past 12 hours or so. We had some connection issues last night here in the studio. Turned out to be a bad line in the area, so we had to get some technicians out to fix that. But everything is back up and running now, as expected. Stand by, guys, while I I'm going through updates here and trying to get debriefed over the past day's events. And I'll be bringing you guys a full round of updates and reportings. We'll be going through everything over the past day that we've missed. Some people asking when's the Twitch going to be back up. We were suspended on Twitch. However, we are in contact with Twitch, and they are in the midst of resolving that situation. We should probably back up later this evening, if not tomorrow. So, yep, a lot of people suspected we were DDoSed. Unfortunately, we weren't that lucky to get any attention from the Russians. Yep, we're back up now and fully operational.
As a member of this council, we join the 10 other members of the council in seeking to deploy in the strongest terms the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. Because that act
so currently we're looking at some cameras here of Kiev. If anybody has cameras that you think we should put up on screen of in and around Kiev, go ahead and send those over. Okay, I got to log into my flight radar account here. Forgot to do that, so we will do that quickly. Give me a second here, guys.
Even as several world leaders had appealed for dialogue to find a peaceful settlement of the situation.
So yeah, right when we went offline last night, guys, we were getting the reporting in about the Chechens that were heading into Ukraine. I think we'll probably end up starting there. People have been asking a lot about the situation with the Chechens. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that when I get started here. Just give me a few minutes. As I said, I'm getting everything prepared here. Got to get logged into my flight radar here as well.
It's all-out military action against Ukraine. We are pained by the unnecessary and rising number of deaths that have been occasioned by the invasion, and we call on the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine.
Somebody said, I suppose if you were DDoSed by the Russians with that in-state Article 5, probably not. No, I don't think we'd be that lucky. If you guys have any good singular cameras you want to send over, for those of you that have been monitoring CCTV today, if you guys have any good cameras, we're mostly focusing on Kiev camera-wise tonight, guys. Of course, we will bring shots. We'll bring cameras up from, different parts of Ukraine if need be. But for now, we're going to be sticking with the cameras in and around Kiev because we want to keep an eye on that situation. Again, guys, stand by here while I get a couple things situated for you. MLY said, I heard the Chechens were assassins, basically. Yeah, they were basically Chechen special forces, air quotes, they're calling them hunters, which are being sent into Ukraine to take out a variety of different both government and military targets. Somebody said about reports about a half hour ago of fighting on the Maiden Park cam. We'll have to check that out. Lawrence, thank you so much for tuning in. I missed you too. Again, to everybody that is just tuning in here on the stream, thank you guys for sticking around and waiting for us to come back up and operational. Yeah, as I said earlier, we're currently not streaming on Twitch, but we will probably be later this evening or tomorrow. Michael J. Hout says, were those the guys putting on the Ukrainian uniforms? That could be. We have seen a lot of reports of Russian military disguising themselves as Ukrainian military in order to sabotage certain targets. Second here, getting some audio from those Kiev cams. Let's go ahead and turn that down just for now. and then I'll jack up that audio when we need it. Okay, still getting logged into my flight radar here. I got to do that first. Getting sidetracked. There are reports that the commander of the Chechen forces was killed, so we'll have to look into that as well. If so, that would be a hell of a victory for the Ukrainians. So we'll have to definitely look at that. Alright, so I got flight radar logged in here. Let's go ahead and refresh that page. Okay, good. So that's up and operational. So Forte 11 is our #1 most tracked flight right now. Yeah, to anybody that's sending me cameras, I'll get those up on screen here. Do that. So to anybody that's messaging me about account bans and stuff, I'm not the person to message about that. You guys can contact the mods about account bans and appeals. It seems like every 5 minutes I have somebody saying, hello, sorry for bothering you. A friend of mine was banned today. Usually that's indicative of trolling activity and bot accounts, so we're, keep that in mind, guys. And also keep in mind, in the Discord, it kind of is a Wild West right now. But as the mods, start to take action, we got to make sure to keep, things civil in there. Keep the discussions to their proper channels. Here's another live cam here. Okay, I'll take a look at that. If somebody has a Maidan square cam, we really need a Maidan square cam. That would be optimal, to say the least. Ravi, good morning to you as well. Alright, so this one has some audio, but yeah, that's not what we're looking for. We need a good Kiev square cam if anybody has that. Again, if anybody has any other cams to send, I got a few here. They're okay, but let's again, if you guys have any maybe Maidan square cams. In fact, wait, I think this one. Yeah, thank you, I Am God, for this one. I think this one will work. We'll get that up on screen as well. I'll replace it with that one in the top right, because that one is not the best. Yeah, we'll put that one, we'll put this one over here like this. Okay, that's a good one there. So now we got some good Maidan square cams going. Can you guys sound off in the chat? How many air raid sirens have you guys heard today in Kiev? Has there been a lot of air raid sirens all day in Kiev? I actually have not been debriefed over the night's events, so I really do not fully know what has happened in the past couple hours, so we're going to be kind of going through that together. So now I'm getting some audio feeds up here, guys, just to, I'm keeping all of my ducks in a row tonight so that we can make sure to keep an eye on all of the audio feeds and stuff, which we have a lot of. We have 5 channels of audio from different angles coming out of Kiev at this time. Somebody said the cams haven't had Kiev audio up. Well, they do now. We have 5 channels of audio currently coming out of Kiev right now, guys. Somebody said that's not from tonight. Kiev is dark right now. Yes, all of them are. All of these are currently current. In fact, we can just go ahead and show you guys here. This is current stream. Let's see, does this one have a timestamp? There's no timestamp on that one. If some of my Intel analysts want to go ahead and make sure to verify all of these cameras, timestamp here on these on this quad cam is current. I believe this one is also current. You guys can see the traffic is moving. there has been like a lot of disinformation in our live chats, and this is not just for my stream. I've seen this across plenty of streams of what we believe to be Russian bot accounts, you know, trying to take out the validity of these live streams we have coming out of Ukraine. These are real CCTV cameras. You guys can find all of the links to these both in our Discord and the Ukraine Cams channel, and in the description below the YouTube video. We have some links to cams down there. For most of these, you guys will probably have to resort to the Discord. I will be updating the description below to put some more of these cameras in. We'll get to that later at some point. Okay, so here, let's listen into this audio coming out of Kiev. I believe we're hearing some talking probably from a hot mic right now. Yeah, I believe this is our CNN hot mic team. But somebody says Maiden Square seems bright. No, it's bright because the exposure on this square cam gets pretty ramped up at night so that we can see. But no, all of these cameras are current. If you guys want to go inspect them for yourself, go find them in the Ukraine Cams channel. And if you guys can do the digging and figure out for me that some of these cameras are not current or for some reason are not live, let me know, okay? But we've gone through and vetted all of these cameras here and make sure that we have live feeds that are current. In fact, all 5 channels of audio you guys are currently hearing 5 channels of audio coming from Kiev from separate angles, all synced up, okay? They are currently synced up to the best of our ability, and we should be able to hear any sounds of explosions and conflict going on. In fact, we're hearing some explosions now. If you see off in the distance, you guys can see what looks to be a fire burning off in the distance there. I'm not sure if that's from the oil. There was like an oil refinery or something that was hit earlier, some kind of oil, some kind of like oil facility. Here's another one. I'm going to take a look at this camera because this actually looks like a pretty good link. You know, it's interesting. As the war has progressed in Kiev, at least over the past couple days, we've gotten more cameras and not less cameras. So that's good. For a while, we had a lot of cameras going out and stuff, but now we're... Okay, so this is the same Maidan Square cam, and it honestly is pretty garbage. So we're gonna not even use that one. Yes, I killed the background music, and if you guys needed me to turn... Yeah, somebody says it's an oil storage depot. Okay, thank you for that. Oil depot near the airport. So that, I believe that's what we're looking at here on our lower left camera off in the distance. If somebody wants to send over geolocation data for some of these cams, just so we could know what... we don't need coordinates, we just need directional data, so we know which ones. We got our quad cam up here. And we can like tune into that if we need to. Maidan Square and then a sky cam. That's basically all we need right now for Kiev cams. If anybody has better cams though, by all means, you can still send them over. Somebody says, "What is that flashing in cam 3?" Down here, that's we believe that's the fire from the oil depot. Yes, this is a live Maiden Square cam, you guys. In fact, I'll just make sure to update that. Make sure all of our cameras are updated. Yep, all of these cameras are currently live out of Kiev, guys. Yes, Kiev is dark right now, but I don't know if you guys can see, but it is dark in this camera. You can see it is dark. The exposure on this Overwatch cam has been bumped up. It's been bumped up for days now. There's multiple watch cams from Maidan Square, guys. There's like 3 of them, I believe, that we've been getting passed around. And this one here has a really high exposure. In fact, during the daytime, this one looks so bright you can't even really see any detail in the skyline. And so we've been having to switch between the two. We switched to the high exposure one at night and the lower exposure one during the daytime, and that seems to be working pretty well. As you can see, the exposure on some of these cams is so low you can't even really see anything. So up here on the top of our quad cam, we have 2 Kiev cams, a Lviv and a Kashkova. If somebody wants to send me over a better singular cam to swap out with this one, we need a better Kiev skyline cam. So if anybody else has any of those, we can take a look at that. There's some explosion audio coming from our Kiev cams there. You guys heard that sounded pretty synced up. That explosion. So you know, again, all these cameras we have are pretty much well in sync right now. At least the ones coming out of Kiev. So he said, check my Maiden. Everybody keeps saying, check the Maiden Square cam. It's not live. This is currently live, guys. I'll just go ahead and bring this up on screen for you if I can. Here, here's the one from Fox News. Let's just take a look at that, actually. Wow, that's dark. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me grab the link, you guys, for that Maiden Square camera. And I will prove to you guys that it is, in fact, live. Just so we can put that to the rest there. Put that to rest. Here is our Maiden Cam Square, guys. It is currently live. It's the same one you see playing in the top left corner. Okay, this is currently live. This link you can find in the description of the Discord. This is currently live right now. If somebody wants to send over another Maiden Square cam, I mean, yeah, a couple of you are saying this isn't live. How can you tell? Chat, sound off. How can you tell this isn't live? Give me a... Somebody's saying it's just looped footage from yesterday. Yeah, if somebody wants to give me a Maiden Square cam with like a timestamp or just another Maiden Square cam right now, send it over. Send it over. We'll replace it, man. If there's any question about any of these cameras at any time, please make it be known, and we will send them over. We'll send it over, and we'll get it up on screen, guys. Let's get that out of here. Close. Yeah, somebody send me another Maiden Square. So we got fresh sirens coming in though. I'll go ahead and... Yeah, so somebody's saying that's not live. Sounds like air raid sirens coming through though now on some of our Kiev cams. Unless it's just that one that you guys are questioning. Green Mountain Boy says huge gas pipeline in Kiev was just hit about an hour ago. Talk about it, you guys. Don't worry, we'll replace it. We'll get it up, okay? Because yeah, we have to be vigilant about this stuff. I was pretty sure that was live. If somebody has one with better exposure though, because this is garbage exposure here, okay? If somebody has one with better exposure, please send it over. Somebody says not 100% positive on the Maiden cam, but it's not looped from yesterday. Yesterday's feed had wire dangling right side. Yeah, that is true. But a lot of people are messaging me at the moment telling me that there's. Oh, hey, so this one's from the German news agency. Is that DW or is this a different one? Here, we'll take a look at this one as well, because this one might also be worth it. Yeah, that other cam had an air raid siren going in it, and the other 5 don't. So yeah, I think that points to your guys' theory being true. So that's good. Again, if anybody okay, here's one here. This one might do the trick. We want one that is a better exposure. This one has garbage exposure. Yeah, that's the same one, Milady. Again, if anybody has a better Maiden Square, send it over so we can get that on screen here. Okay. Yeah, that won't work. We need one that is a singular cam and large enough for us to see. Yep, that's the same one we have on screen. So I think there's only this one right now. Somebody's saying there's a light restriction in Kiev. Yeah, we had been talking about that the past few nights. and we were wondering why they hadn't started to turn off lights and stuff, you know, for possible air attack. But it looks like they have done that now. Okay, here's one here. I'm not sure if we can. Yeah, if somebody can get this one confirmed, we'll get this one up on screen as well. Yeah, I'm keeping all my cameras in a row. Okay, so yeah, we already have that one up. So that was definitely some audio coming from the live Kiev cams just now. We just heard that. Just heard that those shots ring out. Somebody says, please get this one on stream. Yeah, so for those of you saying there's a curfew in Kiev and there shouldn't be that much traffic, people do not give a shit right now. It's wartime, dude. People are going everywhere. People are trying to get out of the city. I see that rope dangling again on this cam, on the Maidan square cam. So this one, David H sent over. We'll keep that up. We'll keep that on, but doesn't show too much at the moment. Maybe I'll put that. Maybe if we can, we'll get that up over the quad cam. Yeah, actually, let's just get that up over the quad cam here. So we have that now over the quad cam, guys, and we have audio now coming again from 5 different Kiev angles. Yeah, Quartzky, he points out in the live chat, and I know I've been getting PMs from my radio guys all night. The scanner people in our radio intercept channels over on the Discord have found out that Russian military may use heated iodine bombs. This will destroy citizens' lungs. Check out the channel. So, yeah, we're not sure it's the specifics of those details and if we can confirm them or not, but it is possible that that could be something to look into, guys. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna get some. I'm looking into some other cams here and possibly getting. We're gonna start our round of updates here in just a few moments. Here's that Oblonsky district one. I'm not sure if this one is to be trusted as well, but we're gonna keep an eye on that. To everybody posting cams. Carver said this main cam that you have now is from yesterday. Well, the one we just got on screen now apparently is from tonight. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Well, in fact, we'll go look at both of these streams here in a minute. One of them is not real, okay? We've deduced that much. We're not sure which one, but we'll get to the bottom of that, guys. Okay, so here's the Oblinsky district in Kiev. We'll also get this one up on screen for you. I'll put this one over this one for now, and then we can switch back and forth between them as need be. I really like this angle down here showing the fire burning over at that oil depot. That's definitely useful. Yeah, lower left cam is from tonight for sure. We're looking at the oil depot burning. Yeah, we need to find a real Maiden Square cam, guys, and get that on screen, and we need to get it confirmed. So, if some of my intel analysts can look into that and make sure that and get some confirmation for me on that Maiden Square cam, we need that. Somebody says the mating cams aren't real because they went down after a fire alarm in the building. Well, we'll look into that. I got intel analysts on that right now. Nola X says, what happened yesterday, Nemeko? Yeah, last night we were covering some stuff here around 4 a.m., I believe. Actually, it might have been a little earlier than that. Might have been even like 2 or 3 a.m. my time, which is Eastern Standard on the West Coast here in the States, or East Coast, sorry. And it turned out we had some line issues. We had to get some technicians out here to take care of some of the fiber lines going to our studio, but everything is back up and operational now. As you can see, we are back online. A lot of people were speculating that we were DDoSed by Russians, but as I said earlier, we're not that lucky. The only Kiev Maidan live, I believe, is reels from DW News. Okay, somebody send me over the DW feed. I'll get that up on screen. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about the DW feed, so we'll just get that up on screen here. I'm going to take down that Maiden cam, and I don't believe we have any other Maiden cams right now up. So Yeah, if somebody wants to send me that DW feed of the maiden cam, we'll get that up. PM it over to me, and I'll get that on screen now. So yeah, we've been talking about thermal barracks, and we've been watching proof of them moving thermal barracks over the border into Ukraine for over a week now, and we've been tracking the movements of the thermal barrack weapons, which is kind of an important development. It's probably one of the most powerful weapon systems they have in place. Not, I wouldn't say one the most powerful weapon system by far, but it's one of the most that we're going to see commonly used here. One of the most destructive, I would say. This tweet from Marco Rubio, however, unconfirmed, guys. I like to keep everything that we see off Twitter, even if it's from a verified account, take it with a grain of salt. Russia has now deployed TOS-1 launchers to the outskirts of heavily populated areas. Thermobaric weapons against civilian targets have zero military purpose. It would be a war crime aimed at terrorizing and slaughtering people into submission. Yep. So, so there is a chance that possibly. How can I get this to move away? I need this to not be there. I'll just have to zoom out, I guess. Yeah, there's a possibility that we might see Putin start to drastically ramp up the amount of civilian casualties in order to, force kind of a surrender out of the Kiev government. So this map over the past week has more or less become useless, especially for military positions inside of Ukraine. However, we still have our live UA map here, which we have been using to quite some success. We'll take a look in on Kiev here and see what's going on. I really want to get the reporting in on that oil depot, if we can get that on the map. Yeah, if somebody wants to PM me over the again, if somebody wants to PM me over the Maiden Square DW cam, I haven't checked if somebody already sent it to me or not, so I should probably check that. But trying to figure out why this is being frustrating here. There we go. That's better. Okay, good. All right. Somebody says drop a MOB on Putin's yacht. That might get his attention. Yeah. Somebody's stating those are one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosives, to be fair. Yeah, so, yeah, thermal barracks, I mean, they're not as large as, like, a nuclear explosion by any means, but they're a very violent explosion. I'm not sure if the thermal barracks that the Russians are using are fuel-air explosive thermal barracks, or if they have some kind of other more advanced thermobaric system now, but yeah, fuel air bombs have always been a very destructive, weapon. Somebody's saying the DW cam will be back up after curfew. When is the curfew over? If anybody can maybe find that information for me. Yeah, that cam, Random Man, the cam you just sent me, I have that actually on screen. We have it on screen underneath the Oblinsky District one. We'll probably put that up as well. So here's one here. Somebody swears is live. We'll take a look for ourselves. Okay, actually, yeah, this one is not working either, so that's not gonna work. Oh, there's some explosions there out of Kiev. Somebody says, pretty sure this is live. Power went out earlier. Okay, well, we'll take a look at this one, and we'll let our viewers decide if it's worthwhile. Yeah, not sure about this one either, and I can't really see anything in this one. We might put this one on the back. Yeah, we might put this one on the back burner. Yeah, I'm going to put this one on the back burner. We have it up, though. If I see anything in it, we will keep a look on it. Cryptic, thank you for sending that over. So, okay, here's an interesting read here from the National Interest. Kremlin sends this over. He says, read this for info on why TOS-1 being deployed is very bad news. So we get this. So yeah, this is what the system looks like. These are thermobaric warheads here. It's basically kind of like very similar to like a grad launcher. They fire in barrages. I wish it would show me the actual article though. Everything is very zoomed in here. Yeah, it's actually not showing me the article. Unless I'm not seeing something. Oh, here we go. So today's TOS-1 is a powerful artillery weapon that no one wants to cross. The TOS-1 Buratino is a unique Russian self-propelled multiple rocket launcher system. MRLS is the acronym used for that. That has been seen action in global hotspots like Afghanistan, Chechnya, Iraq, Syria. In this article, they say, to put it concisely, these are amongst the most devastating explosive weapons, short of tactical nuclear weapons. Yep, fuel air explosives. TOS stands for heavy flamethrower. Yeah, so which is only accurate in a literal sense. Instead of projecting a stream of jellied gasoline like a traditional flamethrower, the TOS-1 launches a rocket carrying a fuel air explosive. So basically, you have a primary explosive that releases a fuel air mixture into the air, and then a secondary charge that detonates that fuel air mixture, which causes a very drastic shockwave, and even in some cases a vacuum can be caused. These were first employed by the United States in Vietnam War because napalm wasn't destructive enough. Napalm munitions dispersed a sticky flame liquid over a wide area. By contrast, a fuel air explosive detonates the very air itself. A small explosive inside the FAA munition spreads a chemical cloud in the air. Through an aerosol effect, the gaseous cloud seeps effortlessly into buildings and caves and down into slit trenches. A secondary explosive then ignites the cloud, causing a massive and long-lasting explosion. The pressure generated by a TOS-1 blast amounts to 427 pounds per square inch. For comparison, most conventional bomb blasts create roughly half that amount, and regular air pressure is 14 pounds per square inch. So yeah, it would just the shockwave, just the blast alone can kill you very easily, basically rip you to shreds. Victims near the center of a TO-1 blast are crushed to death. Further out, the overpressure can break bones, dislocate eyes, cause internal hemorrhaging, and rupture eardrums. Bowels and other internal organs, and that's just from the shockwave itself. It's not from shrapnel or anything like that. It also sucks the air out of victims' lungs, possibly causing them to collapse, leading to the death of suffocation. Yeah, that's because of a vacuum that is caused by the sudden ignition of that fuel air explosive. So yeah, just some information about the TOS-1 there. So yeah, definitely a very devastating weapon. Basically, if one, Kremlin says here, basically if one hits near a subway entrance, everyone sheltering inside asphyxiates. So yeah, we definitely don't want to see that occur. So we're hearing some definite contact here outside the city skirts of Kiev as the Russian advance begins to move closer. Here's some footage of those TOS-1s rolling along highways here in Ukraine. This was seen south of Belgrade. So yeah, they're moving it north towards Kiev then. That's definitely our TOS-1 there. That doesn't look like a grad at all. So yeah, some footage there of that. from it looks to be a verified CNN reporter. However, guys, again, everything we're showing you here, make sure take it with a grain of salt, and because some stuff could be unverified or unconfirmed. So just make sure to keep that in mind as we're going through some of this news here. One moment, guys. Here we're listening into the audio over Kiev. Give me one moment. I'm gonna get. We're gonna get basically this round of updates going. Yeah, Giotti's saying there's already talk about Putin and war crimes. Yeah, well, I think we won't see the full extent of that for at least another couple days here, maybe even a week. So. All right, stand by, guys. So it looks like we just lost one of our cameras there, guys. We're going to try to get something else up there for you now. It's a bummer, though, because that was a really good shot. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to keep this one up here for now. Yeah, that was a really good shot. I liked that one. Somebody said turn off the audio from Maidan. We don't have any audio coming from Maidan. Those shots you heard were actual shots ringing out in Kiev. Yeah, we don't have any camera audio coming from Maidan currently. So if somebody could, maybe if somebody has a better stream for us to put up there. Yeah, that stream just got knocked offline. Yeah, if anybody has a better stream to throw up. So apparently this is also Maidan, currently in blackout. In fact, we can see the golden steeple there. If somebody wants to maybe get some confirmation on that to me, that would be helpful, because we want to make sure that all of our cameras are live and accurate. We want to make sure everything here that we're showing you guys is current, okay? If anybody else does have any Kiev cams, please send them over. Please PM them to me. We'll get them up on screen. Make sure they're not ones we've already been looking at. Make sure they're ones that are confirmed live, okay? In fact, I believe my intel analysts, yeah, have sent over a couple of them already. I'll get a look at those in a second. What is today? Saturday? Okay. So apparently General Staff has instructed that Kiev be taken by Monday, so the Russian military is looking to get Kiev sacked by Monday. For anybody asking what they can do to help, there's plenty of work that needs to be done over in the Discord. Everything from translations to radio interceptions to monitoring flight radar to monitoring marine traffic. We have hundreds of people doing that right now as we speak, but we can always use more manpower, okay? With that said, guys, if those of you that maybe don't want to hop over to the Discord, or those of you that do want to help still, you can watch cameras on your own in your browser. You can keep an eye on news reports and just, alert people, share information, share what you know. That's the best possible way you can help us, okay? Yeah, I saw the Fox News Maidan Square Cam. We do have that up now. However, it's not on screen for you. If we need to switch over to that one, we will. However, I don't like to use their feeds because Fox is a little bit finicky about stuff like that. So a lot of the other news agencies that we've been using feeds from, DW, CNN, they're a lot more lax when it comes to sharing live feeds and stuff like that. Fox News has been a stickler about stuff like that. Thank you, Mark S., for the geolocation of the oil fields causing the fire behind Kiev. Thank you much. Thank you much. Here, actually, guys, here's a video of that TOS-1A heavy thermobaric flamethrower system, just so you guys can get... I like how they call it a flamethrower, even though it's not a flamethrower at all in any respect. Stand by while I get that on screen for you guys here. And we can watch that video of the thermobarics being used. So here's the TOS-1A. These are the thermobaric warheads you see here. They're not small by any stretch of the imagination. And you'll see here why these weapons are so destructive. Somebody's saying U.S. propaganda at its best. As I said before, we've been talking about this all week, guys. We cover all sides of the story. We're not pro-Western. We're not pro-Russian. However, you know, just to be clear, we are coming to you guys live from the United States. And as you see there, you can see why those thermobaric warheads are so destructive. However, they skipped right over that. Let's look again at the explosion there. You guys can see a little bit about how these work just from that explosion. If we had some slow-mo footage of these thermobarics. So the initial explosion there, releases it basically disperses a fuel air cloud, all right? And then a secondary explosion ignites that cloud. It happens really fast, but you could see just how destructive that shockwave is. If you watch that shockwave again there. Yeah, absolutely, probably one of the most destructive artillery systems the Russians have at their disposal. Okay, so it looks like we lost some audio here from some of our cameras. Let's take a look at that, see what that's all about. Once again, that beautiful cam that we saw, you guys, overlooking the burning oil depot has gone offline, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. Hold on, let me see. So we got audio from that one. Yeah, it looks like all of our audio... Actually, no, we have one. We have one or two audio feeds coming out here. Yep, okay, so audio's back up and operational there. Michael J. Hout says, look like the type of weapons we'd use in the event of an alien invasion. Yes, if there was one weapon that could probably do some damage against an alien invasion besides nuclear, it would be thermobarics, most definitely. Those TOS will be more scrap for us to see in the videos. I hope for the Ukrainians that is true. Somebody says, what about the hot mic cam? Hot mic cam, I believe it went down. We still haven't got that back up, but we will shortly here. If you guys will stand by, I need to get some food ordered here, and we're going to get this roundup updates going. And we're going to go over basically everything that's happened in and around Kiev and Ukraine over the past 6 to 12 hours. Somebody's saying, what's the air traffic like near Poland and other countries' restricted airspace? Poland has definitely been pretty dead. Belarus, Lithuania has also been kind of dead. But yeah, I mean, look at the clearing out of airspace around this entire region, and you can just see firsthand the significance of this situation. It's reflected right in the air traffic. Somebody says, hot mic cam just went back up, explosions can be heard. If somebody wants to send me the hot mic cam over, I can get that on screen for you. Yeah, just give me a few minutes here, guys. I got to get some food ordered here for myself, and I have people sending me over some data now and some other cameras will get up on screen, but I really want to go over just the past 6 to 12 hours. We're going to start kind of our news block and just kind of go over all the developments. So, Giotti, another thing about that, he was asking about Russian troops approaching that nuclear plant, the Zaporizhzhia, I can't really pronounce that, sorry guys, but we'll also go over that as well, and we'll also touch on the Chernobyl radiation situation and get updates on that. So, guys, stand by. Give me about 5 minutes here. I'll be back. Right now, we're currently listening to audio from 2 or 3 feeds here coming out of Kiev, and so we're gonna listen into that. Just keep an eye on some of the airspace here, just for 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Kingdom, who she said ought to be sanctioned. These ultra-wealthy Russians, very close to Vladimir Putin, many of them, and they certainly have influence on Vladimir Putin. So much of the country's wealth is held in their hands. So one of the intentions of these measures to get those oligarchs to pressure Vladimir Putin to change his course regarding Ukraine.
Well, existing sanctions are being implemented. Case in point, a Russian cargo ship intercepted and impounded by French naval forces in the Channel this Saturday. The ship, called the Baltic Leader, was heading from the French city of Rouen to St. Petersburg and was carrying a shipment of new cars. It was in breach of sanctions imposed because of the invasion, as it's owned by one of the Russian banks that's been sanctioned. Well, this is part of a coordinated response from Western powers, and the Biden administration is obviously a big part of that. Well, one U.S. official saying that Russia's central bank is now unable to support its own currency. The U.S. says Russia is now a global economic and financial pariah. France 24's Ketevan Gorgistani, our correspondent in Washington, D.C., has more from the White House.
We were briefed by a senior administration official earlier. Came out, and that official really detailed specifically how these sanctions would be working. They started with, of course, the removal of these institutions from the SWIFT banking system, saying that that would harm their ability to do business globally, and then focusing on the sanctions on the Russian central bank, basically saying that that was meant to prevent the Russian central bank from sort of getting around and protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on removing those institutions from SWIFT. They also mentioned the fact that they were going to prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly citizenship from other countries to sort of bypass those sanctions. Again, trying to work in coordination to avoid any loopholes that the Russian economy or Russian officials could try to use to get around. That official saying that there would be
all these cameras you guys are seeing on screen are from Kiev. They're currently live. If anybody else has any other live cameras from Kiev that show better style and
those officials, he said yachts, mansions, fancy cars, money,
What's up? Thank you
ability
much for tuning
to
in.
send their kids
we took a
to
little break
fancy
for
colleges around around the world.
over the course of the day, so I
all
can get
of
some
that
rest
will be
and
targeted by that
recuperate
task force. One
and,
last thing that
regroup,
official
and now
talked
we are
about
back.
was the question of
again, guys,
whether
just give me like
the
about
energy
another few
sector
minutes here,
will
and
be
then we're
involved
just
in
going to
these
start going through
sanctions.
all of the updates over the
Possibly,
past 6 to 12
of
hours.
course, the fact that there could be
we'll go from
payments
there, okay?
through SWIFT made in that energy sector. The official said that they hadn't really determined how they would work it out. Either they will set aside energy payments when they
for those of you that don't
remove those
know,
banking those
the-
institutions from SWIFT.
The
or
cam
they
we
would
have with the oil
focus to try to
depot burning in
figure
the
out
background
which
has gone down.
institutions
If somebody
do business on
knows
energy and try to
of,
avoid sanctioning those
an angle
sectors,
on that
so there
situation
will
that's
be
still
some
up,
sort
send
of
it over.
carve
But at the
out
moment,
for
I
the
do not
energy
have an
sector.
angle
But
on
other
that
than
is
that,
still up.
that official said
Once again,
that
yeah, if anybody has
Russia and the
a
Russian
view of
economy
the
would be
Kiev skyline
feeling
with that
the pain
burning oil
very,
depot, I
very
could
soon,
definitely
maybe
use that.
immediately, at least on the markets.
Well, Ukrainians across the country are mobilizing for the war effort and also calling on Europe and the U.S. to provide as much support as possible. But France 24's Ukraine correspondent Gulliver Cragg is in the town of Kalinivka in central Ukraine. He met with some of those people trying to help in any way they can.
In Kalinivka, in central Ukraine, around 3 hours' drive southwest of Kiev in normal time, these volunteers are preparing nets for the army. They're also sending food that's been provided by local people. There are mostly women here because the men are already being deployed.
They're all serving. Even my dad went to enlist. Everyone does what they can. We're the support.
We're doing the things we can do, but if you don't help us, they won't stop at us. They'll attack you.
They will.
We want the West to help because the help has come very late, too late. If they had introduced sanctions right away back in 2014, everything would be different. Putin would not have started this war, and now it's a bit too late. But better late than never.
We can't live under any other country, so we only have the choice between victory or death. I'll go and fight like a samurai. Maybe I'll be killed, but I won't live under Putin. I'll live in a free country.
The reason they chose this exact spot for their work is that in the blue building behind them, there's a bomb shelter. And there has been some shelling, even around here.
France 24 also present in Dnipro in the east of the country. Catherine Norris-Trent, our senior reporter, was at a volunteer center where Ukrainian civilians were rushing to make their contribution to the war effort and stop the Russian invasion.
There's a frantic mobilization effort going on here in Dnipro, Ukraine's third city. You can see here in this room hundreds of volunteers rushing to get supplies together and send them to those who are fighting against Russia. So they've got foodstuffs here, medical supplies, clothing, blankets. There are even people in this room who are signing up to fight. You can see that they're adding their names to the lists there to join the volunteer ranks and join the Ukrainian soldiers. You can really feel the energy in this room. People we've spoken to say they feel optimistic. They feel that they can prevent the advance of the Russian army, and they're feeling galvanized and ready to defend their city.
Not everyone is staying put. 150,000 Ukrainians have fled now outside the country, heading for neighboring nations like Poland and Romania. Refugee agencies say up to 4 million people could leave the country because of the conflict. Edwige Wamanisa and Leo McGinn have the story.
A line of cars that stretches for several kilometers. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Ukrainians have been fleeing their country en masse. Mostly women and children. The Ukrainian government has banned men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. They must stay and face the Russian army.
We're from the Ivano-Frankivsk region. They bombed the airport right away. I immediately took our documents, our belongings, and ran away.
Their destination, Poland, a border country with a large Ukrainian community. But according to Polish authorities, the waiting time at the border can be up to 12 hours.
We are staying here for a long time, maybe 6 or 7 hours already, but it's crazy. It's actually, I don't want to leave my native.
Algae contaminating our water.
To other nations. sooner or later if we continue to allow Russia to go ahead with its diabolical plan. And rest assured, Ambassador, there will be no hospitality to your troops on our territory. Ukraine has been executing its right for self-defense according to the Article 51. It's not the Russia that executes. Your perverse reading of the Charter is so sick that it's impossible to interpret. Calling occupational troops peacekeepers, claiming the right of self-defense, lunacy. The Russian troops are suffering heavy losses. Aircraft, helicopters, tanks, trucks, and most importantly, personnel. You can stop the vote in this chamber. But what may stop the war is unfortunately the bodies and thousands of bodies of Russian soldiers that will be delivered to their mothers in Russia. Whether you like it or not, because we have
All right,
to
guys,
defend
so
our territory,
69K, thank you for tuning in. He says he
territory.
had poutine for dinner, all homemade. Sounds pretty delicious. Yeah, we are currently
Thousands of
still looking to get a
Ukrainians have
better
already joined
shot on
the
that oil
Ukrainian
depot.
army
This
or
one just is
territorial
apparently broken.
defense forces.
But
the
we'll keep tuning into it
resolve
nonetheless.
and dedication of civilians joining the
Looks like they had
territorial
zoomed in
defense
on
forces
something, perhaps, but
is the best
yeah,
proof
we've seen a lot of reports
that
of
we
Russian
will
tanks
not
and military hardware
surrender.
columns just totally running out of
Even if you
gas
succeed
and just
to
being stranded on
temporarily
highways.
occupy
Right back to what I was
additional
talking about the
chunks
other
of
night,
our
guys.
territory.
These are young men that have just been called up to arms. They're the first ones that are being sent in from eastern Ukraine and from Russia. Okay, are the young men that are being
Ukraine
forced to
has
fight,
broken
right?
diplomatic relations with Russia, something that had to be
also
done
they are being sent
8
in with
years
those
ago.
Soviet tanks and military hardware that we've been talking
call
about
on
all
our
week. Okay,
partners to follow
Russia went
our
and they pulled all of this old
example
hardware out of
or
warehouses
to
that they had
find
been
other
storing for
ways to
years
severe
over the past month or so, and they
diplomatic
prepped it all, got it
relationships
moved to the
with,
Ukrainian border,
Russia.
and
We call on
that's what we're seeing
international
moving. That's why
organizations to
all
ban
these
or
pictures of the
suspend
tank columns you guys are
Russia's
seeing
membership.
are all old Soviet hardware. It's all old stuff, okay? They're being
The
sent
latter
in
has happened today, in fact, as
with
the committed
crappy gear,
ministers of the Council of
crappy
Europe,
tanks, crappy vehicles, all right?
by
And they're
overwhelming
they're
majority, and it's
undertrained,
almost like
most of them. Okay, most of them
consensus.
are either conscripts that have been
adopted the
called to
decision
arms in
to
the rebel-held regions of
suspend the
Donetsk
Russian
and Luhansk
Federation
and
from
eastern
its
Ukraine.
rights to
And yeah, they're basically being sent
rights of
in as
representation in the
cannon
committee of
fodder.
ministers
Cannon
and
fodder,
in the
basically to soak up
Parliamentary Assembly
the
of the Council of
Ukrainians'
Europe. In the first place, you
resources
had
like
never-
javelins, okay, their anti-air systems,
have
their
been
anti-tank
invited to
systems,
the
all of
Council
that
of
stuff. That's what this
You were
this
invited
initial
to the Council
force
of
that's moving in
Europe.
now, guys. The
This
reason it's failing so much, I believe,
temple of human rights
is because the
in
Russians
the
are
middle of the Chechen
basically
war.
sacrificing a whole bunch of
In the
poor
very
young
middle of
Ukrainian
the
and
Chechen war,
Eastern
even
Russian
before the
servicemen.
Husserl-Yurt agreements. For
I say Ukrainian, I mean
political reasons,
Ukrainians from the
the
eastern part of
Europeans
Ukraine, of
stand
Donetsk
of the
and
opinion that
Luhansk.
it's better
Okay?
to invite you.
And yeah, they're basically being just sent in to soak up the javelins and a lot of Ukraine's initial resources. And then Putin's probably going to send in a larger, more capable force in the coming days. That would be my guess.
By the international community.
There are reports, though, that Putin is furious that it's taking longer than he expected it to. So it could be the Ukrainians are just putting up a hell of a freaking fight here. Okay, and so far we've seen a lot of evidence of that. We've seen all sorts of reports of heroic acts by young Ukrainian soldiers. Putting their lives on the line to do things like blow up bridges and stop the Russian advance from moving closer to the city of Kiev. There's been a lot of crazy stuff coming out of there. There's the Kiev ghost, the ghost of Kiev.
diabolical.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about Russians cremating their dead and stuff. However, you know, I still haven't been able to verify that. But I mean, there's been millions of reports coming out, even on mainstream media. There's reports of these cremators, but I still haven't been able to verify anything on that. So I mean, but yeah, it would be extremely tragic if that was truly going on. We saw the evidence 4 or 5 days ago, guys, when this was first starting. We were getting the evidence of the Eastern Ukrainian, the Donetsk, so the DPR and the LPR, basically those two chunks of Eastern Ukraine there. All of the young men, age 18 to 60, there were called up to serve. They were sent text messages. There was an emergency alert sent to their phones, basically saying it's your time to fight for your country now. If you run, you're going to be prosecuted. You'll be thrown in prison and stuff. And so all of these young men were basically called up there, and basically with little to no training, maybe a couple days of emergency crash course basic training. Were put into old Soviet gear, handed old weapons, and thrown into old tanks from the 80s. And that's what you're seeing here now, guys. Moving into Ukraine is basically this initial cannon fodder force, which is being sent in to soak up Ukrainian resources, and that's why we're seeing, I think, such a slow advance by the Russians. Not to mention such massive Russian casualties. I believe. I mean, that's not only because of the excellent job that the Ukrainian defense is doing, but I believe it has directly to do with the lack of training that the Russian forces, at least these Russian forces, have. And it's their lack of equipment and training. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll show you guys some of the details on like their hardware and stuff. And for those of you that have been tuning into the stream, we were watching entire columns moving up those highways last night of outdated equipment, outdated military hardware, and some of those shots made mainstream news. I've been watching some of those shots we were looking at on those CCTV cameras make mainstream news. I saw the Soviet tank that we had made some headlines. So it's crazy just how far our little intelligence gathering community here has been able to go.
Or threat of force against territorial
integrity. Russians receive basic military training in school. Yes, Russians do. We're talking about the young men in Eastern Ukraine and the DPR and LPR that were called up to fight, basically, and most of those dudes are the first ones being sent in, unfortunately, and they lack training.
Are proud of their parents.
Yeah, so he said even their special forces dudes have been stranded in Kiev with no gas and food. Yeah, and I think that directly has to do with the so that's the initial force. We've seen all sorts of evidence of their supply chains just totally faltering, and again, I think that goes back to bad equipment, bad training. A lot of their fuel supply is being hindered. A lot of their water and food supplies are being hindered. Ammunition has been an issue for them. However, don't underestimate. They are currently amassing on the outskirts of Kiev, and they are still moving in into Ukraine at this time.
I wish to comment just on one thing and to calm members of the council. There was a lot.
Somebody says the live cam of the oil depot fire is still looped. He's monitoring it. Coolsville, thank you very much for that. Yeah, if you guys have any questions about the cameras or anything like that, or if we need to get other ones on screen, totally down to get those on screen for you guys. Here's some video KFC sent over. Thank you, Kentucky Fried Chicken, for sending us this video here of the, I believe this is from the oil depot exploding. However, I'm not entirely sure on that, but this is an explosion from inside Kiev from earlier. A little bit of a mushroom cloud there from the this might have been that gas pipeline that was hit. This could also be the oil depot. Not sure. I believe those were two separate incidents, if I'm not mistaken. Oblinsky district. Yeah, we have the Oblinsky cam. In fact, here I'll go ahead. We're gonna take down the oil cam. Actually, we'll put the oil cam. Yeah, we're just gonna take down the oil cam. The oil cam sucks. We're not getting anything. If anybody has a better cam of the oil fire that is still live, we did have a live feed up That does look like it's been looped, that one there. But we did have a live feed up. Yeah, actually, somebody just messaged me, Tan Watcher, thank you for clarifying. He says, top left cam is replay of earlier, actual live cam is down. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we saw that there was a camera that we had live of the oil fire burning, but it did get knocked offline.
But look, as an isolation,
okay, Kyiv is where this explosion is. Thank you, KFC, for clarifying. Explosion we just saw on screen a few seconds ago is indeed from Kyiv. In fact, I'll just show it to you again just to clarify with everybody that that's what we were looking at there. This explosion here was from Kyiv. Little mushroom cloud there. Very reminiscent of nuclear mushroom clouds. However, that is not a nuclear bomb, just to be perfectly clear. Smelly Spaghetti, thank you for tuning in again. We'll be in touch for sure. Yeah, cannot find any others of the oil burning cam. So it looks like we don't have eyes on the oil burning situation, guys. But we will we'll keep track on that situation. Somebody says turn off the sound on the cars passing by. That is audio feed coming from Kiev. I guess I could turn it down a little bit. However, we do want to keep in mind that we want to hear those sounds. If anybody sees any good cams out of Kiev that we should get up on screen here, once again, you can send those to me. Just make sure they're not ones that we have already looked through. Make sure they're live. We want to make sure that we're getting preferably verified cameras, either CCTV or it's fine if we use some news cameras too. There are some live feeds up from a few different news agencies. Yep, okay. Just kind of going through some of the messages you guys are sending me here. KFC, is this also footage from Kyiv? I believe this is a different. I believe this is a different angle from the same situation. We'll go ahead and. Oh, he says this is the oil depot in the village of Krycheki near Vesikliv. I can't pronounce that, guys. I'm, as I said, bear with me with my lack of pronunciation. But here's the oil. Reportedly, this is the oil field, the oil depot. Sorry, that was burning earlier in Kiev that we were watching. You can hear that ominous roar from the burning oil. Kind of reminds me of Kuwait. Very reminiscent of Kuwait. So yeah, here's the Fox business cam. Do we have that up? Let me see. Do I have that up right now? No, we do not. Yeah, so here's the Fox business cam. We'll just take a look at that quick just to see. Yeah, so basically the same angle. So, okay, this confirms that they have blacked out, at least by the church there. It is darkened at this evening, and they have switched over to what seems to be red lights. That could be unrelated, but I think that's probably due to the significant risk of bombardment from missiles and artillery and even aircraft at this time. The Fox business stream is just a black square, so I think we'll stick with the one we got over here with our timestamp because that helps in keeping people confident that that camera is in fact synced up with our clock in our lower left-hand corner. Okay, so yeah, a curfew is ongoing. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Let's go and just really quickly. I just want to see what the mainstream media is kind of saying right now. What's the narrative right now? Rusuya. Yeah, let's go Russia. How about that? That'll work. Okay. Okay, so here's some live updates from CNN. We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at what NBC is saying. Take a look at what the Post is saying. All right, let's get what's the Western narrative, and we'll look at something from AP News here, and yeah, just kind of we're just kind of get a fix on what they're saying right now. Some of the latest stories coming out of Kiev. So here is hold on. Here is some more footage of that sky glowing that we were looking at earlier. Is this live right now, or is this?
It is just after 3.
Yeah, okay, yeah, how about not? Okay, so massive explosions have been reported near Ukraine's capital. Yeah, that's consistent. Ukrainian president vowing the country will stand its ground. Yep, consistent. You know, we saw the videos of Zelensky, you know, saying he's not going to flee. Which good for him, man. He's just going down with the ship, and you know he's standing his ground, and you know I respect that. He has definitely not been. He has not let Putin intimidate him throughout this entire crisis. He's been pretty good at standing up to the situation, I think, especially, you know, with all the threats to his family and stuff as well. More than 120,000 people have fled Ukraine. Yeah, we've been seeing the videos for the past couple days of the clogged railway stations and the flooded highways. We have images from Maxar. If somebody wants to pull up those images from Maxar, guys, of the clogged highways and PM those to me real quick, we can get those on screen for these guys. But yeah, we have fresh satellite images out of Maxar showing the clogged highways out of Kiev. If somebody can send those to me real quick, we'll get those on screen. So yeah, there's again there is an ongoing cyber campaign being undertaken by Russia, even at this hour in Ukraine, to hinder both communications infrastructure, power infrastructure, websites, all sorts of things. We've even seen issues here. Restream last night was having issues with some of their servers. That was confirmed. Cloudflare has been reporting issues basically across the globe. There's been, I think it has to do with two things: an influx of internet traffic, of people monitoring the situation, and an ongoing of cyber attacks that are occurring. So it's kind of like a multifaceted problem. Okay, yeah. So we heard about that, sanctions. Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay. By allowing ads, I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we've talked about RT and its narrative for the Kremlin and how that plays into Putin's game, and we've also talked about the independent blowhorns that we've been seeing. You know, people like Mr. Lancaster that we've been looking into. There's more of them, but none of them are as high a quality of reporting as Mr. Lancaster. To put that bluntly. But yeah, we've talked about their tactics there of making reporting look like it's independent journalism, but really they're being directly backed by people like the Kremlin, you know, like the Russian government directly, and just how that kind of affects people's view on things, especially locally in the region. It goes a lot deeper than just what they're, touting to English-speaking crowds. It also affects people in their own regions as well. Okay, yep, the Hotel Bakara cam, Ferox, we have that already. I have that underneath the Uplinsky cam right now. We can take a look at that if we need to. Gas pipeline in Kharkiv has been blown up. People have been asked to close all windows. Yeah, so we're getting ongoing reports of the air situation in and around. Hey, actually, we should be able to check air quality maps. Does somebody want to check an air quality map? There might be monitoring stations still live in and around Kiev. We might be able to see higher levels of particulate in the air. If somebody wants to, I know we should be able to get a report on that. Somebody look up air quality maps for Ukraine, and we'll also add that to our list of open source intelligence resources. I just thought of that. That's a good idea. For us guys here in the United States, you'll know that over the course of this summer, you've probably been looking at those air quality maps quite a bit as we've had ongoing forest fires occurring in and around the region. But yeah, guys, let's get those air quality maps up for Ukraine. If any are still working, if any of those monitoring stations are still working, we can look that up. We're not talking about radiation. We're just talking about air particulate quality from this oil depot fire. So yeah, ongoing reports of like the Russians possibly looking to target things like the radioactive waste and different chemical sites in and around Ukraine. But that stuff is still unconfirmed, so we're going to take that with a grain of salt. But there's definitely a possibility there. Okay, so thank you, Tyler, for sending over right away on that, jumping on that, sending over the air quality maps for the region. Yeah, we'll take a look at that here. Okay, so here's for Kiev, currently hazardous. All right, and if we look at our trend map here, guys, we'll see an exact trend. So it looks like those monitoring stations are still working. I don't want your feedback thing. Get out of there. But geez. All right, if you look at the chart, it goes up. The chart goes up, guys. It went up significantly. 21:30. So what? Just about a half an hour to an hour ago, a couple hours ago. So that could definitely be related, guys. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this air quality chart. If somebody wants to add that into the if somebody can add that to the open source intelligence tools channel on Discord, and if a mod could possibly pin that, if you have the ability, we could get that pinned there. But this will definitely be a map that we should look into more over the coming days as we see some of these further attacks on possible infrastructure sites like oil, gas pipelines. And even possibly some chemical storage sites. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on both these radiological maps and these particulate maps. Troy G says, can you play the song Masters of War? Yeah, maybe not now. Probably wouldn't be the right time. But okay. Wow, guys, here, look. So you can see clearly here on the map, in and around, okay, the rest parts of Ukraine here, around Kiev, good. But near where we have that possible oil pipeline burning, we have a severe increase in particulate, in air particulate. So yeah, that's no bueno. No bueno. Yeah, so that does go hand in hand with the reports we're getting of people looking to having to close their windows and stuff. Thank you again, Tyler, for sending over that map in such short notice. Here's another map. I can't even pronounce your name, man. Abthrilla sent over. I'll just try to pronounce it there. So good air quality in Kiev, good 33. But yeah, that's not for the individual station that we were looking at. So yeah, you can see a spike here. That could be related. Yeah, you're definitely seeing some spikes here. Is that our fire there? Yeah, is this the fire? Yeah, so he sent me, the same guy just sent me the same map, or the other map that we were just looking at, this one here. Yeah, so here's the individual monitoring sites, okay? So basically, it works the same way at weather stations. In fact, I think they probably mount the hardware on the same monitoring sites. So like on rooftops and stuff like that, they'll have like a weather monitoring station, and this hardware is usually mounted probably in the same area. If it would let me zoom in, I think I'm gonna have to manually do it. I guess the scroll wheel is not working. But we'll get a close eye look on in and around Kiev. Get an idea of what's going on there. Where's that 500 mark that you were looking at? Here, that's pretty bad right there. Unable to find the. I'm unable to find the exact location I was looking at a minute ago. I'll go back and I'll use the other link. We'll use that other link there. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, here's the map again, and let's zoom out now so we can see where we were. So yeah, just a chart for everybody. And he says it's going up. The chart is currently going up, but yeah, so it's extremely hazardous currently in that area, coming from that monitoring site there. So yeah, that's not good. And he says it's going out here. The chart. Okay, so yeah. Let's take a look at the chart and kind of get an eye on that chart and see if it's moving up. He said it did look like it was increasing. Yeah, I mean, the trend looks like it's going down now. It looks like it's trending down, but we'll have to see. He said just jump to 611. It did just jump to 611. He's right. Yeah, so that's not good. We'll have to keep an eye on this. So yeah, we're also getting a lot of reports what's coming out of Russian television and like RT and stuff that basically they're just like they're showing like the aftermath left behind of the Russian advancing forces, and that in that maybe we should like take a look at that narrative later. Basically, they're trying to basically they're coming from an intimidating narrative, is what some people are telling me here. And that it's getting some outrage here in the West. So we'll probably take a look at what they're saying later. Take a look. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, okay. Here, Tyler sent me. He was watching it in real time go up. It went from 500. He took a screenshot at 583, and then at 599 just a second ago, and then he watched it jump to 611 just a moment ago when we talked about that. Hold on. Let's go refresh the page here. So it looks like it went down again. So I'll have to keep an eye on it. It could be just kind of trending in the upper direction. However, if you look at the trend map here, it does look like it is going down. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on that over the course of the. In fact, it looks like the high was 706, so it could be trending actually back down and just fluctuating. We could be seeing fluctuations as the smoke cloud passes by the monitoring station in the wind. We could be seeing, patches of kind of clear air, and then all of a sudden patches of really, smoky air. But it could be trending in the downward direction as the fire gets put out by Ukrainian fire brigades and the defense forces if they are on the ground, or just as the fuel itself burns out. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. Thank you guys for sending over the those air quality maps. That is a huge help. Get both of those maps into the open source intelligence tools, and we will keep an eye on those. So here's some pictures. Here's a picture of some Ukrainian defense forces holding their Saint Javelins. What an inspiring motley group we have here, guys. Sidearm and a javelin. Wow. Oh man, this is a yeah. If there's anything that gives me the fizz, it's a picture like this, man. Oh wow. Yeah. These guys are probably feeling pretty confident right now. I know I would be, having Saint Javelin sitting its angelic self upon my shoulders. Yeah, it's guys like these that are gonna that are hopefully going to win this fight, or at least keep the Russians at bay long enough to allow most civilians to get out of the country. But yeah, some awesome stuff there. Thank you, KFC, for sending that over. Somebody said those are NLAWs, not javelins. Thank you very much for correcting me on that. NLAWs, roger that. As I said, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but yeah, okay, we'll get a look at the radiation mapping on Chernobyl as well, because a lot of people are requesting that I do that. Somebody said $400,000 sitting there. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, again, ongoing reporting of huge protests coming out of Moscow. They've definitely been standing up in the past few days here. So that's interesting. Yep, more reports of Ukrainian citizens taking up arms to defend their country. Just kind of sifting through the piles of reports, guys, I have here. Stand by. Yeah, a lot of these images coming in over the past couple days of Russian tanks stuck in ditches and mud on the side of the road. I mean, keep in mind, guys, I mean, this is probably, as I said earlier, lack of training and shitty hardware we're seeing, supply lines breaking down, for fuel and stuff like that for these soldiers. But something to keep in mind, this stuff happens all the time in war, okay, during invasions. Invasions are very chaotic events with hundreds of thousands of bodies on the ground. And, yeah, you definitely see stuff like this happening. Yeah, again, guys, yeah, thank you for correcting me that those were NLAWs that those soldiers had, not javelins. Thank you for that. So yeah, we will take a look at getting some of these cameras exchanged out here in just a second, guys. Here's a funny Ukrainian photo that Sakura sends over. Thank you for this lighthearted addition to the stream. It's stuff like this that I like seeing out of Ukraine, guys. So this is, I believe these are javelins, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. But I believe these are javelin systems. Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah, this is Ukrainian, or sorry, this is Ukrainian Defense Forces here. Somebody says no, these are in-laws again. Yeah, yeah, javelins. Yeah, these are javelins, guys. I'm pretty sure these are javelins, but I'm getting mixed reports. Javs are big. Yeah, I thought Javs were a little bit bigger too, but anyway, hilarious stuff here out of Ukraine. That's awesome to see that they are well equipped, at least for now. Hopefully, we see a larger influx of lethal aid going into Ukraine over the next few days. Thank you, Sakura, for sending over that again. Okay, here we go. So he's not Javs either. Javs are a little bit bigger. What made me think that was a javelin was the end caps here. These like end backblast shield things. I don't know exactly what these are used for. Again, I'm not an expert on military hardware. I've never used a javelin missile system. But again, here's a javelin, a little bit bigger. Super soakers, somebody said. So he said the picture of the soldier carrying a bunch is a few days old. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We were just looking at it because it was a nice piece of lighthearted content here. It has the side control, and they angle up like that. Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. KFC, okay, sends over an ABC News Go article on the Chernobyl situation. We'll kind of look at what the narrative is here, except we're unable to get that up on screen for you guys. So I know somebody just sent me the map. We'll just take a look at the map. Oh, here we go. Here's another article here. Looks from like a smaller news source here. Data from the automated radiation monitoring system of the exclusion zone, which is available online, indicate the control levels of gamma radiation dose rates have been exceeded at a significant number of observation points. Yeah, that's what tells me that it's not just... the other night on the stream, the popular theory was that it was just because of mortar rounds and like tank traffic and stuff kicking up dust in and around the zone, which would possibly, you know, kick up some of that particulate, some of those radioactive isotopes into the air. However, with the activity we're seeing on the monitoring sites, you guys, it doesn't look that way. It looks like it's most likely pointing towards that some of the radioactive containment sites have possibly been either accidentally hit or purposefully targeted. We're unsure at this time. It's really hard to know. Yeah, some reporting here from the AP talking about the gas pipeline hit. Again, I think this is either Russia's attempt to kind of starve Kiev of resources slowly over the next coming hours and days, or it could be possibly accidental, however unlikely with something like a fuel depot or a gas pipeline. It's most likely sabotage at this point. I Eat Frogs, yep, we've talked about this a couple of times on the stream over the past few days, or actually we've been talking about this for the past week. We were seeing, before the invasion happened, we were seeing a lot of the tanks, a lot of the T-80s, T-90s had been retrofitted with metal grates on top of the turrets. And we were initially, you know, speculating that maybe it could be like for keeping snow off the tanks or for camouflage, and you know, installing camouflage. We then realized it was because it was a protection against the Javelin missiles. So those tanks, a lot of T-80s and T-90s have been retrofitted with these metal grates on top. And basically, the Javelins, when they fire, the missile goes straight up, and then it goes vertical, you know, up into the atmosphere, and then comes down on top of the tank, where the armor is is thinnest, and it uses a armor-penetrating shape charge-like jet to penetrate the armor and defeat the tank. Okay, and so these grates you're seeing retrofitted to the top of those tanks are basically there to prematurely detonate the Javelin system, and so that defeats the armor-piercing capability. Yeah, basically somebody said cope cages that do nothing. They probably are. I doubt they're 100% effective. But we have had confirmation that is why the Russians have been retrofitting those cages, is to help thwart some of those Javelin missile systems. It's basically a last-ditch effort to thwart those Javelin systems, which are very prominent now in eastern Ukraine after the U.S. and the West supplied them. Somebody says, are the crates single-use, or can they take more than one Javelin? I do not know. I speculate that that they would be just a last-ditch effort to protect the tank crew. It would probably decommission the tank either way, Javelin strike, but it might not fully penetrate that top armor with that grate there, because, as I said, it prematurely detonates that shape charge jet, which doesn't allow, it basically allows just enough space to defeat the armor-penetrating capability of the Javelin, and so it would probably decommission the tank still. However, it might save the tank crew, and so that they would be able to get out of there. Yeah, single use. Javelins are single use. Yeah, not sure if they, I'm pretty sure they don't have any repeat use. Yeah, videos on YouTube showing javelins wrecking those cages. Yeah, as I said, the cages are just like a one-time use against those Javelin missile systems. And as I said, it probably still decommissioned the tank, but what it does is protects the tank crew from that armor penetrating capability, so that they can still get out of harm's way. Really quick, we're going to switch over to the radiation map that people are sending me here. Yeah, so more reports of the radiation spiking majorly in and around the Chernobyl exclusion zone. We've been watching that. If you guys see here, this was the 24th, the night of the 25th, which was yesterday, or yeah, it was the other night. We watched that spike live, and it just started going up and up and up and up and up. And yeah, we're pretty. I mean, I've heard some conflicting reports on how dangerous this amount of gamma rays is, but I think what it is indicative of, it's definitely proof that some sort of radiation containment has been damaged here, because you wouldn't see spikes across all of the you wouldn't see spikes like this across all of these monitoring stations unless there has been a significant increase. Here you can see a pretty significant data there, or sorry, pretty consistent data. But if you look here at some of these monitoring sites, you can see clear indications that there definitely has been a sharp increase of radiation being monitored at these sites here. Yeah, I hear some people saying this is debunked. I don't think so. I'd be very speculative of any claims that says this is debunked, guys, because I'm getting reports from all sorts of verified sources. This has been on mainstream news all night about the possible spike of radiation in the zone. And you wouldn't see, if it was just a monitoring station that had been hit and was giving bad data, you wouldn't see spikes across the entire zone, guys. So don't listen to that, okay? That is most likely disinformation. A lot of these sites are dependable. These monitoring sites have been here since the 80s when Chernobyl went down, okay? It has been very important for them to keep accurate, internationally available data on the radiation levels in and around the exclusion zone, okay? There are multiple maps that show this data here, okay, that there are in fact spikes in and around the zone. You can look it up for yourself. There are reports of this. If you guys want to look at these maps, you can find a link to these maps in the open source intelligence tools, either below the stream. I'm not sure if we have the radiation map in the description below the YouTube live, but it is over on the Discord in the open source intelligence section. Somebody says hot mic guy is on. Okay, we'll try to maybe get over to him if somebody wants to send me that information. So yeah, but just to follow up with that, we'll have to keep an eye on the radiation situation and get more concrete proof out of the exclusion zone of really what happened with those radioactive containment facilities and storage sites. We've had a lot of reports of them possibly being breached, but yeah, people talk about the radiated dust, guys. The spikes don't surprise you. Yeah, but again, we're talking about a region that is currently saturated with rain and snow. Dust levels like that probably would not be picked up that broadly across the exclusion zone. We're pretty confident that it is not. I mean, it could be caused. Again, we've been speculating. This is all speculation. You know, our Phila makes the point. You know, again, that people have been making, that it could be just from walking around, from shells going off, tanks driving around, that could be causing dust to be kicked up. However, these are significant spikes for these monitoring sites that lead more from the experts I've heard from. They have said, you know, all the news reports are saying, and all the experts are saying, you know, that it probably looks more likely that a containment site was hit. It could have been accidentally hit. We were speculating the other night that it could have also been targeted by either the Russians or the Ukrainians for a multitude of reasons, but again, just theories, all right? All of these are theories at this time. As I said over the past few nights, it's going to take us days to get really concrete information from the exclusion zone and from what's going on up there, because it is still an active war zone, you guys, and so it's really hard to really know what's going on the ground. And the disinformation is real, okay? Everybody, we got to get that clear right now. There is a metric ton, I would argue 2 metric tons of disinformation going around here, guys, and we have to keep an eye on every single piece of that information to see, you know, to see what really is true and what isn't. We have to keep an eye on our sources. Yeah, Chardell says here, you know, Ukraine confirmed it was caused by a missile hitting waste storage. We have talked about how it's not necessarily dangerous to the broader Ukrainian region. However, I would argue that it probably does have some effects for the people that are in and around the zone. There's arguments as to if that spike in radiation would be enough to cause any sort of issues. However, I would argue if it is a missile that hit a waste storage facility, that will definitely have direct consequences for the people that are working in and around that area, and it will probably put those workers in danger, just as it did the people that cleaned up the Chernobyl disaster. What? Okay. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Just going through some other reports here. We'll keep an eye on some of these things here. Yeah, so we're gonna get, okay, really quickly, I'll go ahead. Okay, I muted the cars passing by, guys, so now we have just audio coming from the Kiev cam. Sorry about that. Yeah, other reports saying, other people saying, you know, it's radiation spikes from disturbed soil. You know, the Ukrainian, some Ukrainian independent Twitter sources said that. Again, I think we should just wait probably another 24 to 48 hours to see what news is coming in out of the zone to get an idea of what's going on there. Drill bit, thank you for that information. To anybody that is in a timeout on the Discord, you're just going to have to wait for those timeouts to expire. Unfortunately, those are doled out for not following the server rules. We're trying to keep the chats over there civil because it's important to get information shared as quickly as possible. Heavy gunfire in Kiev's left bank continues today at 9:58 p.m. Eastern, so this was just posted a few minutes ago. However, guys, keep in mind, unconfirmed sources. There's some heavy gunfire coming in from Kiev's left bank. You can see some tracer rounds being exchanged there. Not sure if this is from last night's footage. Not sure if that's from last night's footage or today's footage, but we'll keep, I will keep an eye on that. Again, guys, we'll get cams up on screen here shortly, and we'll take a look at getting that layout changed around, so we can have some more cameras available for you guys on screen for Kiev. Just give me some time on that one, and we'll get that set up as the night goes on. Here's an Al Jazeera, what looks to be an Al Jazeera stream. I'll just take a look at that real quick. Maybe that will be something we can get up there. Yeah, no, that one's not going to work. That's a direct feed from them. We need just camera. We just need straight camera feeds. Yep, Dutch News says there's heavy fighting Kiev, out of suburbs. Yes, we have heard ongoing reports that the Russians are amassing on the outskirts of Kiev, and at any point now they could make an advance, but we are keeping an eye on the situation, and we'll continue to bring you guys information on that. Yep, we got more more reports here. People are sending me about the gas pipeline being hit. We've been taking a look at that. Somebody said that was 9 hours ago, so yeah, that was from last night, and I speculated that it was from last night because that looked like last night's footage. Again, yeah, but that is still important. It shows that there's, the ongoing fights that are happening on the outskirts of Kiev right now between Ukrainian defense forces and the Russian defense forces. Guys, in this situation, I know, events are moving very quickly, but showing some people on stream stuff that happened maybe 6 or 12 hours ago is still important, okay? To get everybody filled in on what's going on the ground there. Air quality map, everything looks okay. In Kiev, yeah, we were just looking at, there was a couple sites in Kiev that looked like they were definitely picking up that oil field. Mega Crypto, thank you much for those kind words, man. Much appreciated. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Yeah, I didn't really have much of a choice. I had to take that break today because we had some technicians that had to come out and do some line work. Now that has been resolved, we are back up and operational here. But I definitely got some much-needed rest. I think I slept like 12 hours straight, probably. Active fire on that cam. I believe that's a cam near Lviv. I'll get that up into a side window, and if I see anything running on that, we will put that on screen for you guys. If I see any activity in that area, keep the volume down on that, though. Ab Thriller, thank you so much, man, for that, and I'll toss you that rank. Guys, I am going to take a break here for just a few minutes just to get some food in me, but before I do, I'll try to get some stuff up on stream that we can kind of take a look at and keep an eye on while I go and eat some food quick. Ab Thrilla, if you want to do me a favor and just pop a message in general chat really quick so I can easily find you, because I'm having a hard time finding you in the member search. Never mind, I found you. All right, guys. Smelly spaghetti. Roger that, man. Yeah, we will. I'll be talking to you in the coming days here. I don't know about tonight though. Jimmy B, thank you so much, man, for tuning in, and your support. And I'll give you I'll toss you those ranks again. If anybody needs any type of ranks, you can find those in the welcome channel, or you can PM me if it's like a special. If it's any type of special rank, you can PM me for them. What was his name again? Was that Jimmy B? Yep. Thank you again, Jimmy B. Somebody says, I love your work, but you eat too much. I actually have not eaten in like 14 hours, so yeah, this is the time of night where I'm at, where I usually have dinner. So just keep that in mind. I am on the East Coast here. And again, to all of our stream supporters, I'll get everything taken care of over the coming hours and days here, so just bear with me there again. And also to the server, everybody that's boosted the server, you guys are awesome. I think we're like at 22 boosts now on the server. We passed 12,000 members. We just passed on the Discord server. Just the amount of work you guys are putting in over there is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. People want a Ukrainian rank. We could possibly do that at some point. Iggy, thank you very much. Psychedelic Primate, you can find those in the Welcome channel. If you scroll up on the left side of the Welcome channel, you can get those. Yep, Cynics, you can get those from the Welcome channel, dude. Just press the buttons, scroll up on the left side in the server, and you can find the Welcome channel there. Jim Baker, thank you for this update. He says, Johnny FD updated his Insta earlier. He and Bald have made a run for the border. Dude, if there was one video I would want to watch right now tonight, guys, is a video from Bald and Bankrupt or Johnny FD out of Ukraine. I would really like to know what the hell they're doing right now, man. Last time I heard, they were both in Maiden Square, and I mean, bombs were coming down on the city that night. So I was like really surprised to see that they were still in the country. The balls on those two guys is just balls of steel, man, for sure. And I love the content that both of those creators make. They're awesome YouTubers. Alright guys, stand by a few minutes, and I'm going to eat some food here, and right now we're just taking a look at a couple things on the radar. Mostly we're keeping track on Forte 11. We've been following him for weeks now, and so yeah, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break here or so, and then we will continue on with our coverage. You guys, oh my god, you guys, hold on. So, all right, as some of you know, a little bit ago, I ordered some food, and I got DoorDash, and I got McDonald's, and on the side of the bag it says, "We keep getting hacked. Land, air, and sea, crunchy double, surf and turf." It says menu hacks. I don't know if this has anything to do with the ongoing cyber attack situation. But that's hilarious. Yeah, it was the only thing that was open near me right now, so I had to go with that.
What up, little cousin? Much appreciated for the follow. Welcome to the war zone. Thank
Yeah,
you
I'll
for
post a
becoming
pic of the
freedom
bag
fighter, buddy.
in Discord for those that want to see that. Yeah, I've been informed it's because of the menu hacks thing. I don't eat McDonald's very often, so I did not know about that, but it's still funny though.
So, cuz top right hand corner, that is Emco. He has the two top ones are night vision cameras. They're overlooking the capital Kyiv. One below it that's dark with the red lights next to Saint Javelin, the protector of Ukraine. Basically, that's just a meme, but it's a Christian lady with a javelin rocket in her hand. That is the dark area of the capital.
Colonel Colt
where
says
they've been asked,
Mr. Nemeko keeps no
there's no
food in the
night
house
vision
in case
cameras.
it has microchips embedded in it by the KGB.
The thing
Yeah,
right next to
and
Saint
that and or
Javelin,
rice.
that is a airplane tracker. We are currently tracking a U.S. Air Force unmanned drone named 4011. They are actually hovering. Let's see here. Let me pull mine up because mine is in between my airport tracker. You're gonna see pop up here in a second. Be playing right here. Okay, middle top.
Yeah, or
middle top.
was it Novichok? Novichok?
And here it is.
Pronounced
It is
Novichok?
flying over the Black Sea right now, over by Russia. For some reason you can't see the airplane, so that's because my tracker is active. Yeah, that's me in the middle. That's me in the middle. There's 4011. It's popped up, flying over the Black Sea. Over the Black Sea. And then I got Brantford Liberty up right next to that. That's on the top left-hand side. He is covering Fox News, and he's got a whole bunch of cameras up in Kyiv. One of his cameras looks like is from earlier because Kyiv is all darkened out for this possible air raid. And then the other ones down below, one's a Fox News cam, that's on the bottom left with a whole bunch of Ukraine cams, and then the middle right close to the flags that is CTV with his cam pulled up as well in Ukraine. Everything is live. Brant has one camera that is
and structure. Again, we're still working our
and
way through
he's
that
listening
right
to
now.
the Pentagon right now.
It's an unsatisfying answer, but it's an honest one. We simply don't know what that breakdown is going to be. Let's see. Tom Squitieri, Talk News.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. Thanks. I have two questions. My first one is, as well as you understand the Pentagon's view on this, does the NATO Readiness Force only apply to NATO nations?
Mr. Toad asks, what happened to your stream today? You were gone for a long time. Yeah, we had last night while we were streaming, we had some line issues here, and we had to get some technicians out to replace some nodes.
Currently, cuz right now, the entire globe is suffering from cyber attacks from Russia. But that's just because they put sanctions on Russia, which is what it is.
No such plans. Paul McCleary.
Hi, John. I'm on the line still waiting. If I could get my question from Tara. Thank you. How concerned is the building
Andy says, I thought you didn't pick a side. No, but I can
potentially spill over to the eastern flank countries? Putin has not been completely clear what his intent is and whether his intent maybe extends beyond Ukraine.
So
Just wondering if in any of the conversations with counterparts with Russia, have they clearly communicated that their intent stopped at Ukraine?
It is, you said it actually in your question, it's not entirely clear if Mr. Putin has designs beyond Ukraine, and it's because that's not perfectly clear that we continue to look for ways to bolster our NATO capabilities and to reassure our allies. I mean, one of the reasons we're doing this is because we want to make it clear to him that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. I'm sorry, Paul, go ahead.
War. John, just one follow-up. Is there any concern that this could grow into a regional war?
I think there's no reason for it to be a war now, Tara, and it shouldn't have been. Mr. Putin had diplomatic options on the table that he decided to ignore and to invade Ukraine regardless. So there should be no reason why there's a war now. There is obviously one. Clearly, that's evident. We need to make sure, and we will make sure, that it's very clear that we're going to defend every inch of NATO territory. I'm not going to speculate about what the future holds because it is not perfectly clear where Mr. Putin is going here. We want to make it clear that he will not.
Yeah, I saw somebody say that Kriyasan's channel is basically doomed because they can't do any more videos on going to Chernobyl.
Okay,
well,
Paul, let's try it again.
I'll tell you, I kind of miss their old content before they started just like going into Chernobyl all the time. But I mean, I love their Chernobyl content too. So yeah, it will definitely be kind of sad. But I guarantee you guys, first chance they get, they're walking right back into that zone. Guarantee it. If they don't get out of the country, the first chance they get, they're gonna they're literally gonna go right back to the zone. Probably take a look at those destroyed waste facilities.
You're the unique among the uncommon. That could include some training. Yeah.
So you've addressed the issue of supporting the Ukrainian forces several times now, looking into different ways, which would.
All right, so let's think of a scenario really quick, because this guy's just a Fed boy giving not answers. So like, what's happening right now is like if California broke off
Fives, thank you very much for your service, man. Glad to see some Marines tuning in to the stream. If you want your veteran rank, you can freely pick that up from the welcome channel in the Discord. If you scroll all the way to the on the left, if you scroll all the way to the top, you'll see the welcome channel.
And we invaded California. We said we were going to take out anybody who had ideals from this, you know,
69K, thank you very much for those updates in the mod chat.
Stuff. And so Putin, in his mind, I'm just going over his rationale, is he's reclaiming and wanting, I guess, sovereignty between Ukraine, slowly but surely, and Russia. And he thinks that if he topples the current government, that there will be enough of a river of a social movement underneath, which he must have an army of people ready to do some Bolshevik shit again over there. But this would be like if California was delegated to be their own, like, you know, country, and then they, you know, basically were, I guess, threatening our particular type of government, politicians that are trying to run against other people, and then you find yourself in something like this. Then one side, you know, sticks with a collaboration of nations. And
Jim Barker notes that Johnny FD explained that he didn't go live because he was too embarrassed after making claims that he would stay and that the fighting wouldn't reach Kiev. Obviously, all the responses were positive and supportive. We're all just worried about them. Yeah, I second that.
Or not, you guys.
As I said earlier, I would love to see some videos and updates from both Bald and Johnny FD. They've definitely been in the thick of it the past couple days, and currently are.
That's basically
I'm not sure if they have made it out of
Ukraine
Ukraine yet, but
it's
from what I heard, they are making a run for the border. So
I'm gonna let it play its little music and stuff. But yeah, this would be like California in the early 1900s gets to become its own country.
For those asking, the cams that have sound on right now are coming out of Kiev. It's pretty quiet right now.
Politicians, you know,
but we are keeping an eye on the situation on the ground.
Officials are trying to run in this place, and they're getting silenced, and so then I feel as though that new neighboring country is being propped up.
Danny M, again, yeah, we touched on this earlier. We did get suspended from Twitch last night, but we were in contact with Twitch last night, and they're currently resolving the situation.
I think the way Ukraine
and I'll probably have that
Russia
stream
both
up
look at
later
it
this
is
evening, if not tomorrow.
I don't think Ukraine wants to do this as much as Russia does, but they feel like they need to proactively demilitarize and then
yep, quiet before the storm, as Alex Art says. That is very true. We are definitely hearing sporadic reports of Russian buildup along the outskirts of Kiev, and we're keeping an eye on that.
You could look at it like Mexico. Mexico wanting Texas back.
Good evening. Allied leaders have just met to address the...
I don't want to hear that again. I know y'all don't want to hear that again.
Quote, "We will fight for as long as needed to liberate our country." Our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire in Kyiv. As you can see here, other key details from the latest fighting: huge explosions south of Kyiv early Sunday, an oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. Ukraine says Russian forces also blew up a gas pipeline in Kharkiv, the country's second largest city. State rail service also announcing that all railway tracks from Russia to Ukraine have been blown up by Ukraine's armed forces. Well, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more headlines, more updates on this ever-evolving situation in Ukraine.
туда, прямо по дороге. Пиздец, они всех уложат, всех понимают. Ну, ты слышишь,
In case you guys don't remember, this is the footage that we reported on live with you guys on the stream the other night as it unfolded. We had been watching their troop movements
Also,
all night.
Elon Musk announced
and
that he gave free
we had been
access
reporting,
to
yeah,
all
we've been
Ukrainians
watching and
to
reporting
the
their movements
Starlink
literally all
website
night,
so
and
they
then
can stay
it
connected
just
to the
happened
internet.
to be that
That's
hours
fucking
later,
cool.
all of a sudden, within like 30 minutes, they started taking down all of the cameras along this stretch of highway that we had been watching them on. So, some interesting developments there.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
Pictures sent to us by reporters in Kyiv, the capital, the target of an increasingly heavy Russian offensive, but still under Ukrainian control. And Western powers ramping up coordinated sanctions against Russia once again, this time cutting off Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system, dealing a severe blow to the country's finances and economy. And as always, the humanitarian toll of this conflict already being felt. 150,000 people have left the country, heading for neighboring nations to the west, mostly women and children, since all Ukrainian men of fighting age have been banned from leaving. But those are the headlines this hour. You're watching France 24, and I'm Charles Pellegrin. At the end of the third day of fighting and the beginning of day 4, Ukraine's capital is still under control of Volodymyr Zelensky's government. The Russian forces still unrelenting in their assault on the city. The battle continuing this night, with Russia ordering an even bigger push of its forces from all directions. Well, our reporter on the ground, Abdallah Malkawi, bearing witness to explosions and missile fire, as you can see from these pictures.
So yeah, I've heard sporadic reports from people saying that Elon Musk has launched Starlink service in Ukraine, and that more terminals are en route. I'll have to look into that later, but that's an interesting development.
An oil depot about 40 kilometers south of the capital that's been hit by Russian missiles, setting it ablaze. As you can see, those pictures of the fire lighting up the night sky sent by the town's mayor on her Facebook page. And in Kyiv, the country's second largest city, Ukraine says Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline. The government warning that smoke from the huge explosion could cause an environmental catastrophe. Despite the war, Ukraine continues to ship Russian natural gas to Europe. Kyiv residents are currently under curfew, also seeking safety underground while fighting continues, while many others are still attempting to exit the country to the west. James Messina brings
Okay, so people have been asking me to play this video. I'll play the video. It's some lighthearted footage out of Ukraine.
On the city.
Over on Reddit.
Kyiv goes
So he
into
said we'll lighten
curfew.
the mood.
The mayor warns that day or night,
we'll put
any
that up on screen
civilian
for
on
you
the
guys.
streets between now and Monday morning will be considered as the enemy, as soldiers try to push back the Russian army. Earlier in the day, these were the scenes at train stations across Ukraine, as people flee to neighbouring countries. First refugees arrive in Poland and Germany.
Soldiers are everywhere, and people even scared to go outside on the streets.
Thank you, Shardell, for sending that over, man. Yeah, sorry it took so long to get that up on screen here. Things get buried in my piles of PMs.
Places available, and we will double this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We are increasing our staff, bringing in Russian and Ukrainian speakers to meet this challenge.
The Ukrainian president, however, is staying put, turning down the United States offer to help evacuate.
We are resisting successfully, but clashes continue all over the country. We are fighting to protect our land.
Jay Hout with this very important movement map here. This kind of shows troop movements in and around Ukraine. So this is their movement. So you can see the highway here. This is that highway I've been talking about.
Continues to mount.
That goes through the exclusion zone. I believe it goes like right through here. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, like right through here maybe. I don't know the exact specifics on that, but what I do know is that there is a highway that they had to use to go through the exclusion zone to get hardware to Kiev. It like knocked a bunch of distance off of their movements there, but you have them coming in from the north and then out of the west into Kiev, directly from the north down to Kiev, and then from the east they're moving to Kiev. So they are basically encircling the city at this time.
With military aid, the US, UK, Europe, and Canada moving to block Russia's access to the SWIFT international payment system, as well as restrict Russia's central bank's access to international reserves. Well, the measures will be implemented in the coming days. In response, Ukraine's prime minister on Twitter saying he is grateful for the latest round of financial sanctions. James Mulholland.
Working to cripple Vladimir Putin's war machine, a message of unity and determination from the president of the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen on Saturday confirmed the EU had agreed to blacklist certain Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system.
I will now propose to EU leaders the following measures. First, we commit to ensuring that a certain number of Russian banks are removed from SWIFT. Cutting banks off will stop them from conducting most of their financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports.
Sorry, cuz I walked away. That boom was on.
SWIFT is the world's top interbank payment system.
See here, look at my
Russian
cam.
Institutions, a move
That would be
described
on
as
the
a
Kyiv
financial
cam where it
nuclear
says
weapon
audio
and
here.
Reluctance, notably from Germany, over concerns Moscow.
It'd be your bottom right-hand corner by the flags, and it's the bottom left-hand corner of that screen.
Bank, whose vast foreign reserves are estimated at over $600 billion.
We will stop Putin from using his
Right here where
war
that
chest.
screen's popping up.
We will paralyze the
that one
assets
right there.
of Russia's central bank. This will freeze its transactions, and it will made it impossible for the central bank to liquidate assets.
The United States, Canada and Britain backed the new sanctions and agreed to further restrictions on Russian oligarchs that would limit their access to financial markets and fast-track citizenship known as golden passports. A key objective of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is to redivide Europe and the West. In the immediate, he appears to have managed just the opposite.
Earlier, I spoke to France 24 European Affairs editor Kat Nicholson. She told us more about what this latest flurry of sanctions was meant to achieve.
Sick-eyed, I'll see if I'll take a look at that camera and we'll see if maybe we can get that up on screen here.
Russia pay the highest price possible for what it is doing in Ukraine, for the invasion and the suspected war crimes being committed by Russia. She says it's about continuing to impose massive costs on Russia, on the state, on its economy, and further isolating Russia from European financial systems and economies than had been already achieved with earlier EU and international sanctions. So as you said, SWIFT, the one that we've been focusing on, this is the biggest global interbank payment system. It will stop Russia from conducting most of its financial transactions worldwide and effectively block Russian exports and imports. We know that Russia is reliant on SWIFT for its oil and gas export transactions.
Here's
and
some unverified footage. I mean, it's a verified account, so you guys can
in terms of the other
think about
measures
that
you mentioned,
would. But this is apparently footage of the oil depot being put out currently at this hour.
But just for an example, the United States up to now has only ever sanctioned the central banks of Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea.
You can see them.
Have a degree of pariah
looks to be
status
taking a
around the
breather
world.
there.
This is the first time
You can only imagine how hard it is to breathe
in
this situation.
In this way. It could reduce the Bank of Russia's
With all
ability
those oil
to support
fumes
its currency,
running
the
about.
ruble. This is likely to lead to inflation in Russia, leading to cost of living rises that will put a lot of financial harm on ordinary Russians and potentially then pressure on Vladimir Putin to do something about it. In terms of the measures regarding oligarchs, there's been a lot of focus on this as well. Just a few days ago, a British lawmaker read out a list of more than 30 Russian billionaires with assets and business in the United Kingdom, who she said ought to be sanctioned. These ultra-wealthy Russians, very close to Vladimir Putin, many of them, and they certainly have influence on Vladimir Putin. So much of the country's wealth is held in their hands. So one of the intentions of these measures to get those oligarchs to pressure Vladimir Putin to change his course regarding Ukraine.
Well, existing sanctions.
Thanks to Coots for sending over that filter for Flight Radar 24. I'll take a look at using that later. I'm not exactly sure how to do that at this time, but if we can get that,
Saturday, the ship
we can get that set up, yeah, that would probably definitely help. Thank you
was
for that.
heading from the French city of Rouen to St. Petersburg.
Yes, guys, I know I still have the eating message up because I'm still eating, but I'm still trying to answer some messages here as I get some food.
Because of the invasion, as it's owned by one of the Russian banks that's been sanctioned. Well, this is part of a coordinated response from Western powers, and the Biden administration is obviously a big part of that. One U.S. official saying that Russia's central bank is now unable to support its own currency. The U.S. says Russia is now a global economic and financial pariah. Well, France 24's Ketevan Gorgestani, our correspondent in Washington, D.C., has more from the White House.
We were briefed by a senior administration official earlier after that announcement came out, and that official really detailed specifically how these sanctions would be working. They started with, of course, the removal of these institutions from the SWIFT banking system, saying that that would harm their ability to do business globally, and then focusing on the sanctions on the Russian central bank, basically saying that that was meant to prevent the Russian central bank from sort of getting around and protecting the Russian economy from the impact of the sanctions on on removing those institutions from SWIFT. They also mentioned the fact that they were going to prevent those golden passports, preventing those Russian oligarchs close to the Russian government, those sanctions officials from using possibly
guys, here I have some interesting footage sent over by MJ Hout.
Sort of bypass those sanctions. Again,
I just wanted to make sure to vet that footage before I put it on screen for you guys, but it looks this is pretty interesting here. This is looks to be a Russian officer that has been captured by Ukrainian soldiers, and they give him a cigarette.
That would be created starting next week to sort of identify and freeze the assets of those officials. He said yachts, mansions, fancy cars, money, ability to send their kids to fancy colleges around the world. All of that will be targeted by that task force. One last thing that official talked about was the question of whether the energy sector will be involved in these sanctions, possibly.
Some decency and respect for
that there could be payments
for the enemy there, shown by the
Ukrainian
Defense Forces.
That they hadn't really determined
kind of an interesting
how they
clip
would work
there.
it out. Either they will set aside energy payments when they remove those banking those institutions from SWIFT.
Yeah, these flamethrowers. No Filter said, "Have you heard anything on the flamethrowers?" Yeah, those are thermobaric weapon systems. We've been talking about those earlier in the night. We were talking about that.
So there will be some
maybe we'll touch more on that later.
For the energy sector, but other than that, that official said that Russia and the Russian economy would be feeling the pain very, very soon, maybe immediately, at least on the markets.
Yeah, keep in mind, Dan C says doesn't look like a young guy so much for those training issues. Well, keep in mind that everybody that is being called up to fight in both the eastern part of Ukraine, the rebel-held territory, and in Ukraine itself are all men 18 to 60. It doesn't matter if they've been formally military trained or not.
In Kalinivka, in central Ukraine, around 3 hours drive southwest of Kiev in normal time, these volunteers are preparing nets for the army. They're also sending food that's been
Thank you, Skeet
provided by
Davison.
local people.
Thank you for
There are
tuning in.
mostly
Again,
women here,
everybody
because
that's
men
tuning in
are
tonight, thank you
already
so much
being
for
deployed.
stopping by. I'm glad you guys are joining me here. Again, I'm just still trying to get some food in me here. I'm almost done eating, and then we're going to start going through some more updates here.
We're doing the things we can do, but if you don't help us, they won't stop at us. They'll attack you. They will.
We want the West to help because the help has come very late, too late. If they had introduced sanctions right away back in 2014, everything would be different. Putin would not have started this war, and now it's a bit too late. But better late than never.
We can't live under any other country, so we only have the choice between victory or death. I'll go and fight like a samurai. Maybe I'll be killed, but I won't live under Putin. I'll live in a free country.
The reason they chose this exact spot for their work is that in the blue building behind them, there's a bomb shelter. And there has been some shelling, even around here.
France 24 also present in Dnipro in the east of the country. Catherine Norris-Trent, our senior reporter, was at a volunteer center where Ukrainian civilians were rushing to make their contribution to the war effort and stop the Russian advance.
There's a frantic mobilization effort going on here in Dnipro, Ukraine's third city. You can see here in this room hundreds of volunteers rushing to get supplies together and send them to those who are fighting against Russia. So they've got foodstuffs here, medical supplies, clothing, blankets. There are even people in this...
Yo, everybody, take the poll. There's a poll at the top of the chat on Twitch. If you don't see it, all you got to do is refresh the stream, and then once the chat infrastructure reloads on your screen, then you'll see it at the top.
Optimistic. They feel that they can prevent the advance of the Russian army, and they're feeling galvanized and ready to defend their city.
Nonetheless, 150,000 Ukrainians have now fled the country, heading for neighboring nations like Poland and Romania. Refugee agencies say up to 4 million people could leave the country because of the conflict. Edwige Manisa and Leo McGinn have the details.
A line of cars that stretches for several kilometers. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Ukrainians have been fleeing their country en masse. Mostly women and children. The Ukrainian government has banned men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. They must stay and face the Russian army.
We're from the Ivano-Frankivsk region. They bombed the airport right away. I immediately took our documents, our belongings, and ran away.
Their destination, Poland, a border country with a large Ukrainian community. But according to Polish...
Remember, just one more time, just let everybody know, just in case you just got back, we are running a poll at the top of the chat. If Trump was president, would Putin have done this? Would he dare? Or would the same shit happen?
My native country, but because of the invaders, I must leave it as fast as possible.
Elsewhere in Romania, authorities counted an influx of almost 20,000 refugees in 2 days.
Normal traffic is around 20 cars a day. Now we have at least 50 to 60 for each terminal. There are lots of people with luggage, with small children, because on the other side, the situation is desperate.
According to the UN, the war could cause the exodus of 5 million people. A meeting on the migration crisis is scheduled for Sunday between the European Union's interior ministers.
One of Ukraine's other neighbors, Hungary, has extended legal protection to Ukrainians running from the country.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Underground. This is the Ukrainian War Intelligence Update for Saturday, the 26th of February, 2022. So let's get right to it. I don't have too much information coming out of Europe today. I've really been focused on trying to figure out where the front lines are, but there has been some pretty big news with regards to sanctions. The EU has stated that they will be closing European Union airspace to all Russian aircraft. We're still waiting on a bit of clarification on that, because that would mean that more or less the entire continent of Europe's airspace would be closed to Russia. And that would actually be a pretty significant move to counter Russia's actions in Ukraine. But again, Russia would have had to have planned for this and could have guessed that this would happen, so who really knows if this is going to affect Russia that much? Plus, Russia has a lot of trading partners out in the Far East and in the rest of Asia, so really trying to figure out what this is going to mean for Russia and what the actual details are. The European Union has also agreed to cut off some Russian banks from the SWIFT banking system, which I will admit I did not think they would do. But again, we will have to see what banks get cut off with these sanctions, because as with all sanctions, the devil is in the details, and we'll have to actually go through and read the actual documents and not a news story on the documents to see what is actually going to happen to Russia with regards to sanctions. In Russia, Alexander Chulikov was found dead this morning, allegedly taking his own life. I say allegedly because, much like other powerful figures in the world, top-ranking politicians, oligarchs, and important people in Russia do not normally meet their end by natural or their own causes. And Alexander Chulikov was the financial director for the entirety of Gazprom, Russia's biggest energy monopoly, and is the largest natural gas company in the world. Along these same lines, and because I didn't have anywhere to put it, there are rumors of dissension within the top-ranking politicians in Russia. Again, with propaganda flying everywhere from all sides at this point, it's really hard to say what is actually going on, and it is very unlikely that we're going to have any kind of information gathering capability behind closed doors in Russia's top political sphere. However, rumors are running rampant right now that a lot of dissension is breaking out between some of the old guard in Russian political structures and some of Putin's closer friends and associates and things like that. Allegedly, a lot of people were kept in the dark in Russian high society with regards to this Ukraine situation, and they're not too happy about it because, like we're getting ready to talk about in a bit, the invasion is not exactly going as smoothly as one would have hoped, right? It's not a complete and decisive conflict just yet. Russia is having to fight for every inch of terrain they get, for the most part. We'll talk about that again on the fronts, but I just wanted to mention that there are inklings of some dissension going on within Russia's political sphere, much like the rest of Europe, which is completely and utterly disorganized in shambles with regards to the sanctions. Like I mentioned last time, things aren't exactly perfect in Russia either, so I guess we'll have to see what comes of this. We'll be on the lookout for any kind of indicators of squabbling going on, but really I just wanted to point it out because it might be a factor for how this Ukrainian conflict goes in the future. I'm going to skip over the naval updates for today because I don't really have anything constructive to add, and we'll talk about the Black Sea here in just a bit. But moving on to the overall operating picture, intel gaps are many and wide regarding the positions of the front lines at this stage. Russia continues her assault on all fronts, though there has been a measurable decrease in the speed at which forces have been moving. Many Russian units have been scattered on various fronts or are black on logistics like food, water, and ammunition. Much like yesterday, Russia's advance seems to be the most speedy down south along the Crimean front, but this is likely due to the open terrain and lack of significant populated areas to hold up the Russians. In places like urban centers or the more densely populated areas around the country, Russian forces are being observably bogged down by both Ukrainian military actions and civilian efforts to slow their advance. As to whether or not this will be effective enough, time will have to tell on.
So basically, like machine gun grandmas on the porch right now holding off the Russians.
That. Again, we are continuing to see Russian forces being sent into action piecemeal, which, if you step back and look at things from a historical perspective, is almost morbidly ironic considering the historical significance of this exact terrain. It was almost 80 years ago that the German 6th Army was advancing across what is now Ukraine to fight that battle that would decide their fate at Stalingrad, which was renamed as Volgograd after the war. And both belligerents of the current war are echoing some of the same tactics used by both sides during the conflict during World War II. Ukraine is taking the fight to the cities and letting their invader come deeper and deeper into their territory so that she stretches her supply.
What?
Russia is echoing the ghost of Yermenka by not taking advantage of the doctrine of massing her forces, sending relatively smaller units into battle piecemeal when she should and could be sending in massive coordinated waves of troops. Ukraine, on the other hand, is a much smaller and more disadvantaged force, but still somehow is managing to deny the Russians the air, even if it is mostly with shoulder-launched manpads. Russia, seemingly ignorant or dismissive of the importance of air power, has not yet dedicated enough aerial forces for this conflict, and is now beginning to pay the price for it. Russia, also largely relying on speed and rapidly advancing armored columns, have begun to realize that a blitzkrieg might be an effective tactic, but it requires fuel and logistics to make it work. And Putin surrounding himself with yes-men instead of people who know what they are doing might be a pretty big reason for the losses that have been sustained. Taking the initiative to rapidly pierce deep into enemy terrain has been proven to withstand the test of time in the field of warfare, but it does have its downsides. Punching deep into enemy terrain is all fine and dandy until you realize that you have no supplies and you are deep inside enemy terrain. I think that all of these observations are utterly fascinating to those who study history, and though I certainly don't think that this is an exact parallel to the Stalingrad campaign, these observations are plain as day to us here, so I just wanted to point this out to anyone who might also be thinking along the same lines. Both the Ukrainians and the Russians are cherry-picking the best, and sometimes the worst, parts of their own history in order to fight this war. Before we get to each front, let's briefly examine the IFF markers that Russia has been observed to be using, since we're getting a lot of questions about this. For the most part, Russian forces are using alphanumeric letters to identify friend or foe, or IFF. This is extremely common for all militaries to do, and extremely important for Russia because Ukraine has pretty much the same equipment. So having some measure to tell each other apart is important. However, there has been some variation between the IFF markers used. Some units stationed in the east have the letter V on their vehicles, some from Crimea have the letter O, like the forces from Belarus, So just remember that as you see the thousands of videos or pictures that are coming out, there's a little bit of variation between these. On the northeastern front, more or less a united front has emerged, with Russian forces linking up from Chernihiv, Konotop, Sumy, and Kharkiv. I do want to caveat that by saying there's a big uncertainty bubble right there in the middle between Konotop and Chernihiv, because we don't exactly know if this link-up has occurred or not. The troops in Konotop have been experiencing great difficulties just surviving over the past day or so, so we don't really know if this nice flet we have drawn on the slide here is an accurate line, or we don't know if this is a complete line or if this is just pockets of front lines as Russia moves forward. Either way, this has occurred with great difficulty and at great cost to the Russians. Like I mentioned, locals in the vicinity of Konotop are reporting that Russians are scavenging for fuel and supplies. Lots of single tanks and single BTRs are also noticed to be driving around sometimes, instead of in column form. I don't know if this is an isolated event, but it seems like some units in Konotop have.
So as you guys can see here on the map, it looks like our Forte 11 was doing some observational holding patterns here
either way. But it is
over
certain
the
to
Black
say
Sea.
that
That could be some Russian naval hardware movements. That's obvious right there. I mean, look at that, guys. That's obvious surveillance holding pattern right there over some kind of target. That's what we were looking at earlier in the week when I was first watching these drones kind of diverge off of their paths. They would
while an adequate
go and
tool
do like a
for the task of
reconnaissance
invading
circle,
a
kind of
nation
like this.
Ukraine still presents problems when
But
it
yeah,
comes to the
definitely
allocation
a
of
tighter
logistics.
formation than what we
Bringing
see
in
usually
BTGs from
over
all
here.
over
Also
Russia
looks
and
like
having
maybe
them
there
work
was some
together in a non-traditional command
observations going
structure
on
has got
possibly
to be
down
a
there as well.
logistical nightmare. In other words, the Russian army is right now figuring out their logistical limits, and they are figuring it out the hard way.
Yeah, somebody said that
over
pattern to
coming
the right
days,
is
we
over
will
a
see
Russian
how big
oil
of a problem
tanker.
logistics will be for
That's
the
interesting.
Russians. Along the central part of the northeastern front, Sumy has been retaken by Ukrainian forces with the assistance of local citizens who have been helping with the defense of their city. With Kiev being a primary target, Russia appears to have made the decision to break contact with Ukrainian forces in the vicinity of Sumy, or tie up Ukrainian forces so that other armored divisions can maneuver around Sumy and head for Kiev. This is an interesting play for anyone who knows what the word salient means, so if Russia has indeed decided to encircle and bypass Sumy, this could be a significant vulnerability that Ukraine could exploit if they
tweet
try
about that
this
goes to
tactic in
Kiev.
other places. Along the eastern front, not much new information to report.
I can read you guys the
It looks like a
translation.
lot of the
Says,
civilians out east have already started to kind
in the
of
photo,
move
the
away from the area, so information is
world?
going to be kind of spotty, probably from here on out on the eastern front.
What
We do know that an
Okay, so we
amphibious
figured out
landing
what
did
cam
occur
was
in the
playing
vicinity
audio
of
there, guys. We
Maripol, though
got
we
that
don't
taken
know any other details besides that. But this amphibious
So we
landing
had
will be
audio cut out
important
from that
for
camera,
the
and it
rest of the
seems to
southern
have,
front, which we'll talk about now.
opened
Along
up
the
another
southern
video.
front, the
That's what we were
situation
hearing there.
remains much the same, with
But,
Kherson
okay,
still
let's
in
see, is this
Ukrainian
live then?
hands, though there is fighting in the city
this
right
is
now,
live
and the
as
city
well.
might
Okay,
have been
sweet.
lost over the past few hours. It's hard to tell. There are also reports of Russian
Okay,
troops
no, that is
fighting in
down.
Kyiv right now, just to the
So
north
that one
of
is
Kherson,
down. If
but
anybody has
again,
another
it's
Kiev,
really uncertain,
a maiden square cam to send
and the
over.
front line is very fluid in this area,
Now
so
would
we'll
be
have to
the
wait and
time.
see what the line
Looks
actually
like
turns
that
out
one
to
did
be.
drop out. That one is definitely, not dependable. Sorry, I was reading about the ghost here. Ukrainian president has said in the photo, the MiG-29 pilot, same as the ghost of Kiev, causes terror in the enemies and pride in the Ukrainians. He has 6 victories over Russian pilots, with such powerful defenders. Ukraine will definitely win. Well, we sure hope so, or we sure hope the Ukrainians can at least defend their territory. Thank you, Lamp, for the Maidan Square cam. We'll check it out here quick. Street lighting corresponds with main square cam, so that would confirm the other angle is legit. Roger that. Let's get that up on screen here. Sorry guys, got to turn down that audio there. So this is a feed we have coming from a German news agency, which I will just put up on screen here. This is a alternative angle for the square cam. In fact, what I can do, if somebody maybe wants to track me down, we might be able to find the raw feed of that cam, possibly. If somebody can find that for me, we'll get that up on screen. Here's another possible cam that we can use for that.
get that off there. Go back to our flight radar. Take a look at this here. Okay, so here's that quad cam we were using earlier. Yeah, that's not going to work. We need a, we really need just a good, okay, here we go. This one might, this one might be usable. Let's get this up on screen. Okay, no, this is recorded. That's not live, so that's not going to work, guys. We need live cams only. Yeah, the one from those Asian news agencies, I don't think those are going to work either because those usually divert onto other things pretty often. Somebody said 6 a.m. bell just rang on that stream. Okay, well, I guess we'll take a look at it anyway, just to see if maybe it does have a nice view. Okay, so this is Maidan Square. If somebody could find me a raw feed, of this one, we could put that up on screen for you guys. I know there is a raw feed of that cam that exists somewhere. Yeah, somebody's Tom Luno said this one is live. Bell just rang, so that's another person that has confirmed that. Tried unsuccessfully to find the raw feed, says Kurt. Yeah, if you guys can source raw feeds, that'd be better, of course, for the stream here. We do have now 2 streams of audio coming into you guys from Kiev. The Dulon says the Western Loop, the westernmost loop held by Forte 11 is in the area where Putin's yacht Graceful was supposedly headed, according to Vessel Finder. Yeah, that does look. Sorry, that does look like that might be consistent. So this is the GPS data we got the other day from the marine tracker of Graceful, Putin's yacht. You can see it here off the coast here, near Sehikiva. And it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. So if you guys look here on the Forte 11 map, these this formation here, these kind of bays here, are these bays here. So this is the same area. If you look here, kind of like it looks like a claw or something, you know, going into the land. Same thing there. So yeah, that could be a coincidence. It could be related. Thank you for that information, Dulon. He says the transponder location of Putin's yacht has disappeared from Vessel Finder as of the early hours of this morning. Possibly just a coincidence, but many countries use civilian-style yachts for intelligence gathering operations. Roger that, Dulon. Thank you for that useful information. So yeah, we have this feed coming in here of the Kiev Square. Our top feeds look a little bit brighter. This feed here definitely looks a little bit brighter. If somebody maybe wants to confirm that is still live. In fact, we have 2 of them up. Actually, it looks like, okay, so it looks like this is being used on the quad cam as well. This leads me to believe that it's just the fact that this camera here has the exposure ramped up. The timestamp seems current. 6:03, current time 6:03. It could be that the exposure is just ramped up, guys, so keep that in mind. If somebody maybe has some updated intelligence on that, we can make that more clear. Still keeping an eye on this camera here. Not exactly too sure about the specifics on that. Thank you for that information, guys. Here is the Fox feed. I guess if we can throw that up somewhere too, if it has a good feed still. So yeah, that is the same feed that they're using. Down here. What we'll do is we will keep the audio from the other one because the audio seems to be pretty nice from the other one. But we'll just pop this right over top here in case that feed goes down. So you can see it is getting light out, guys. The exposure on this one is really down. This is using IR, and this one here is just the exposure is probably ramped up. Maybe if we want to replace these 2 top cams, if somebody has any better feeds of that, we can get those on screen. Yeah, we need to find the CNN hot mic if we can locate that. That would be That'd be pretty useful. To everybody that's tuning in right now, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to share the stream so we can get some more eyes in on the situation here in Ukraine. And make sure to hit that subscribe button, guys. It's the best way to get notifications in the event if the stream goes down. It's also the best way to support the channel. Where's the tank with the Soviet flag? If somebody maybe wants to just PM me that, we can show that from last night. CNN Hot Mic was taken down and they moved to the bunker. I was watching at the time. Thank you, Tom Luno, for that update on the CNN Hot Mic team. Too bad we don't have them. So this is some unconfirmed reporting here, guys, but this is definitely a pretty interesting story. Apparently, the Japanese ambassador to Ukraine stayed in Kiev. His great-grandfather's samurai sword and traditional armor was delivered to him from Tokyo, Japan. In a Facebook post, he declared that the samurai must protect the country in which he is. Glory to Japan and Ukraine. Not sure as to the validity or if this can be confirmed or not, but that is an interesting story. If that is true, that'd be pretty inspiring. Kurt, thank you for sending me that. Yeah, we already have those feeds. I got those feeds on screen here. Thank you for that feed. Yep, we got that one. So yeah, somebody saying here a nuclear disposal site got hit, radiation monitoring down. Yeah, we're still kind of keeping tabs on that situation. Kremlin says TOS can, the thermal barracks we were talking about earlier can fire 30 rounds over 15 seconds. Each missile has around a 300-meter explosion radius, or about 1,000 feet. One unit can level an entire block. Pretty interesting stats there on that TOS thermal barrack system. Definitely a pretty, concerning development. Here's an image of the Russian-Soviet vans we were seeing in that column the other day. As you can see here, the Z indicating that they are indeed Russian troop movements. You can also see what looks to be some Russian servicemen inside the van there. Thank you for that. Tennessee supports Ukraine. Much appreciated for that lighthearted piece of data. Sir George, thank you for the yacht video. I don't think we'll look at that now, but thank you for that. I
think we just witnessed some bombs hitting Lviv.
Here's some data on Hostomel Airport. Not sure exactly. This could be, I don't know exactly what this is supposed to mean. Maybe if that's, maybe areas where conflict is going on in and around the airport. Young News, so thank you for that. NASA pictures of Russian-occupied Anatov International Airport. Okay, yep, we have that live copy of your bottom left cam. You can see daylight starting to poke through. Yes, that's the cam we have on screen right now for you. Yeah, somebody's saying the ghost of Kiev has been debunked. Yeah, I personally refuse to believe that. And I believe that it is better if we, continue to believe in the ghost of Kiev for the sake of the Ukrainians. Here's the Soviet tank. Thank you for sending that to me, guys. Some people had been interested in seeing that. So in the column of Russian hardware we were seeing the other night that ended up being reported by mainstream news, the one where the cameras got taken down, we saw this Soviet tank some people are saying, in fact, a bunch of people just told me people debunking it is based on nothing. Yeah, I prefer to believe in the ghost of Ukraine rather than not believe. And I believe that's one piece of propaganda that we should leave and let be. There are reports that, I believe this is the leader of the Chechens. Yeah, not sure what that's about. The Chechen general. People were talking about that earlier. 6:46 a.m. is sunrise in Kiev. Thank you very much, KFC, for that almanac report. So we are seeing the rising of the sun shining here over Kiev as expected. Once again, guys, keep in mind that the exposures on these 3 cameras are different. These are all live and current in Kiev. This one's on IR. Not too sure about this camera here, top right, guys. If anybody maybe can get me some geolocation data on that camera, that would be useful, and we can get that out to you people. So here's another video of those thermobaric systems being spotted today in Ukraine. We saw a video of this earlier. Keep in mind this could be unconfirmed footage, guys, but we're taking a look at it. So here seems to be some kind of APC. And in a second here, you should see those thermobaric systems here. There's our TOS-1 with the indicative Russian Zs that we have on all of the equipment now. So that looks pretty consistent with the other reports we have had of these systems moving in into Ukraine. Yeah, so I think we will probably see some developments out of that. In the coming hours and days. So we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. Somebody said, here's the CNN live feed. Yeah, if we feel the need to put that up, we'll put that up later. Yeah, I believe Mercury, we already have this cam up on screen, or at least the audio. Or actually, well, let me take a look. Yeah, so that's not going to work at all. That's that German feed. Too much chatter going on in that German feed. Plus, they keep moving the cam. They keep going to cut into other shots. Integra. People ask if you can make the cooldown go back from 1 minute to 5 minutes. No, if we do that, the chat will just get totally out of control. We're trying to keep things civil and under control in the Discord chat. So that's why we have that slow mode initiated the way it is. I would only expect that that's probably going to stay that way as we get more of an influx of new users in. So just keep that in mind. But it might change in the future. So yeah, I've seen the live stream you guys sent me of the guy who got caught by Ukrainian troops violating the curfew. I don't know if we're going to show that or not. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show that, guys, just because it's long, and maybe if somebody could get me a clip of some of the important stuff that came out of that, we could then take a look at that. Yeah, again, we have that feed. All right, so it looks like we do have all consistent feeds here up for Kiev. Salty Dude says, you think one of these live cams is going to capture actual gunfighting at some point? We have captured fighting occurring on these cams, so just keep that in mind. There has been, we have seen quite a bit of exchanges of fire across these cams. Mostly, though, it's been stuff off in the distance. We haven't seen any direct, confrontations between foot soldiers on these cameras yet. However, we've seen plenty of footage, and we've definitely seen our fair share of explosions and bombardment occur on these cameras here. But so yeah, ongoing DDoS attacks occurring right now. There's definitely a heightened level of cyber warfare traffic occurring right now. Can I have that vessel finder, somebody says? Yes, if you look into the description below the YouTube live stream, I believe I have the vessel finder there. If you guys want to take a look at that. Some Ukrainian people, some Ukrainian supporters on the Discord asking me to play the anthem. Yeah, if I take a break at some point, we'll play the national anthem. Some people, whenever I play the Ukrainian national anthem, we get like half the chat thinking it's some kind of Russian war music, but it's not. It's the Ukrainian national anthem. Don't get me wrong, we have played our fair share of Soviet and Russian tracks on the stream. That is in no way in direct support of Russia. We were just adding some public domain background music from from Russia's history, from Ukrainian history. We kind of had a mix of that going the other day. But yeah, when we play the Ukrainian national anthem, I try to make it known in the chat that that's exactly what we're playing, so people don't get confused about that. Because a lot of people have never really heard of the Ukrainian national anthem. I believe we have the Oblinsky cam up, Maxi. Let me check real quick, and if not, I can get that up for us. But I think I have that cam up. Maybe not. Okay, hold on. I'll get that Oblinsky district cam up. That might have some useful stuff. So there's our chimes, guys, right on time on the 15-minute mark. So that proves that our audio is consistent out of Kiev across all channels that we have coming in for you now, because I just heard that chime across like 4 different channels. So he said, did you ever talk about the T-14 armadas? I don't think we got into that. Maybe we'll cover those at some point. Hold on, I'm checking out this Blonsky district camera. We'll put this up on screen as well. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'll take this camera here, and we'll put this like this. Stretch that over to here, and we'll put that like right here, and then I'm going to take our Blinsky district camera, and I'll put that. Can somebody get me a verified could somebody geolocate this camera here? I really would like to get some details on the location, direction that camera here is pointing in, because I'm not too sure as to the validity of that camera, guys. So I want to get some confirmation and some concrete information on that camera for you guys there. Okay, so we have this. This is the German feed in the background. I think what I'll do is I'm going to shrink down some of these cams, and we'll put them in different parts of the screen, just in case we see anything on some of them. So that's our Oblonsky district camera. This camera here, I'm gonna put that back on over here. We'll still have the audio from it though. Let's keep the audio going. Yeah, so we still have the audio going from that camera. I just want to keep that out of the way. So we have this better made in square camera here. I'm going to keep that up and operational. And then we have our Oblinsky cam right there in the center now, so that should work. Somebody said, I believe that cam was facing east yesterday. Okay, thank you for that information. We'll try to get some more geolocation data on that so that we can confirm that that's where that camera is in fact pointed towards. Yeah, so as for Flight Tracker, yeah, I will switch over to something maybe of more usefulness. For cameras, we'll post cameras and stuff too at some point, maybe in that area of the screen, if something starts to go on in Kiev. Maxi, yeah, we do have that one in the background as well, running, I believe, but I will verify that here in a second. That's the Demansky district one. Is that how you spell that? Or Darnitsky district cam. I believe we might have had that one up. Yeah, okay, so I have that one up now in another tab. And if you see anything on that Darnitsky cam, I'll put that on screen. It looks like the camera on our up in our right has been tilted. We'll see if maybe that comes back. If not, I'll replace it with one of the other cams you guys just popped.
Funny thing is, I'm sitting here in our group of Intel analysts, right? And I'm sitting over here like, if you listen to Alex Jones, we already know why Russia's invading. They're taking out all the freaking bioweapon labs they used to attack us with.
Thank you, Alicia,
19
for that
shot.
camera. I believe we also have that one up now, but
19.
I will. I'll double check.
He's
that.
liberating Ukraine, not invading.
Yeah, I'm seeing more reporting about the Chechen general. Leader of the Chechen Republic says
I got
he
other things I want
and
to
his
say,
forces
but
want
I
out
don't want to
of
get in trouble,
Putin's
so I'll just
war.
keep my opinions to myself.
That's an interesting development. If that is indeed true. Take a look at that other camera here. See if that one is indeed better than the one we got going on. Okay, so this one actually does look better than our Fox feed cam. So yeah, we'll put that up. Thank you for that, Alicia, for sending that over to us. If somebody wants to get some verification of the timestamp on this, I believe we had this one up on screen earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, again, thank you for that. Here's that camera. I'll just kind of get that situated here. There we go. That looks better. Alrighty, yeah, so the exposure is a little bit better on that angle there, so that's good. Somebody said, can we get this man a nicely made overlay for his stream? Yeah, I have some for my previous streams that I've done in the past. I've been looking to retrofit those to kind of get a more desirable layout here, guys, and I will definitely be doing that over the coming hours and days here. Just haven't got quite to that yet. Some people saying it's quiet. Yes, it's very quiet now in Kiev. I'm trying to keep the audio in sync here across all these channels, you guys, so bear with me if some of the audio gets a little bit wacky. Just making sure that all these cameras are consistent and live. Somebody's saying more than 2,700 protesters were arrested across Russia today. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of people that are standing up to this. All right, let me get this. Hold on, guys. Let me get the live UA map situated here. I want to just take a look in and around Kiev. See what's going on. Google says it has been banned, or has banned state-funded Russian media from running ads on its services. That's not surprising. 18 minutes ago, Rivne and Odessa airstrike sirens are going off now, so maybe we might take a look in on what's going there. In Odessa, we have heard a lot of information coming out of Odessa, so we might have to look into that. I'm just kind of scrolling through some of these reports here on live UA map from the past 10 hours or so. I guess we'll scroll to the top here and look at some of the latest coming out of the area. Yeah, fires at Hostomel. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Spotted by NASA's satellite. So what we were looking at earlier on that image was images of fires near the airport. We can hear the crows in the background. Fallen Ray says, "Lol, if Russian tanks are running out of gas quick, imagine what the new tanks need with the turbo engines or whatever they have these days." Yeah, I mean, actually, it might surprise you to find out that it could be that some of those newer tanks might be more fuel efficient. However, again, I'm not an expert on Russian military hardware or any military hardware for that matter. Okay, so I'm going to put that Uplinsky cam up because, or sorry, the Darnitsky cam because this cam here is just not doing it for us. So we're going to get that other cam up here. Wow, the crows are really active this morning in Kiev. Kind of an ominous sound coming out of the Maiden Square cams with all those ravens cawing away. So we currently have 1, 2, and then I have a third angle of the Maiden Square cam. Looks like everything is consistent here across timestamps. Yep, everything is looking good there. So we'll keep an eye. Let's check the Oblinsky cam. Also current. So we currently have all current Kiev cams on screen. I think somebody asked what happened to the camera I had on Sophia Square day one. I believe that was on BalticLiveCams.com. I don't think that cam is up anymore. But if somebody could check, we might still have that Sophia Square cam. Somebody said it took the USA over 45 days to capture Iraq. They lost thousands of soldiers. By the way, crows taught humans how to bury the dead by their action of doing it. Interesting. Yeah, so for anybody that doesn't know, the audio is coming out of Kiev. We have multiple channels of audio coming out of the square right now, or in and around the square. Yeah, we know that's Sophia Square bottom left, but we had a different angle of that. It was like closer to the ground. This stuff you guys are sending me up on screen, don't worry, I will at some point. We're putting stuff up here in other tabs, and I'll definitely get to everybody at some point. So we got somebody in the Discord, Syncor. He's currently monitoring some other CCTV cameras, and he caught these Russian movements on a CCTV camera earlier. On the Mosier traffic cam, he said he caught these movements. Thank you for that, Syncor. Keep up the good work. Yep, so there's official reports coming out now of the oil strike, and there was a pipeline in Kyiv that was hit as well, in the oil terminal in Vasilkiv. I can't really pronounce that, but that's definitely interesting developments. They are really starting to ramp up the targeting of that energy infrastructure, which we have been talking about. So here's an interesting article from Ukraine War Report. We'll take a look at this. World's eyes are on Putin. Meanwhile, Putin sends equipment to Brest, Belarus, 10 kilometers away from the border with Poland. Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing you're seeing with NATO forces, though, guys. They're trying to ramp up. I mean, the NATO forces are doing the same things. They're sending troops in and around those Baltic states as we speak, and we could only expect the Russians to do that too as tensions get heightened. It could be a sign of something more sinister, but only time will tell. Aqua, you sent me that camera. We believe, so we have geolocated that cam, at least if it's the same one that's in the thumbnail. That is near Lviv and not near Kiev, if I'm not mistaken. So another story here, however unconfirmed. There's those bells again, right on the half hour, so that's good. We know that the camera audio is still consistent coming out of Kiev. Okay, so another story here, however unconfirmed, talks about a what they're calling the Ukrainian Reaper. Volodymyr, basically, he a sniper who has so far 20 kills. So that's another interesting, inspiring story coming out of the Ukrainian side of things. Very similar to what we heard about the Ghost of Kiev. Here's an interesting piece of information from foreignpolicy.com. Thank you, young Nosa, for sending this over. He says a constitutional referendum in Belarus this weekend is set to allow Russia to house nuclear weapons on the Belarusian soil, fueling concerns across Europe that Minsk is moving further into Moscow's shadow as war continues in neighboring Ukraine. So that could be related to the development of Putin shipping troops and hardware to that region. That could be possibly related to the ongoing escalation of tensions. Some other people ask me why the Russians have the Zs in the vehicle. We've been talking about this all week. Basically, it's unit identification markers. It helps Russian aircraft identify friendly Russian units on the ground. And there's a couple other reasons for it, but that's basically the gist of that. With that, guys, I'm going to take another 5-minute break here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to continue covering some of the developments over the past few hours. Currently over, I believe this is Romania, actually. We currently have a United States Stratotanker. I believe we also have one currently over Poland, ready to refuel if need be. Hold on, that's that one, number 2. Let's check out this one. I believe this one is in Poland. Yep, or no, actually it's now over, well, it seems to be Hungary, en route, probably down to
Chat, it sounds like we're going to have some active stuff happen here. Sounds like it's getting active now. We got sirens going off. We hear gunshots right now.
If the Russians are,
it's the
Russians are making movements, you'll see
apartment building area, middle camera, bottom, right next to the flag.
Or I mean, at least
you
they,
have
they'll
sounds
increase,
of gunfire and
readiness
sirens.
level, and you'll see that by having increased numbers of these surveillance aircraft and fuel
Our logistics
tankers
team is
in
working.
the air, in and around Ukrainian airspace, as we've seen over the past weeks or so. The other night when Kiev was first starting to be hit, what we saw 3 RC 135s, or sorry, 175s, I believe. You can tell when it's going to be a busy night with the Russians. It's usually a busy night with the air presence as well in the region. But with that said, guys, I'll be back here in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here shortly to continue the news.
Never mind. We got confirmation this is on a loop. Never mind. It's a loop. It's a loop.
To everybody over on the Discord that has posted pictures of your guys' battle stations with the stream up on it, that's awesome, you guys. That's really cool. It's really cool seeing everybody's setups from all around the world. And, seeing everybody tune into the stream and seeing those pictures of your guys' battle stations is really cool. So awesome. Thank you guys for that. Those are really cool.
Towns of Kharkiv and Sumy. Russia has been conducting strikes on the outskirts of Kharkiv all day and night. In fact, I have a clip here to show you the kinds of strikes that have been occurring in Kharkiv. We haven't been able to 100% verify this specific clip, so take it with a grain of salt as always. This is really just to show everyone what a strike from a multiple launch rocket system, or MLRS, looks like. Again, with misinformation running rampant right now, we couldn't 100% verify that this is Kharkiv, right? But even if it isn't, this is exactly what the strikes on Kharkiv have looked like for hours now. To the northwest of Kharkiv, in the village of Sumy, locals are reporting that much of the city has been encircled by Russian forces. We've seen Russian armor within the city pretty much all day, and that large Russian armored columns are now bypassing the city and heading to Kiev. Along the
being
Eastern
the
Front,
major
we have
source of
witnessed
information.
intense fighting, with Mariupol being the major source of information, as it is a decently large city with a civilian population, which have been reporting on the shelling that has been occurring since the invasion began. Shelling which has been intense. We don't have
So some of you saying that you might have heard some sniper fire. I did also hear some, what sounded to be some kind of small arms fire off in the distance. Could have been possibly some sniper shots. Yeah, very eerily quiet sounds we're getting from. Oh, hey, there's some action on the Kiev cam top left. Looks like an ambulance en route to respond to something. Have to keep an eye on that. So, some report out of Reddit, an update to those Ukrainians who told the Russian warship to go fuck yourself. Apparently, they may still be alive. So that's an interesting development, however unconfirmed. Again, to everybody that just decided just now to flood the battle stations thread with all of your guys' battle stations with the stream on them, that's awesome, guys. I love seeing those. That's pretty crazy, seeing everybody tuning in like that. That's great. In fact, you guys got a lot of crazy setups here. I really like it. The one guy with the backlit pegboard. Nice to see other people backlight their pegboard. It's pretty cool. Yeah, nice guys. So we're gonna start going through the next few rounds of updates here. We've got a bunch of information coming out over the past hour or two here, so we'll kind of go through some of the most recent updates. If you guys have anything you want to send over, feel free to do that now. Try to keep to developments over the past few hours. Some people asked me to check those Marco Rubio tweets. I don't see the validity in checking Marco Rubio tweets, but I guess, guys, yeah, we'll take a look at that at some point. Wow. Some people here really they got some serious setups going on here. One of these guys has my stream up on what seems to be like an 80-inch television. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Thank you guys so much for that. Nice to see all of you are tuning in tonight and this morning if you're in Europe. Again, I believe we have, yeah, we do have that feed, Tom, up on screen here. It's right over in the left side here. I just have it kind of shrunk down a bit. But yeah, that is another live feed of the square, so we do have that backup feed. Oh yeah, thank you for that, Tom. Yeah, so that is right. This top cam here is Luhansk. I had another cam up, and I don't know what happened to that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put this one down here, and we're gonna put the Oblonsky district in Kiev back up here on screen. Yeah, and we'll get rid of this multicam. We don't need that anymore. Get that out of there. All right, we'll put this camera here. And then now we should have, yeah, so you guys could see that camera here coming from the German feed, the other angle of the square. So if we need to switch to that, we can do that. Somebody said I had you on my 80-inch television. I wonder what the stream looks like on that. I have the stream monitor up on a 43-inch, but on an 88-inch, that's a whole nother level, whole nother ball game. Mark Rubio is on the intelligence committee, you know, for the biggest, most funded military in the world. That's kind of why we're... Well, yeah, but I don't really like to depend on tweets. Instead, we like to depend on, you know, official press releases, at least. But yeah, I mean, we're willing to take a look at it. Send it over. Send me over the tweets, guys. Get them to me now. But I continue to see people, you know, saying, check out Mark Rubio, but they don't send me like a source link or anything. Give me a source link. Let's see what they have to say. Yeah, I'm willing to take a look at it for sure. Check out Elon Musk's Twitter. He's setting up internet satellites. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier tonight. We were looking at the tweets. Elon Musk is setting up Starlink over Ukraine, and they are diverting the equipment to the country. I don't know how they're going to get the actual kits into the country, maybe over the Polish border, but those will definitely help a lot. All right, let's take a look at this. Zabby, thank you for sending this over. Verified ground reporters, he says. Yeah, we have seen a lot of videos coming from games like Arma 3. In fact, I've had to... when you guys send me videos now, I've been like putting them up in another window, and I try to vet as many of them as I can. And you wouldn't believe the amount of Arma 3 videos people are trying to pass off on stream here. I've played my fair share of Arma to tell the difference. It's amazing how far video game graphics have come, though, where we can try to pass off video game graphics as real war footage. It's definitely interesting. Here is another map. So this is current troop position. I believe this is from the British Defense Intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. If somebody would, this looks like the British Ministry of Defense right here, if I'm not mistaken. If somebody wants to confirm that for me or not, that would be convenient. Yeah, guys, keep in mind, you know, there is a lot of disinformation in the live chats. We're trying to do it as much as we can to mitigate that situation. But keep in mind, guys, you know, there's a lot of effort to discredit what's happening on these CCTV cameras. There's a lot of effort to discredit what you're seeing in the news by both sides, honestly. But, I mean, especially we're seeing a lot of it coming from the Russian side of things. So just keep that in mind, guys, and everything we show you is unconfirmed. If something is 100% concrete, we'll let it be known. But until that point, just take everything with a grain of salt, okay? Everything that you see, we're in the middle of a war. This is the fog of war we are experiencing, okay? We are unable to see, what's truly going on. The waters have been muddied over the past 72 hours of this conflict unfolding, of really heating up. It's been unfolding much longer than that, but it's definitely heated up over the past 72 hours. Yeah, so that bottom left camera does have a pretty intense exposure right now. For those of you that keep saying, "Oh, I can change that in OBS," I can't, because that's not how we're bringing these feeds into you. If they were being brought in through like a display capture, we could do that. But I can't do that without changing the gamma and settings for the entire collection of cameras, unfortunately. I will be redoing my setup, and we'll be getting that stream layout figured out here in the next couple days, and we'll have that all mitigated. So here, let's take a look at this map really quick, because I think this information could be quite useful. We looked at some of these maps earlier, but they're coming down kind of from the north westerly direction, straight from the north, and then also out of the east to surround Kiev. You also have advancing forces through the Donbass, from the eastern portions of Russia here, and out of the south. Plus, after bombardment in Odessa, there's a possibility that the Russian naval fleet will launch an amphibious assault there, and from the Sea of Azov here on Mariupol. And so I believe that's why Forte 11 has been doing those holding patterns, surveillance holding patterns that we were seeing earlier, here and here. It's probably to inspect Russian naval movements, but some other people had speculated that it could be that here, over towards the west, they were taking an eye on Russia's super yacht, which has been spotted in the Black Sea. It could also have to do with some tanker ships that are in the area there, but we're going to keep an eye on that situation as it develops. Somebody says replace bottom left with Foxcam. I believe this is the Foxcam, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me find out. I want to make sure that I got everything here. Oh, actually, that's not the Foxcam. You're right. Sorry about that. I'll swap them out because yeah, that one's not as exposed. So yeah, we'll definitely get the one that's looking better in there. Thank you for that tip, whoever that was that sent that. I didn't see your name, but thank you for that. Shout out to you. Get this over just like that. That'll work. Actually, like right there. That'll work. Okay. All right, good. Now we can see that much clearer. So yeah, guys, that map. Some interesting data on that. Let's go back over to here. Russian planes flying towards Belarus from J-Hout 5 minutes ago. We've been seeing them move troops and forces over the past 24 to 48 hours. That's not surprising to see a continuing of that pattern of movement from Russia. Yeah, so some other graphic images coming out of Ukraine. As things start to heat up, we do have to kind of be discretionary in some of the more graphic things that we show to you guys, of course, right? With that said, I'm trying to bring you guys as much of what's going on as possible. However, I do ask, if things are extremely graphic, just don't even bother sending them over, because I'll probably not get up on screen. There has been some, fine lines in that regard that we've been crossing, but we're trying to keep things as civil and as PG as war can be. So keep that in mind. But we do try to bring you guys everything so you get the full scope of the story. Definitely more so than you're going to get from any mainstream media outlet. Feed is live and current with air raid sirens. Yeah, but that oil fire, I'm pretty sure this channel has been broadcasting loops So I think this probably isn't a dependable camera from this channel. Yeah, this is also looped footage. I don't believe that's real footage, Kurt. That channel has definitely been broadcasting some suspicious feeds that have been reported to be old footage. As they were earlier with the oil depot fire, they were broadcasting looped footage of the oil depot fire, so I would take anything from that channel with a grain of salt. A Russian T-72B fell down from the bridge somewhere in Ukraine. There's a video with some Russian hard base there, so if you hear drums. I guess I can show you guys that real quick. I've seen a lot of these clips here over the past 24 to 48 hours. And I've told you guys, like, this, could have to do with, as I said earlier, lack of training, the personnel and their outdated equipment that they're using in this initial push into Ukraine. We've talked about what that's all about. I'm not going to get into that again, but one thing I want to, make sure is, everybody knows is that stuff like this happens in war, especially in invasions. Invasions are extremely chaotic events, and you can expect a great deal of tanks to get stuck in the mud or stranded on highways with no gas. That's just a part of war. Units getting stranded in places and vehicles breaking down and stuff. But I think it also might have to do with their outdated hardware. That is, all the Soviet hardware we've been seeing moving in, and like this older stuff that they've brought out to kind of move in and soak up the initial Ukrainian defense. But it also has to do, I think, with lack of training. But again, it's just, it's a part of war. Tanks are going to get stuck in ditches, and the first wave was a disaster, said somebody. Yeah, we've been talking about why that is and what that's all about, and we believe it's a kind of, just an effort by Russia to kind of soak up that, those initial anti-tank and anti-aircraft defenses, and they're going to send in a more capable wave in the coming days or hours. Could be wrong. I hope that, for sure the Ukrainians have, been putting up a hell of a fight, and I hope that that's what we're seeing here. It's just the Ukrainians have really been just, kicking their asses, and, they're definitely outnumbered. They're outmanned, outnumbered, and outgunned, all right? And everybody likes an underdog, okay? So I think we can all agree that the Ukrainians have definitely been putting up a fight. The Russians, though, they have also been putting up a hell of a fight. They're right up on Kiev now. So it's only a matter of time before we really see if they're gonna be able to move in on the city, or if that's gonna falter. If the Ukrainians' defense is gonna hold through. We hope that that is the case, at least for the Ukrainian people that are still in the city. I'm not sure if you can locate the could be proof that he's in the war zone. Some people tell me that it's possible that Zelensky is still in and around Kiev, and that he is currently mobile in and around the active war zone. So that's some interesting information. Somebody's saying they want to break the Kiev Sea Dam. I'm not exactly sure what that's about, but if somebody could give me some more information on that, hold on. I'll take a look at the video. I'll take a look at the video, and then I'll tell you what I think about it, and we'll put it up on the screen.
Terminal. Huge flames have been lighted.
It just seems to be it's a live chat that came through. So the guy is speaking Ukrainian. If somebody wants to give me some more information on that, Jonah, thank you for sending that video over. But if you want to give me some more concrete information on that, something that I can put up on screen without having to show that whole live segment from that Ukrainian, which we would need to translate anyway, that would be useful. But yeah, so maybe some information there that they're looking to maybe sabotage a dam near Kiev. We'll see what that comes to. So somebody's saying here, so this is a tweet. I'm not sure if this is true or not, but something about the financial director from Gazprom, the largest publicly listed natural gas company in the world and the largest company in Russia by revenue, has been found dead by suicide in St. Petersburg. Not sure what that's all about, but that could be a. I'm not sure if that's related to what's going on, or if this can even be confirmed. But if we can get some more concrete information on that, that would also be an interesting development, because that could have some deeper consequences, I think. Kiev Square camera is too small. If you could resize it better, yeah. So that Square cam is a German news feed, as you can see here. We're just trying to really focus in on here. If somebody could find me a camera of this, if someone could find me an exact angle of the square from this position, we could put that up on screen bigger for you guys. We also have this feed of the square, of course. We're really interested most in skyline shots, because that's where we can see evidence of aircraft, bombardment, and stuff like that. Some of these street cams are useful, though, for looking for troop movements, of course, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. So yeah, looking like Forte 11 is heading back on its return to home flight path there. Let me see here. What's our top flights? So our top flights are those tankers right now that are holding tight over the NATO airspace in Romania. We'll keep an eye on those on the flight radar, of course. So here's an interesting tweet here from the Kiev Independent, verified source on Twitter, but however, unconfirmed reporting, you guys. Let's just keep that in mind. Column of Russian special forces defeated near Hostomel, so that's that airport they were talking about, which is consistent with other reports we've heard of them being repelled from the airport. So yeah, some more stuff about the Chechens here. Yeah, so that must have been those Chechens that we were talking about earlier. It could have been a unit of them. According to Channel 24 sources, Ukrainian military blew up an echelon of 56 tanks that included General, that Chechen general, which we heard he was still alive, though. So that's interesting. I heard a report that he was possibly still alive, however unconfirmed, so we'll keep that in mind. Wow, again, I'm just, sorry guys, for a second I got distracted here. I'm scrolling through the hundreds of pictures you guys have just sent me of your battle stations with the streams up on your guys' televisions and monitors. People have them on huge, like, projectors. There's people that have them on 75 and 80, up to 80-inch televisions. All sorts of people showing off their battle stations and showing your guys' support for the stream. That's awesome. Wow, I'm just I'm blown away by your guys' images here. I'm seeing. I believe this is somebody's. Is that a backup power rack? Yeah, it looks like and what seems to be networking as well. Very interesting. I see somebody with some wooden server rack equipment. Nice to see somebody's rocking some good old-fashioned wooden server rack equipment. Looks pretty cool. Wow, these images you guys are sending me, that's awesome. Thanks again for all of those. Hundreds of people just flooded our battle station channel with plenty of awesome images there. Thank you so much for that, guys. For those of you that are asking, you can find those images on our Discord server. You can find a link to the Discord server in the description below below the stream on YouTube. Yep. Somebody here that sent me a video. They're watching my stream, I think, in a VR headset while racing. Pretty cool. Yeah, again, thank you for everybody that's tuning in tonight. I'm just going through. I'm getting another round of updates here ready for you guys, and then we will continue to bring you guys some of the updates here coming out of Kiev. So I'm expecting, as the sun rises here over Kiev, guys, I expect us within the next probably 30 minutes to an hour. That's just speculation to hear a round of air raid sirens. They have been consistently sounding air raid sirens, not just to impending threats, but to keep the people of Kiev on heightened alert for incoming airstrikes. And so they do periodically sound, but it's hard to tell if they're doing that. We've heard reports that they were doing that, just consistently, like on the hour, a few days ago. But then we've heard other reports that they are doing that every time, but they, see indications that Russia could be sending incoming airstrikes in the direction of Kiev. So it's kind of hard to tell because we have seen the sirens sound, but then no activity. So we'll have to, test during a wartime. Somebody says they imagine, yeah. So yeah, it's not only I think to test the equipment, but I think it's also just to keep people in a heightened alert, because at any second they could be bombarded from what is 3 directions of in-placed Russian troops. They're currently on the west side of Kiev, the north side of Kiev, and the east side of Kiev. And I believe there even is some Russian presence even on the southern outskirts of Kiev at this time, most likely. So they're basically encircled, and they could be hit by thermobarics, grad, artillery, ballistic missile, and there's always the possibility of enemy aircraft as well that we got to keep an eye out for. Somebody said they could hear music on the stream, but there shouldn't be any music playing right now. That channel, we have everything muted as for our tunes. But if you guys can hear music, please let me know. Shouldn't be hearing any music coming through right now, unless it's coming from one of our camera streams. Possibly, you could also be hearing music coming from Kiev, from the audio. Somebody said they heard it too. Could be music. Yeah, there could be music coming from Kiev, car audio. Somebody said they should do what the Afghans did and get tons of Stingers from the USA. I'm pretty sure they have been supplied some Stinger missile systems, if I'm not mistaken, as well as the Javelins. Elfnet said, those racks are mine in the Discord. They are radio communications equipment and WAN internet access repeaters. Also a HF log and decoding PC. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. That's awesome. Pretty interesting. And also good rack design. I like that. Bellingcat says Putin ordered his generals to take Kiev before Monday. Yeah, we have also heard that as well. Unconfirmed reporting, though. I don't believe there's been anything like that reported by the mainstream outlets yet. But if there is, we'll put that up on screen for you guys. Somebody said Kiev looking like a ghost town. Yes, definitely is looking like a ghost town this morning. Very eerily quiet, especially with the sounds of the birds in the background. Definitely built an atmosphere, very concerning atmosphere in Kiev this morning. Somebody says before Monday makes sense as they've been cut off from SWIFT and need to move before the market opens Monday morning. Yeah, that could be. They're trying to hurry this up and get this done with so that we can move on. So that the Russians at least can move on. But I don't think that's going to be possible for them at all, especially with a ensuing insurgency in the coming days and weeks after. That's going to definitely put a wrench in some things for the Russians, I believe. Somebody said, yeah, they have Stingers. If they had Patriots, it'd be a whole different ballgame. Yeah, I believe we should have supplied them with some kind of missile defense systems and some kind of, probably like some more like aircraft and air defense systems. What was that? What's the one? CRAM systems. That probably would have been interesting if we had seen the emplacement of a couple CRAMs in and around Kiev. I don't know why why they couldn't have done that. I mean, come on, CRAMs can't be, too expensive. I mean, they're obviously extremely expensive, but I feel like that could have been something that could have been realistically done for the Ukrainians. Supply them with a few Raptors. Yep, a few A-10s, Iron Dome, maybe some C-Rams. Yep, they need a couple of A-10s. Yep, that's right. The A-10s definitely would have helped. We've already spoke to that before. So people keep saying talk about the bioweapons lab. I actually haven't heard anything. I've been hearing people talk about it in the live chat, but I haven't seen any reporting on this biolab situation. If somebody wants to send me some data on that, I can maybe show that on screen. Yeah, somebody, Fallen Ray says give Ghost to F-22 Raptor. Yep, that would probably help the situation a bit. So Stingers, somebody's saying Stingers are about $80,000 per missile. They currently have been given about 1,200 from different nations, including the USA. Somebody said C-Rams take a large, well-trained crew. I thought C-Rams were mostly automated. I mean, I probably, yeah, they probably still take a full team to set them up and even to operate them. But I'm pretty sure for the targeting and firing, isn't that all automated? Somebody said C-Ram are a private company that are really hard to set up. I work on them. That's interesting. I still think it would have been a hell of a defense system to have for in and around Kiev. Somebody says each C-Ram system costs somewhere in the region of $10 to $15 million. I wouldn't put it past it, but one second, I'm just trying to get through. Somebody says C-Ram requires a Sentinel group. Don't exactly know what that means, but once again, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but somebody says give him Patriots. Yeah, the Patriot system probably would have maybe helped a little bit, maybe changed Putin's mind about a few things. Yeah, somebody says, yeah, C-Ram is automated. Yeah, that's what I thought, but they do need an 11-man crew, yeah, to set up and maintain. Somebody says, don't all embassies have C-Ram at them? I don't think that's true. So they require a radar and networking crew. Okay. Kevin says, be careful with the lab stuff. A weird conservative conspiracy about that. Well, we'll definitely take a look at it, but yeah, we probably won't dive into that. We won't go down the rabbit hole too far. Same thing. We're sticking above ground, even with things like the Chernobyl situation with the radiation. And a couple of the other developments, that we've heard. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole too far. We're just looking at the surface, looking at what the evidence is out in plain view, and what the situation looks like on the ground. Yeah, currently I'm just kind of answering some questions here, guys, so don't mind me. I'm just kind of going through and answering some of your guys' concerns and questions right now, and then we'll do some more updates here in a short while. So I'm hearing some other sounds here. Not sure if those are shots ringing out in the capital, but we'll have to keep listening in there. So here's something out of Odessa from the Kiev Independent, just reporting that Russian military launches drones in Odessa. head of public counsel at Odessa Regional State Administration says the Ukrainian military is working to neutralize Russian forces at this time. So that's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on the situation out of Odessa that has been ongoing tonight. So here's a post from what I believe is a CNN journalist out of Kiev. Verified on Twitter here. Just an interesting picture out of Kiev of that oil depot fire we were watching burning live earlier on the show. Says it's 7 a.m. in Ukraine right now. This brave nation is going into a 4th day of fighting against Russian invasion. The city of Kiev has not fallen. The nights ended with heavy Russian bombardment. Sadly resulted in civilian casualties. A 6-year-old boy is among them. So that report and that pretty crazy photo there we saw earlier of the oil fire, the oil depot fire.
Просто хтось скопіював голос нашого очільника військової адміністрації Віталія Кіма, і за кілька там буквально за 20 хвилин Віталій Кім записав відео і спростував, адже голос був дійсно дуже схожий на нього. Інформація була
Some Ukrainian children in a bunker wearing masks. I believe this was from either last night or the night before out of Kiev. So an interesting photo there. Kind of hard to imagine what some of those kids are having to go through right now in Ukraine, especially in places like Kiev, where they're under constant worry of being bombarded at this hour. Somebody said they sent me a GIF clip of the live recording of the explosion when the depot went off. We'll take a look at that here in a second. Some people tell me the biolab stuff may be disinformation. False claim of U.S. biolabs in Ukraine tied to Russian disinformation. Yeah, so that's some more tidbits about that. We'll keep tabs on that and that ongoing development. So here's some interesting information. Not sure as to how much validity this has. Some of the things that the Ukrainian defense forces are looking at for taking out certain Russian tanks. The reason we're seeing a lot of the Molotovs because you can use the petrol bombs on the engine deck. Will burn the engine, stopping the tank. Using rifle fire against the tracks will damage them. The tank will be unable to drive. You'd have to use some pretty. I would imagine you have to use some. Much heavier calibers to do damage to these tracks. I don't know if a 7.62 round would do enough damage to stop that track, but that's some interesting information. Here's some more of that here. If a heavy metal object, okay, so yeah, so talking about jamming heavy metal objects into the tracks themselves. Using petrol bombs to disable the tank's engines. So that's some interesting stuff there. Just lost some audio there from one of our cams. Oh, nope, it's back now. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Mike G tracking the Stratotanker flights. Let's go back over there and take a look at that real quick. He just sent me a image. So here's this one here. Yeah. So it kind of went down near me. They could be coming in to land at an airbase near here. Actually, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that. some interesting movement out of these Strato tankers. Mike G, thank you for keeping an eye on that stuff. So here's a Twitter page that somebody sent over, Kiev Watch. They've been just posting some updates out of Kiev. Earlier today, signs of an insurgency began showing as civilians were seen making Molotov cocktails in the thousands. A passing Russian convoy was even struck by one of these Molotov cocktails, demonstrating the Ukrainian will to fight against the Russian invaders. It's interesting. Yeah, more stuff about that tanker that we were hearing about earlier. Here's more about that Ukrainian sniper, the Ukrainian Reaper. This is interesting, you guys. This these stories we're getting out of Kiev of these heroes. We've had 3 so far. We had the Ukrainian Marine that blew up the bridge, killing himself in the process, which was confirmed reporting. And then there was the Kiev Ghost, which still hasn't been confirmed, but we still believe. And then now we have the Ukrainian Reaper. That's an interesting story. We've heard multiple reports of this this sniper now that has over 20 kills in the defense of Ukraine. That's pretty interesting. So yeah, we were looking at the particulate levels in and around some of the areas where that oil depot was burning last night, and we confirmed that the air quality was indeed significantly hazardous in those areas. So we've been monitoring that. Okay, so here's some other information about the Ghost of Ukraine. People saying he is real. A Ukrainian pilot, Vladimir Abdonov, has downed 6 Russian jets. 2 Su-35s, 2 Su-25s, 1 Su-27, and 1 MiG-29. The ace of the 21st century to the country of Ukraine and the rest of the world, the Ghost of Kiev. Interesting. Yeah, I would really like us to get some more concrete information on this guy to really know for sure if he is indeed real or not. But we choose to believe, we continue to believe in support of Ukrainian morale. I believe it's important for them to have images like these. There's reports that Russians are in Kharkiv. Yes, we have. I've been seeing stuff about that over the past couple hours. In fact, I'll show you some of that here from Tom. Thank you, Tom, again for sending this to me. Photo claiming Russian forces being present in Kharkiv this morning. So that's interesting. Again, ongoing situation there in Kharkiv, so we'll have to keep you updated on that. Somebody's saying this is an older image of the ghost of Kiev. Again, from the same source, Cheesy Bro sent me over that tweet just a few seconds ago. We were looking at of that Ukrainian pilot. Again, thank you to all my mods that are keeping an eye on things over there, guys. Keep up the good work, and we will continue to take steps to mitigate the situation over there on the Discord server. Thank you guys for trying to keep the chat civil and continuing to follow along with the rules there. Again, with the mods, thank you guys for doing what you can to keep that under control. Much appreciated. yes, some more stuff about the Russian soldiers in Kharkiv, headed towards a metro station in the area. You can see, I just saw one of the Z's on that there. Russian soldiers entered Kharkiv. 6 of their cars drove through Alexeivka, a micro-district in the north of the city. Here's that video here. You can see the Z's on the trucks. These are Russian forces, obviously. However, we're not sure if this footage is legit out of Kharkiv, but it does look current with some of the other reports we are getting out of the area. But we'll have to keep an eye on Kharkiv and see what's going on with that. Very interesting developments happening, though, towards the east of Ukraine over the past 12 hours or so. So the situation is definitely starting to heat up in that region of Ukraine. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Somebody's saying check flight RSD-88 on flight tracker. Apparently it's a Russian presidential aircraft. All right, we'll take a look at that. Is that on our... Oh, yeah, it is actually here. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Din, over on the Discord for sending this information over. So this is a Russian presidential aircraft currently over Belarus. So yeah, that is an interesting development. We'll have to keep an eye on this aircraft here. Here's another detailed map. Cheesy Bro sends over. We've seen a couple of these maps so far. You know, there is sporadic information on them, but some of it has been useful. So here in the north, Chernobyl, in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, Russian forces took control over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant on Thursday after a brief but fierce fighting with Ukrainian troops. Officials have revealed Mihailo Podolyak, a presidential advisor, revealed to the Associated Press that Ukrainian officials do not know the current condition of the power plant or if it remains safe. So that is consistent with reports we've been hearing out of there, that there has been spikes of radiation, but that so far they haven't been able to confirm on the situation on the ground there. So we have Russian forces moving out of here, out of the northwest, down through the north here, and then over here across the Dnieper from the east as well. So here, guys, just earlier we were talking about Forte 11 and why it was doing loops over this exact area. This is where those Russian naval forces are positioned, right off of Crimea here, right off of Sevastopol. They're positioned right here, ready to launch an amphibious attack on Odessa. And there's also Russian forces here. So, I mean, I would like to get some updates on Mariupol, actually, if we could get updates on Mariupol and see what has happened in the city of Mariupol. Maybe if I don't know if the Russians have taken that city yet, but it is possible. It's maybe somebody can confirm that. So yeah, we heard about this, guys. We were looking at this earlier, or the other day, that hydroelectric plant that we were following. Soldiers raised the Russian flag over that hydroelectric plant. I'm pretty sure we also got confirmed reporting of that, so that they had taken ground in that area, in and around north of Crimea, I believe. Yeah, somebody says, yeah, I don't know if we taking Mariupol. They're trying to surround it. Yeah, that's consistent. Kind of what I've also heard is that that Mariupol, that there are still Ukrainian defense in Mariupol, but they have been surrounding the city. Yeah, Kherson. This is where we were seeing that Russian that battalion of Russian tanks, that convoy of Russian hardware and troops. They were heading to Kherson. Explosions were reported in the region. Video verified by the New York Times showed smoke rising from the Kherson International Airport. Russian media reported 13 casualties, including 2 children and 9 servicemen. So we'll have to keep an eye on the movements in and around Kherson. Another explosion just now outside of Kiev. You guys just heard there on the audio coming out of Kiev. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Kyiv, explosions recorded across the city as families crowd in subway stations, using them as impromptu bomb shelters. That's consistent with what we see in a lot of the cities in and around Ukraine. People taking shelter in metro stations and in bunkers wherever they can. So yeah, guys, just some other interesting information from those maps. Those have been pretty packed full of information. Sam379. Mike G says Sam379. All right, we'll take a look at Sam379. Oh, whoops. There we go. There's Sam379. U.S. Air Force. It's a Boeing C-40B. Okay, that's interesting. Where is she though? Okay, she's heading down towards the Mediterranean. So we'll have to keep an eye on the developments with Sam379 as well. So yeah, more reporting. You know, that we heard that the Chechen forces that were near Hostomel Airport had been repelled by the Ukrainian Defense Forces. So we've been getting more information on that over the past few hours. So Hans Groper with some information says that odd-looking flight pattern that the tanker was flying is called the refueling track, or racetrack holding pattern. Yeah, we've talked about the racetrack holding patterns on the show before. It looks similar to a NASCAR racetrack. Yeah, we've also watched Boeing E-74Bs, or is it E-47B? Whichever one is the nuclear, they call it the Doomsday plane. We've actually watched those and tracked them doing racetrack holding patterns to test VLF radio equipment. So we talked about that before on the show. And we also saw a refueling tanker do a refueling pass with Homer 71, I believe it was, over the Black Sea. That was a couple nights ago. We watched that refueling pass occur in real time on the flight radar, so that was pretty interesting to see that unfold. So yeah, so some disturbing footage of some Chechen army executing Ukrainians in the middle of the street. We're not going to show that on stream, of course, but I thought I should report that to you guys. Unconfirmed on that reporting, but it is some pretty graphic footage. So yeah, definitely some very stark developments coming out over the past 12 or so hours. So something from Tom Luno here. It's a tweet out of Ukraine from the General Staff Twitter page. It reads, the Ukrainian Armed Forces thanks you for support. 560,000 payments of UHA, 375 million from cards, 900,000 transactions from UHA. I believe that's the Ukrainian currency, if I'm not mistaken. 785 million from personal cards. Glory to Ukraine, let's win together. Yeah, so there's been an overwhelming amount of support and donations and aid going into Ukraine. We've been considering and looking into starting our own campaign to help support the Ukrainians. We were tossing around the ideas the other night of possibly contacting a Polish ammo manufacturer and seeing if we could purchase ammunition in Poland and have it drove over the border into Ukraine to help supply forces in Ukraine with extra ammunition. So maybe we will look into that idea as the days go on here. We could look at maybe getting some fundraising mobilized and see if we can help. Some people have tossed around the idea of us making the St. Javelin T-shirts. We're already looking into that as well. We could possibly get some fundraising mobilized for the Ukrainians. Move your clock to the left side. Actually, I will just get out of that the DDoS live map. We'll go back to the flight radar. But for now, I'm going to keep that camera on the right side because we have the live feed out of the Maidan there, and I kind of want to keep that on screen. Where's that video at? We can get that video on screen for you, I believe. Try the DW live cam. Yeah, we tried that earlier, but they have the they have that. In fact, I believe. Wait, no, that's not it. If somebody wants to send me the DW cam, we have this other German one, but it's like their entire news feed. But they have a feed of the Maidan Square on that feed as well, so that's why we're keeping that there, just to have another backup angle if we need it. A lot of people saying Odessa right now. Yeah, Odessa is currently under attack from what we've been hearing over the past few hours. Yeah, so yeah, everybody keeps saying Odessa is being attacked. Yeah, we've been hearing stuff about that as well. We're going to get a situation update for you guys on Odessa. However, we continue to hear activity on the outskirts of Kiev here, so we've been kind of glued to the Kiev situation here over the past couple hours. Somebody says, can we send somebody in to fix the piss tree cam? Yeah, if we could, we would, but all of those cameras on that highway were taken down, unfortunately. Yeah, somebody says DW cam is down due to curfew until tomorrow, apparently. Yeah, that's what we heard as well. So I believe, when does the curfew end? If somebody could sound off in chat, tell me when the curfew ends there. That would be helpful to know. Hot mic is up in case they come back online. Yeah, we don't. I don't believe hot mic is up. I believe they have left. Another streamer has Odessa cam, but no link. Yeah, we have Odessa cams as well. We can get some up if need be. So Monday 8 a.m. Okay, so there's a curfew the entire weekend. So that means that nobody is even allowed to go out in the daytime. I take it. Oh, 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Right. Okay. Yeah, if somebody wants to get me an Odessa cam, if there's action going on those Odessa cams, we'll get them up on screen. But at the moment, we're keeping these Kiev cams up because Kiev is definitely under threat today. Yeah, we'll put Odessa up over the flight tracker if somebody wants to send me a camera with something going on, or maybe a good Skyline cam. All right, we got them rolling in now. I'll get something up on... I'll get some on screen for you guys here. Give me 1 second. Stand by here, guys. Toulon with the update. RFF 6120 just departed from Syria. Another Russian state airplane. That's interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Stand by, guys, while we get Odessa on screen for you. Again, if anybody has any better angles of Odessa, most of these are just like not usable. Somebody says anything from the radio? Yeah, we'll get updates on the radio for you guys. I'm just trying to get some live feeds out of Odessa here to show you guys. However, we're having a hard time getting some feeds out of Odessa at the moment. So stand by, trying our best here to get some camera feeds online for that area, along with some audio. Again, if anybody has any other singular Odessa streams, send them over, because it's looking like a lot of our primary Odessa feeds are down as of just a few moments ago. We have one. I don't think that's going to be usable, though, and I'm unable to geolocate that one at this time, so we're going to probably not... If anybody has, yeah, one of just like the skyline, we'll get that on screen. So here's some updates out of Kharkiv again. We just heard another explosion. We just heard another large explosion near Kiev. That sounded pretty big that time. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Ukrainian news channel 24: 5,000 Russian soldiers in staging area in Russia north of Kharkiv have revolted and refusing to attack Ukraine. Earlier report from front lines around Crimea is that 1/2 of Russian soldiers turned over equipment to Ukrainians, again refusing to fight. That's some interesting information, however unconfirmed, but that is pretty inspiring to hear of some of those developments. We're hearing some fire out of Kiev. Let's listen to that. Okay, so here's some stuff from Odessa. We'll welcome Russian aggressor to Ukrainians in all regions getting ready for hot. Welcome to Russians. I don't, yeah, so the translation's a little bit off there, guys, but this is footage of them basically prepping Molotov cocktails and, yeah, basically getting ready to fight the Russians, the Russian invaders. That's some interesting footage there out of Odessa. Okay, here's some footage. Sorry about that. Here's some footage from that gas station, which we were seeing. So here's some footage from along that highway where we saw that military convoy on the way to Kherson. That's the not gas station, but you know, that whatever that little shop was. The camera was mounted like right here on this corner, facing this way. These are the railroad tracks, which we were watching as well, but here's some footage from there.
Смотри, какая колонна идет.
Alright guys, so back here to the audio coming out of Kiev. We're going to keep an eye on that. Go ahead and remove flight radar here. We'll get another Kiev cam up on screen. Some people talking about the possibility that there was some missile launches off to the left of that camera. Not sure about that, but we will take a look. Oh my god, that other camera that we were looking at earlier that had the super high exposure, now that it's daytime, it just looks white. And whoever's running this stream doesn't even realize that they've been showing just a white overexposed square there. But the audio is what we need out of that stream. That audio is probably the clearest audio we have coming out of the Kiev stream at this moment. I want to go ahead and try to get another cam here up for Kiev. Oh, another shot rang out there in Kiev. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me over another Kiev cam, if we can get any up right now, I'll put it over here on the screen. We have the, is the multicam still up? Yeah, the multicam is still up with Odessa, so I guess I'll put that over there, I guess. Until somebody else sends me like a better cam to put over here. So Lviv, Kakova, and the Donetsky district, and Kiev, I believe. Yeah, actually, one second, I'm going to put a different one up, yeah. Give me 1 minute, everybody. So, Tony, thank you for this one. Good live feed and updated. Okay, I'll keep, I'm gonna put this up too, I guess. See if, first I'm gonna check it to make sure it's consistent. So here's a live feed out of the square now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this onto the window with the flight radar over here. Okay, so we have that up on screen. Pop this out. Okay, so we are actually hearing, audio off of both channels, so that's good. Yeah, if anybody wants to confirm that this shot is current here, I believe it is out of Maidan here. Yeah, somebody says no Kharkiv cam tanks in city now. The Kharkiv cam we were using is down at this time. The Russians have taken it down. Either that or somebody took it down. It could be the internet is down as well. Yeah, somebody's saying this footage isn't live. And has gone dark. Yeah, so if somebody wants to find me live footage of Kiev, don't be fooled. There is still people moving about the city at this time. It is 8:04, so the curfew has ended. Yeah. So okay. So people are unanimously saying this looped video. Somebody get me another camera to put up here. Okay, so Tony now updates me. Tony, the one that sent me the camera, says it isn't. I was tracing both sounds and it's not. Sorry. Okay, so we'll get another one. Don't worry, guys. We'll get another one up here. Somebody find me another camera to get up here. So this is another, somebody says this is another cam from Kiev. We'll take a look at this one. If somebody could geolocate this camera, that would be useful. Yeah, from so people are saying curfew is, yeah, it ends Monday morning, or it's extended. It's been extended till Monday morning. The curfew is only for, I believe, for nighttime though. I'm pretty sure people can move about from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In the city, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. If anybody wants to send me, more dependable cameras, yeah, go for it. We'll get those on screen here for you guys. Yeah, we don't care about exact locations of the camera. We just want to know which way they're facing and if they are in fact in Kiev. Giatti says 4011 headed back to base. Awesome, thank you for that. Yeah, somebody's saying, can someone find an Odessa cam? Yeah, we don't actually currently have any Odessa cams up that I know of that are legit at this time. If somebody can find one for me, we will put it on there. Again, guys, trying to get another cam here. Yeah, that one won't work. So Hans Groper, he sends over some very useful information. Thank you for this. He says, I previously worked on the RC-135 aircrafts. Here is some light info on the 3 variants I've tracked over the past few days. RC-135 or RC-135W. A V or W is the rivet joint, able to detect, identify, and locate vehicles, boats, and aircraft based on unique signatures. I believe that uses a radar, a ground scanning radar, if I'm not mistaken there, Hans. RC-135U is the combat sentinel, able to identify enemy radar capabilities, e.g. aircraft, anti-air. Fun fact, it flies within range and purposely gets targeted to gather information. That's a very interesting tidbit there. Thank you for that. This is about as vague as I can be without giving up TS level details. Thank you very much for that, Hans. I also tracked a WC-135 up in the Baltic Sea. Okay, so guys, we do have some air raid sirens sounding here in Kiev. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll take a listen in here, guys. That camera on the right, I'm still trying to replace with something, so stand by, as well as the camera we have with this news feed up here. So, in fact, I'm just going to move this cam back over so we can get a broader shot of Kiev there. We'll go ahead and we'll shrink down St. Javelin a little bit, too. Right there, that's a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, so this audio you guys are coming in is current out of Kiev, along with these shots of Kiev. The only one we're trying to replace is the bottom right. Stand by while I get that audio back up for you guys. We just lost audio out of those Kiev feeds, so we're gonna try to get that back for you guys here. Yeah, we're the camera you guys are seeing in the lower right. I'm trying to let's just get that out of here, or we're getting that replaced with a better camera here. So just stand by for that. Go back over here. Somebody said that one of our tankers is doing some interesting, having some interesting activity. I'm not sure if it was this one or what tanker that was they were speaking of. Flight Sam 379 is reported to be an American diplomat. Okay, oh yeah, we were looking at Sam 379 a short while ago. We'll take a look at that. Stand by, guys. Or Logger 130. Okay, so that's the other one. Hold on. Let me get a fix on that 1 second. So somebody said 130 was doing some interesting activity. Well, this looks just like its typical holding pattern here. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, no sound. Stand by, guys, for the audio. We have lost audio out of the Kiev camp. We're trying to get that back for you guys. Just give me 1 moment here. Yeah, so it does look like our Asian friends stream may have gone down. However, hold on. Now it sounds like some audio is coming through there. We'll keep listening into it, but yeah, it did seem like it might have gone down there. So we're gonna have to get you guys another feed from the square here. We've had a lot of fake feeds rolling around today, guys, so we are trying to do our best to confirm using other audio channels. We line up the audio. We line up the audio coming from multiple streams. We can tell, okay, these are all live streams. When the audio starts to have inconsistencies, is where we start to question things. So just stand by while I get some audio up for you guys here out of Kiev. Okay, so I believe we have that audio back for you guys now. Yep. So our stream from our Asian news outlet has come back up. So we now have active audio back out of the area there. So stand by, guys. I'm going to be getting some other updates together here for you as we approach the half-hour mark, 8:30 a.m. in Kiev here on Sunday, the 27th of February. We're keeping an eye on some Strato tankers that the U.S. Air Force has above some of our NATO partner countries here. And we're continuing to listen in to the situation on the ground in Kiev. Keep our eyes on these cameras here. Stand by.
Блять, смотрите, что происходит на Оболоне, бля, ебать, вся Оболонь, блядь, все мужчины, блядь, собираются, блядь, посмотрите, как все будет. Приходите, мы вас будем всех встречать. Даже без документов раздают. Приходи, защищай свое государство Украину. Слава Украине. Блядь, смотри.
Again, guys, stand by. I'm getting some updates together here for you, and we'll continue the discussion here in a few minutes. So that was some audio we just heard out of Kyiv. Video there of some people running for a shelter with their dogs in tow. So yeah, it looks like the fighting is ongoing coming out of Kyiv. Sorry guys for the lack of warning, yeah. Apologies on that one. So I don't know about you guys, that didn't sound like a car. That kind of sounded like a fighter jet, but I might be wrong. It sounded pretty loud to be a car. Yeah, top right is Oblinsky District, Kiev. Top left is that Oblinsky District, Kiev. Top right is also Kiev. I forgot the exact location of that, but somebody could tell me. It's like by a hotel, I think, or something, if I'm not mistaken. And the bottom left cam is Kiev near the square. We also have a couple angles too, which we can switch to if we need to be. Or if need be. It was a car. I heard a car horn a few minutes later. That was pretty loud. Hotel by the river, says Shaggy. Thank you for that. Yeah, I know all 3 of these camps have been geolocated already, so. Kiev Independent Governor of Kharkiv reports heavy fighting is taking place inside the city. Yep, that's consistent with what we've been hearing over the past hour or so here. Yeah, still haven't been able to get any Kharkiv cams up that are with audio or showing anything that is occurring on them. If anybody has any of those sources, you guys could share those with us in the Discord. You can PM them to me and I'll get those up on screen. Somebody asking, are any reports of the TOS thermal barracks being fired? We haven't heard any reports of them being used yet, but we've watched multiple reports of them being driven into Ukraine and them moving inside Ukraine. Dulon has actually compiled a list on Earth, on Google Earth, of our current active cameras and their locations, the ones that are in and around Kiev, so you guys can get an idea of what directions they're pointing in. Keep in mind, we're not revealing any troop locations on these cameras, Ukrainian troops and forces. If we see any, forced movements or anything that needs to be, concealed, we try to do that as much as we can to the best of our ability. But yeah, there's a list available to those people. Dulon, if you could share that link in the open source intelligence tools, that would be useful. So another explosion there out of Kiev. We're going to keep listening to that. That sounded like a pretty big bang. Another one there. The audio sources you are hearing are coming from the Maidan Square, so basically smack in the center of Kiev. Yeah, those explosions we are hearing are currently coming from the outskirts of Kiev. They aren't from the city center, but they are definitely loud enough and close enough for us to hear them. So, and yeah, we are hearing sounds of what could be jets nearby. It could also be cars, though, but we're having a hard time confirming that. Yeah, as a lot of people are saying, I don't remember hearing cars like that on the Maidan cam exactly. So, I think we might be hearing some jets possibly strafing the area. Could be Ukrainian, could be Russian. I believe it was Russian. We would probably be hearing some further air raid sirens at this time. Yeah, you guys can find all of the audio sources and video sources we're using on screen. Go look at them yourselves. You can find them in the Ukrainian Cams channel on the Discord server. Yeah, so live UA map is reading Kharkiv is currently either under control of the Russians, or that they are currently in active contesting over that area. Let me get a fix on Kharkiv for you guys. I believe that's right over here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here's Kharkiv. Okay, so we'll take a look in here. Okay, so let's definitely turn that down. So one of these camps is actually giving, yeah, I believe one of these camps is giving some other audio. So let's go ahead and let's kill that. Let's get all the other audio feeds killed. We're just going to listen to the one feed coming from our Asian cam, which we know for a fact is in the Maiden Square. So now, right now, we just have that one feed coming in from where you guys are hearing those chimes from.
Две штуки пока вижу. Третий ползет, солдаты крадутся с автоматами на изготовку. Три, четвертый КАМАЗ. Ебать! С тяжелого стреляют в сторону домов. С гранатомета сейчас ебет. Пиздец, у нас стреляют. Ебать!
So we just heard some explosions there on the outskirts of Kiev. We're going to keep an eye on that. So I am getting reports here that there is a battle going on in the outskirts of Kiev at this time. And that's what those explosions you are hearing at this moment are. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Looked like for a second maybe we had dropped out with our stream, but it seems to be back up now. It should still be back online for you guys. But yeah, we're going to continue to listen in to this audio coming in out of Kiev. I'm going to try to get some. We're trying to get some updates together for you guys to go over this this battle that's occurring on the outskirts of the city right now. So people saying there's an air raid alert in Sumy. Yeah, we're also hearing reports of a force amassing on Sumy, so we'll have to look into Sumy as well as Kharkiv here in the coming minutes. Just stand by though, guys. I'm trying to get you some information about those explosions we're hearing on the outskirts of Kiev. Yeah, somebody says, I love how the guy with the car alarm keeps turning it off after every explosion. Yeah, I've been hearing that for a couple hours now. Every time there's a boom, it sets off the car alarm, and then he ends up having to go and turn it off. But that's interesting. Yep, F-35 over Poland. Yeah, we're also tracking that as well. What's the call sign on that? Oh, hey, the CL-60 is up. So this is that experimental aircraft, you guys. I'm pretty sure this CL-60 here, if I'm not mistaken, that's that experimental reconnaissance aircraft that they've been flying. If somebody could verify that for me, I'm pretty sure this is that experimental reconnaissance aircraft, actually, that they've been flying around, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody saying it's so hard to find live feeds. Yes, the live feeds have become, the waters have become very much muddied over the past 48 to 72 hours as for finding consistent live feed cameras. We've been doing our best though. The cameras we have on screen now are the three cameras we have out of Kiev that are most legit at this time. Yeah, I saw Inventor Lee was using my stream. Good to see that he's tuning in. So here, just on time, is our chimes as the hour approaches in Kiev here. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the audio coming out of Kiev here. Roger that, F-35 LTNG. Devin says, I can confirm Brio 68 is the experimental CL-60. Thank you for that. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the CL-60. I'm not surprised that we're seeing more of that now. So he asked where the audio is coming from. The audio is coming out of Maidan Square in Kiev. Somebody was asking, who is the CL-60? The CL-60 is U.S. Air Force. It's actually an experimental reconnaissance aircraft, which they've been testing lately, and we've been monitoring it as of a couple days ago. One of the members in our Discord had spotted it on flight radar, and we've been monitoring its movements ever since. Somebody says, what's so cool about this CL-60? Well, it can do electronic surveillance from hundreds of miles away. Yeah, up to 1,000 miles of surveillance coverage from those CL-60s. So yeah, it definitely has a quite a significant amount of capability. Somebody asks, how do you track the F-35 when it's a stealth fighter? Well, this F-35 is currently flying amongst international airspace, amongst other commercial flights, and so it's required for them to have a transponder on, I believe. So that's why it's showing up here on flight radar.
rapidly take this city. It is still being held by a Ukrainian military resistance.
And that's quite remarkable, isn't it? And it certainly is not what Putin would have assumed would have happened, because that Ukrainian defence is holding far firmer than any of us could have assumed.
Yeah, and it is supported by this huge civilian army of tens of thousands of ordinary people who have signed up in the last few days. We've seen recent appeals from the Ukrainian military to foreigners and to Ukrainians living abroad to come to support the military resistance here. Today will be telling, I think, because the sense was by this point, if the Russians went at this with full force, according to the intelligence assessments that preceded this invasion, that they would by now be right here in the middle of Kyiv. I mean, they're on the outskirts. The Ukrainians are resisting, they're fighting back, but it's really difficult to know with any certainty what's going on. You know, we have Ukrainian allies like the UK and the US who are talking up their resistance, who are saying very firmly that Russia are losing momentum. Well, of course they might say that because it is in their interest to boost the morale of the Ukrainian side. However, what we can say with certainty is that right here in the capital, this place is still held by the Ukrainian military.
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much for that. And we'll catch up with Rohit a little bit later on in the programme. But let's go west now and talk to Richard Gaisford, who is in western Ukraine for us. And there's not been much fighting overnight, but refugees are arriving. So what's the situation like where you are, Richard?
Yeah, we're in Khmelnytskyi, which is normally a quiet city, but on a Sunday morning is actually a hive of activity, Charlene. Take a look here, this is the local cinema. It's been turned into a refugee centre, and you get an idea of how nervous they are because of the sandbags they've now piled up in the front of the building here. There's been a steady stream of people coming into this building. I'll send Rav on camera in now, and they're starting to bring a huge amount of clothing, of warm bedding, other supplies for the hundreds of refugees who are coming through this place now, and they expect that number to grow over the coming days. If you come through into what was the cinema, you can see there's an awful lot of people here. Now, I'm going to just explain to you that the people we're about to talk to are extremely nervous. They've fled from Russian forces. They don't want their faces shown, so we'll keep their backs to the camera, and Ina, our translator here, is going to ask questions. Ina, can you ask them where they've come from and why?
Звідки ви приїхали і чому? Ми з міста Харкова. We are from Kharkiv.
And why did they come from Kharkiv here?
And і чому ви приїхали з Харкова сюди?
Ми приїхали зі своєю сім'єю. Це наша бабуся, мій чоловік, я та наша маленька дитина 11 років.
We've came here with our family. That's my husband, my grandmother, and my daughter, who's 11 years old. І чому?
And can I just ask this gentleman where they're going to go next? What happens next for these families?
І куди ви далі плануєте їхати?
Я скажу, ми далі плануємо відправити бабусю з дитиною до Польщі.
Це генерал,
самі будемо вирішувати, повертатись до людей. Що робити?
And ourselves, we are going to decide whether we will return to Kharkiv, and we don't really understand what's going on. We don't really know.
Well, thank you for talking to us this morning. Everyone here very scared of what's happening. This registration desk is incredibly busy here, Charlene, at the centre. They're trying to locate people, put people together, get people booked in. The money for this centre is currently coming from churches, from the local city council, locals doing what they can. Let me bring it in here. There's an awful lot of hard work happening here.
Folks, what we're seeing out right now, out of Ukraine right now, that looks like Russia's about to make a big offensive. Right now, we're seeing a lot of heavy armor running into Kyiv right now. One area of contact, I cannot remember what we just said. There's so much information coming in right now, but one of the areas of conflict, it sounds like it is taken by Russia. we're going to see in the next couple hours what happens here, folks. Stay
We
tuned.
should tell people back home in the United Kingdom that people in this city, they're not seeing the fighting, but they're feeling.
Yeah, that was some
They're
footage
setting
from,
up for their
yesterday,
movie.
the
I
firefight
don't
that was
really
going
know.
on north of
We're
Kiev.
trying to work out that
Still some
now,
pretty
everybody.
crazy footage there. He's one of those guys holding what looked to be some kind of rocket-launched
we don't want to fight. We have
system
no,
there, trying to get into place to take a firing position. It's pretty interesting footage, though, nonetheless.
Save our lives and want our peaceful country.
And you want to tell people back in the United Kingdom that no one understands this war, why this war is happening.
Yeah, I just can give my opinion, not the opinion of all the nation, but we think it's all because of one person and his ambitions. Everybody knows who I mean, the president of Russian Federation, and maybe that's because Ukrainians.
So we can see our F-35 along with our Strato tanker here doing a refueling approach.
They don't want to be, I don't know,
you can see that here.
But
what could be refueling, either that or just escorting the tanker. Maybe if somebody with some aircraft knowledge can give me a little bit of some details on that.
And I feel that here in the city. Thank you for talking to us. You really get a sense,
this is the map as
Charlie,
opposed
of
from
just
6 minutes ago. Okay, we'll take a look at
patriotic, how strong these people are. Just outside the
Go ahead and
volunteer
refresh
center
the
for
map.
the army continues
Column
to have
of Russian
a long
APCs breaking through to heavy clashes. I believe that's clear to Kiev, if I'm not mistaken.
Это российские войска с буквой Z. Едут по улице Саперной, остановились во дворах. Боже.
But at the back here, you've got a whole team of volunteers who are now sorting food. They're not expecting the refugees here to stay for any long periods of time. It's not that kind of setup. But they are trying to give people the comfort they need, the food they need to continue on with their journeys or to wherever they're going
Footage
next.
there again,
It's
guys,
quite
of
an endeavour, and this place has only been open for 2 days.
Fighting there.
I can only imagine what's going to be happening over the coming days and weeks as the problems get worse in this country.
Richard, I mean, you being in a cinema is certainly a true reflection of
6 minutes ago, heavy clashes in the Chernihiv region. Ukrainian artillery targeted Russian forces assembly near Sedniv village.
Thursday morning, and
Post
seeing
there
the way
would
in
probably
which
need some
everybody's sort of
translation,
trying
but
to
I think we got the
do
gist of that.
something to try and
yeah,
remedy the
definitely some
situation and just to make their lives a
ongoing
little
conflict
bit
at this
easier
hour.
considering what
Question
is on
about
its
that.
way and what is currently happening. Let's talk to our political editor, Robert Peston,
direction,
who's
the
over at
column of
Westminster for us
occupiers
this
passed
morning. Robert, we've had some major developments
in the
overnight
last,
regarding
locals through
financial
Molotov
sanctions
cocktails.
against Russia. We had that agreement
let me
between the
check out that
US,
footage
UK
really
and
quick before I
EU
show
to
it
block
to
a
you
number of
guys.
payments, global payments from that system called SWIFT. Robert, can you just talk us through what the system is and how a significant move this is?
Yeah, so what you're saying, Charlie, late last night, the most dramatic set of punishments against Putin's Russia in the form of sanctions.
So Fallen Ray says another streamer says your audio is fake and is going on a rant saying you are stealing his
Russian
mojo.
banks from the SWIFT system.
That sounds interesting. I won't mention who, but yeah, that's interesting. We try to keep other streamers and stuff and talk of other streamers out of the chat. We're trying to focus on what's going on in Ukraine here and covering some of the intel.
Imports anymore. It will also be
talk about what other streamers are doing.
Export
but here, I'm going to show you guys this video here coming from
to keep its economy going. There was a separate, incredibly
somewhere near Kiev,
punishment imposed on Russia,
what looks to be
a
Russian vehicle on fire targeted by Ukrainian civilians wielding Molotov cocktails. So I'll go ahead and get that on screen for you guys now for you to see.
In a sense, oil the wheels
Kiev direction, the column of occupiers passed NP Bucha and the last locals through Molotov cocktails. As you can see a Russian vehicle back there. Not sure on this footage if this is from today or not, but
is first of all the ruble, the
does look consistent.
Absolutely collapsing, which will put up
footage
the
there.
price of almost everything for Russian people. There's a risk of rampant inflation, and there is a risk, and I talked about this actually on
Lorax is watching another camera, and they're taking another camera down. That's interesting. That's the one we were watching yesterday, I believe, with the suspicious movement we were seeing from what looked to be some kind of
Russian occupiers wearing civilian clothing. We're not sure exactly what we were watching there, but we'll get more information on that for you guys.
Oil and gas. They are going to try and shape these restrictions on Russian
just trying to go through some of the reports I'm getting in now, guys. So yeah, there's a lot going on in Kyiv.
I think they will probably struggle to do that, but nonetheless, that is what they're going to try and do.
So, occupiers in Kyiv encountered fierce resistance. Here's a video of destroyed military column here.
Not only would we see
you can see a lot of the vehicles have been hit. That was the column I'm pretty sure we saw earlier
already,
this
and it
evening.
is hitting levels we never thought we would see. Germany and Italy would also slightly struggle to keep the lights on because they are so dependent on oil and gas.
But Robert, as we know, this isn't the first time that Russia's had to deal with sanctions. So what do you think Putin's reaction will be this time round?
So look, these are significantly worse, more punishing sanctions than Russia has ever faced from the West. They're very similar, actually, to the way that we shut the Iran economy out of the global economy.
Yeah, this map is
the extraordinary.
This map is live UA map. You guys can find this in the description below, and we will. You guys can take a look at that yourself. All of the other open source intelligence tools we're using can be found in the open source intelligence tools section on the Discord. There's a link to that in the description below. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And I got some things to go over with you coming out of both Kharkiv and Kiev. So stand by.
Russian soldiers are doing. They're just going to feel incredibly financially insecure and a lot poorer. So, you know, obviously the hope of the West is that these sanctions will increase popular pressure against Putin to pull back from Ukraine. Obviously, however, we can't be certain because this is a very determined. Some people think actually he's, not behaving remotely in a rational way. He's behaving in an emotional way. We can't be certain that he will do that. But this is, as I say, by quite a wide margin, the toughest action that the West has ever taken against Russia, and in many ways is much more significant than the military help that it's giving Ukraine at the moment.
Okay, Robert, thank you. Well, the US, of course, was a part of that agreement where that SWIFT payment system is concerned. So let's talk to our US correspondent, Emma Murphy, who's in Washington for us. So, Emma, what are the Americans saying about these financial sanctions then?
Well, they're extremely pleased that they've been able to get it to this point, because just on Thursday the president was speaking with the press and he was being really pushed on this issue of SWIFT, and he said that basically they just weren't able to get it across the line because they didn't feel that there was enough strength within the coalition in Europe, because there was so many vested interests. They wouldn't be able to achieve a joined up approach to it. So last night we spoke with some officials in the administration, and they were saying that basically this was a real victory for Europe, the US and the UK in being able to come together as they had to really push it forward. They described it as locking President Putin's piggy bank, the fact that they had got their hands on his rainy day money, and it would mean that he wasn't going to be able to prop up the economy in the way that he had been hoping he would be able to for years. They have this image of Fortress Russia, the way that the Kremlin has tried to insulate itself from any sanctions that the West might have put in the future. And the US opinion very much is that they have now really taken that piggy bank and taken it out of his control. So they were very pleased, and I think that they are now looking at what they do next, because of course they've pretty much put all their cards on the table in terms of financial sanctions. So whilst everybody is trying to take in what this is going to mean for the economy in Russia and indeed for Western economies, there is also a more strategic set of thoughts going on here as to where they go next if this doesn't actually do what they want it to do and tame President Putin.
Well, obviously these sanctions have obviously been brought in because of what's happening in Ukraine. So do we know how this move has been received by Ukrainians, Emma?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time yesterday at the Ukrainian embassy here in Washington and speaking with those who are trying to deal with the situation back home from 6,000 miles away. And they were really very delighted that this had been managed to be achieved, because it's something that they'd been pushing for now for the past weeks, and they weren't sure, just like the Americans, that they were going to be able to see it actually come to fruition. And one of the things that really struck me during the time that I spent there yesterday was the feeling of desperation from these people. You know, these are senior diplomats who are in one of the biggest jobs in Ukraine's foreign service, and they were taking calls from the White House on an hourly basis. They were also taking calls from home. So whilst they're dealing with some of the most important people and politicians in the world, they were also getting these messages from their families saying, we've just got our shipment of arms, we have just got a gun, we're going out onto the streets. Others were telling me that their homes were being shelled with their families close by at the same time as they were trying to negotiate all these big political deals. One of the other things that came out of the meeting yesterday was that they were telling me they'd had a lot of phone calls over the past 48 hours from Ukrainians living in America and elsewhere, saying that they wanted to go back to defend their homeland. Now, this morning we've heard from President Zelensky that he wants to set up a foreign legion of fighters, of people who have left Ukraine and have made lives in different countries, but that they want to go back to Ukraine now to try and help their families and countrymen. And that's something that, without question, there will be a lot of support for, based on what the ambassador was telling me yesterday.
Okay, thanks very much, Emma. Okay, let's get a reminder of the unfolding situation in Ukraine. After a gas pipeline was bombed overnight, Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kyiv, that's in the northeast. There's reports to be fighting on the streets. And there was another night of unrest in Kyiv. Among the targets, an oil refinery only a few miles outside the capital that was hit by Russian missiles. Well, our correspondent Robert Moore has joined us in the studio and will be here for the duration. Thanks so much, Robert. But where do you think we are at the moment? Where do things stand?
Good morning, Charlene. Dramatic developments, obviously, in Ukraine. The stakes are so high, almost existential now for both sides. Obviously, Ukraine fighting for the survival of its democracy, but no less Vladimir Putin fighting for the survival of his regime. It's difficult to see if he faces sort of national humiliation, military defeat, economic collapse, how he is going to emerge from this with his pride, perhaps even his leadership intact. But I think it is worth at this point sort of coming out and looking at the big picture. You know, this isn't just a battle between Russia and Ukraine. It is something of a sort of battle for the soul of democracy. It's a fight between democracies and autocracies. And by that I mean there are plenty of autocrats around the world, whether in Beijing or Pyongyang, Damascus or Tehran, who are watching this with incredible curiosity to see if Western leadership is fatally weakened and whether out of this chaos is opportunity for them.
And do you think that, I mean, I spoke to Robert Peston about those sanctions. How do you think Putin will be thinking about the tough financial sanctions that they've now brought in?
You know, we think of conflict often in sort of surgical terms, days, perhaps a few weeks. If you think about how he conducted his first war, the second Chechen war in the year 2000, and also, you know, how he perceives operations in Syria, then he may think, look, I can tolerate, you know, a slow, grinding war in the heart of Europe. And that, I think, is the West's big concern, is that this could be a sort of destabilizing issue that lasts for years, that has ramifications for all of the sort of fault lines of old imperialist Soviet Union, you know, across the Baltics, the Caucasus, Central Asia. You know, this could have a sort of cascading, destabilizing impact. And I think that's a source of gravest concern to Western decision makers.
And, you know, we've just had something come in, Robert. I'm just going to click on it now to just... right, so the Kremlin says that a Russian delegation has arrived in the Belarusian city of Homel for talks with Ukrainian officials. How significant is that?
Well, I think there is always going to be this sort of move to try and keep diplomacy alive in some sense, but this is going to be sort of shadow diplomacy. It's going to be sort of fought out in the shadow of the sort of military dynamics on the ground in Ukraine. So, you know, there's been lots of talk about whether a country like Israel might try and play an intermediary role, and there will be this. I mean, there will be a mix of diplomacy, information informational warfare, hybrid warfare, military, ground war. All of this is going to play out. This is the sort of hybrid warfare of the 21st century, and diplomacy is absolutely a part of that.
Okay, Robert, you will be staying with us for this programme, so we'll dip in with you as and when. But now let's talk to a resident of Kyiv, Denis Tutsayev. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning, Denis, and you've spent the night in a shelter on the outskirts of the city. What was that like for you and the family? Oh, unfortunately, it's understandably.
Maybe there is a connection problem because I cannot hear you.
Unfortunately, Denis can't hear us at the moment, but that's not a problem at all. We will redial him and see if we can get hold of him a little bit later on in the programme. But let's talk about sport now. Public opposition to the Ukraine invasion appears to be behind the shock decision last night by Chelsea's Russian owner to hand over control of the club. Roman Abramovich, often closely linked to President Putin, is not selling, but giving the running of the business to Chelsea's charitable foundation. Our sports editor Steve Scott reports.
Billionaire Roman Abramovich made his considerable fortune following the collapse of the Soviet Union. He bought Chelsea in 2003 and his wealth transformed the club. Under his stewardship, it's won just about every major trophy available, including multiple Premier Leagues and 2 Champions League titles. In a statement, Abramovich said, "I have always taken decisions with the club's best interest at heart." And on handing day-to-day control to the charitable foundation, he said, "I believe that currently they are in the best position to look after the interests of the club, players, staff and fans."
Roman Abramovich wants to protect 2 things. First of all, himself, and secondly, Chelsea Football Club. If the British government decides to seize his assets, he is the owner of Chelsea Football Club, and therefore potentially he could lose it.
This week in the Commons, MP Chris Bryant revealed Abramovich was named in government papers linking him to the Russian state and questioned his ownership of Chelsea.
Surely Mr. Abramovich should no longer be able to own a football club.
Abramovich is not on any sanctions list, but if that changed, running the club would become at best complicated. These developments came where sport once again used its platform to show support for Ukraine. Soon after ditching Aeroflot as a main sponsor, Manchester United's players called for peace. Before they arrived at Twickenham, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge said they stood with Ukraine's fight for its future. And Manchester City made it very clear where they stood, some small comfort perhaps to their Ukrainian player, Alexander Zinchenko. Russia has already been stripped of the Champions League final, and Poland announced earlier they are now refusing to play their World Cup playoff match against Russia next month. Russia's considerable influence across all sport is disintegrating by the hour. Steve Scott, ITV News.
Okay, if you are just joining us, we are on air with ITV News with a special programme on Ukraine as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kyiv in the northeast, where a gas pipeline was bombed last night. There are reported to be fighting on the streets. And there was another night of unrest in Kyiv. An oil refinery was hit by Russian missiles only a few miles outside the capital. And the city is under a strict curfew as many residents have heeded government advice to spend the night sheltering underground in metro stations and basements. And the EU, the US and their allies have now agreed to cut a number of Russian banks from the main international payment system known as
Some gunshots
SWIFT.
there. Yeah, just a reminder to everybody, those bells, they chime at
Okay, let's see if we can get a
every
clearer
15
line
minutes
with
or so.
Denis Tutsayev, who's currently
Consistently,
in
we have been seeing that
Kyiv.
for the past
Denis,
couple days.
you spent the night, as I said, in a shelter
Really,
on the
I'm just
outskirts
kind
of
of
the
going
city. What
through
was that
some of
like
the
for
stuff
and
you
the
guys are
family?
sending me. Trying to kind of piece together
Yeah,
what's
the night was
going on right now across
scary
Ukraine, and
we
trying
were
to get my
very
next kind of
anxious.
report
It
together
was
here
heavy
to bring
bombing.
to
We
you,
heard,
guys.
I don't remember what time was it, but in some point we heard very loud explosion.
Give me a few minutes here,
It was
guys.
coming from the western side from our village. After that, we found out that Vasilkiv oil refinery was hit
So
by
yeah,
a
a lot of people think we should switch focus to Kharkiv. If we get some Kharkiv cameras up, if you guys have any Kharkiv cameras you'd like me to throw on screen with audio preferably, we'll bring those up on screen and we'll take a look into what's going on in Kharkiv. A lot of people saying Kharkiv has fallen. I believe that the city is still being contested at this hour. We haven't heard any concrete evidence that the city has fallen yet, but we're going to start bringing you guys kind of the updates coming out of Kharkiv here in the next few minutes.
Because you're in Europe, because you're just 2 hours
Gerald Sam actually
away
went
from
and
us
put together
so
a layout for the stream, so I'm going to be
for you?
putting that together here in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Gerald,
How does it feel for you to be having to sleep underground, worried about what the next day will bring?
It's very unusual, of course, and I really feel a lot the support of all my friends around the world. I've been living in Europe for many years, and I'm getting a lot of messages from all over the country. I have lots of friends in UK, and of course, it's very unusual. We had lots of plans to travel around Ukraine for some work. Even today, we had a trip planned for work next week, and everything went upside down. We understand that now we have to organize ourselves to protect the country, and that's what we're doing.
Are you quite scared, Dennis?
Young Mush says, "Hey man, I'm Kurdish. Love the stream and Discord. It's really cool. You're tuning in, man. Thank you for tuning in to the stream. Nice to see that there's some Kurdish people tuning into the stream tonight."
Yesterday we started organizing volunteers camp here, volunteers center here in our village, because we understood that our forces and our people need some aid need some help. So I found myself in
somebody said Russians are getting closer to the capital. Bucha got taken as we speak. Yeah, we were watching the fighting near Bucha a little while ago. I believe that fighting has been ongoing for some time now. Bucha has yet another erratic VDV assault where they shot at a statue of a BRDM. Not sure what that is, but
do you foresee
more
a
comments from
situation,
reading out
Dennis,
from you
where
guys
you will
talking
have
about
to take up arms
possibly
to
these
protect your city
Russian
and your
forces are
country?
getting closer to the capital at this hour.
This is the last thing.
We are going to turn over to the situation in Kharkiv here in a few minutes. Just trying to get some stuff together here. Street fighting in Kharkiv per mainstream media new. We'll look at maybe some live feeds coming out of the area. Get a fix on what's going on there.
And in terms of your day-to-day, let's talk about
that F-35 still heading east towards Ukraine. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the F-35.
Community.
In fact, yeah, I'll switch over to the.
Of course, you're in curfew. You can't
I'll switch over to that now, actually.
Go anywhere.
So
what is it that you're planning on doing with your day-to-day?
Where'd she go? Where's our F-35? F-35 is heading towards Kiev. It's probably going to go to one of these airfields over here. We've seen them land aircraft over here multiple times. But we'll keep an eye on what the situation is with that F-35 Lightning. It would be a hell of a development if they somehow delivered this to Ukraine. If Ukraine had one F-35 in the air, that'd be pretty sweet.
We're planning our
the Ghost just cruising around the F-35, lopping up the Russians.
Our neighbors safely and get the materials we need.
Somebody says the F-35 is turning now. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I'm guessing he's going to land here at.
Well, Dennis, while you're still doing
I've not been successfully pronounced this, but I'm just going to try. Rezizau.
Because there is some shelling in Kyiv at the moment of Rohit.
Not sure exactly how to pronounce that one. Sorry about that, guys. But I agree with Fallen Rays. Give the Ghost the F-35. Yeah, it's definitely turning into Rizal, though, I'm pretty sure. That makes sense. Another explosion there. Yeah, Maxi, I was just looking at your PMs here in Discord. Okay, so now we're hearing some developments from the Chechens. However, unconfirmed, but there's the tweets over on this Twitter account Nexta that we've been following for a while now. The Chechens are going to continue to fight for Ukraine, or at least this battalion here. So that's an interesting development. So yeah, not too sure about the details on that battalion of Chechens there, but we had heard that there was Chechens being Russian special forces. They were Chechens being sent into Ukraine to hunt for certain targets, but now they're apparently going to be fighting for Ukraine. I don't know. I don't really know the exact specifics. If somebody maybe wants to fill me in on that whole Chechen situation, I can get you guys some more concrete information on that. But yeah, that's been some sporadic intel we've been getting out of ours here. St. Javelin is missing. St. Javelin is on the right side of the screen. I'll make her bigger here shortly. Yeah, a lot of people saying Kharkiv isn't looking good right now. It's looking like the Russians are really moving in on Kharkiv. We will take a look over there in just a moment. If people want to send me any live cams you got out of Kharkiv, I can get those up on screen. Oxman sends over the airstrip in which that F-35 is most likely heading to. Thank you for that intel there. It's that airstrip in Rizau. Except, hold up, he has passed it. Not sure if is that airstrip over here? No, he's gone right past. Maybe he's coming in for a landing approach. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that F-35 Lightning though, for sure. F-35 Lightning, jet flying close to Ukrainian border. Yep, we see that. We're keeping an eye on that. I just got a whole bunch of a burst of messages all of a sudden about the F-35 in my PMs here, but yep, we're keeping an eye on the F-35. Yeah, it looks like he might be making a landing approach or something, maybe turning around. Not too sure. We'll keep an eye on the F-35 though. So this is why we're hearing explosions from the camera just now, guys. I believe, so where was the positioning on this? So, yeah, so Bucha is here, right? And our camera is near here, I believe, somewhere in this area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we got
pretty close.
They're
pretty
hitting.
close.
Yeah.
So those explosions, you know, are distant, but we can hear them. They are close enough to be heard as the Russians advance on the city. So the way the check works, there are 4 battalions, north, south, east, and west. Most hate Russia and fight against them.
On their part, and so I guess there
one
are two
licks
parts
Putin's
of
boots,
this, you know,
says
what we see,
JWK Air.
in front of the cameras.
He also says they are all ran by different warlords, so they make their own decisions. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So that would explain why we see kind of a division there from the Chechens and how they're going about interacting with this situation.
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much for that. And
so yeah, the F-35 that we're watching is most likely, you know, directly related to this situation. I mean, they're increasing readiness, and there's a heightened level of activity in and around, you know, Poland, Germany, Romania, any of the NATO states or NATO partner countries. You're going to see a very heightened readiness level. Sini, thank you for tuning in tonight.
Hoping to get out of this city and get to some safety.
Yeah, so Rizau Strip, east to west. Assume he's looping around for a lineup. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I was kind of guessing. Maybe he was looping around the airport there for a lineup. He might have just done a. That might have been just a flyby though, because look, it looks like he's heading out back again. However, I think we also have seen aircraft landing near here. There might be an airstrip near this this town here, Milek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but as
I recall correctly, I think there might have been an airfield somewhere around there as well. I could be wrong on that though. But we'll keep an eye on the F-35, see what he does. He's currently heading towards there, so maybe he's landing there. Could just be he did a flyby over the airport here. So here's a video, another unconfirmed Twitter report here. Says there a video of Russian column reportedly near the town of Okinki. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Highway between Kiev and Sumy, and there is a thermal barracks in the video. What they say is thermal barracks. Actually, I'm just having a hard time seeing. That might be, yeah. That actually looks like maybe a TOS 1A, maybe. Kind of hard to tell. It was off in the distance, and it looked a little chunky for the TOS A or TOS 1A. Looked more like maybe maybe those were grads. I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert on military hardware, but yeah, maybe that's a TOS 1. Yeah, that could be a TOS 1 now that I look at it again. So yeah, interesting. So keep an eye on that footage there. Let me get down here. We're now Rezau is pronounced Jezhov. Yeah, that's not any better, man.
It says a lot about the state of affairs here that you consider going to Lebanon, which has got its own fair share of problems, a safer.
What was the F-35 doing there in Poland? We were just talking about that. We're just keeping a track on, keeping a lock on him. We're not exactly sure what he's doing. He's just kind of patrolling the airspace at this time. Not surprising, as I said. You know, there's a heightened sense of urgentness right now by all NATO countries, especially Poland. It's right on the border with Lviv here. And so yeah, there's definitely been a heightened level of air traffic by U.S. Air Force and Royal Air Force, amongst others, in that airspace. Somebody says F-35 is now going home. Well, it's kind of an interesting flight path for somebody that's going home. We'll see here. We'll keep an eye on this F-35 Lightning. Yeah, TOS-1 have been spotted on border this morning. Yeah, they've been spotted a lot farther in from the border.
7 and 12, and how? And just lastly, how are they coping? They must be very worried.
CNN has good footage of the thermal barracks. Yeah, we were watching some pretty good footage earlier of the thermal barracks being used in drills, showing just kind of how intense their shockwaves are that are produced by those thermal barrack fuel air explosives.
From other parts of the country trying to get further west.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. And of course there are so many children involved in this, and they just will have such a lack of understanding about what is going on with their everyday lives, because last week they were at school.
Burger Dan says Russia trying for a speed record any % on war crimes. Yeah, I agree. There has been definitely some indications that this is going to escalate from just strikes on military targets to possibly strikes on civilian targets to kind of help put the pressure on the Ukrainians to concede here. And again, heard some other explosions there off the distance. Yeah, I see a lot of people asking about what's going on in Kharkiv. We will get updated on Kharkiv here as more information flows in.
And secondly, is not doing anything for his standing at home. It's only he is the person that took the decision. He is the person that
somebody says the F-35 should be undetected. Yeah, they're most likely choosing, to keep their transponders on right now. As we talked about, they're, kind of in and amongst commercial aircraft. I think, they're keeping those transponders on just because they're over international airspace, just to, keep all the other aircraft in the area informed of, their actions in and around that area of Poland along the Ukrainian border. Somebody said, how can you claim war crimes? You haven't even seen any evidence of that. Yeah, we haven't yet. We're seeing evidence that there's a possibility that indicates that the Russian forces could use force on civilians to
gain concessions out of the West. We haven't seen that done yet. There's definitely been civilians that have been harmed, but yeah, there definitely is evidence that they could escalate to bombarding Kiev and the civilian population more intensely to, as I said, gain concessions out of Kiev, get them to stand down. Yep, aerosol bomb. Yep, we were talking about the thermobarics or fuel air explosives and just how those work there and why they're important here in this conflict, and why everybody's talking about them right now. It's because they are, an extremely effective explosive device. We went into that in more detail earlier on the show. Yeah, we're hearing, a lot of, people talking about the delegation heading to Belarus, and that they're talking about peace talks there. We're keeping an eye on that as well. Somebody said Zelensky's speaking. I don't believe. If he is, somebody send me a live feed of that, and we'll get that up on stream. Somebody says keep an eye on Minsk for Putin to leave. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on his movements as well. We were keeping an eye on the movements of his yacht in the Black Sea. In fact, we think Forte 12 is actually tracking over his yacht earlier. I'm not sure if that was yesterday or if that was earlier today. Some of our aircraft people over in the flight channel on the flight radar channel over on the Discord, they'd probably know a little bit more about that situation, as well as some of the people that are tracking the marine traffic. Somebody said Zelensky already declined. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that either, but we'll keep that in mind. Yes, that is an F-35 we're seeing on the screen. Once again, they've looped back around to the airport here. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the aircraft situation above Poland right now. Yeah, so people in the chat, arguing back and forth over the aircraft transponder thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure from what I've read and from what the majority has spoken is that basically they're keeping the transponders on while in commercial airspace. Okay, they're in and around commercial airspace. This is they're above Poland. They're U.S. Air Force working above Poland, so they have to. You gotta remember they're not only they not only have to keep their location known to other NATO forces in the airspace, but also to the commercial aircraft in that airspace. If they were in the midst of some kind of mission that was any like major significance that required them to go full stealth, of course they wouldn't see the transponder on. They can turn that off at will. So somebody said the F-35 is contesting airspace. Yeah, I don't think he would be. I mean, he's above Poland right now. Maybe if he starts getting a little closer to Belarus or Ukraine, but yeah, I'm not seeing any of that activity or any evidence of that here. If maybe somebody knows a little bit more about that, they could fill me in. Yeah, Mr. Ed said, just like Mr. Ed said, he says the F-35 is seen when it wishes to be seen, and I believe that that is also true for a lot of the other aircraft we've been tracking in and around this airspace. They're making themselves known because it's important, that the U.S., NATO, and their allies, have a presence in the airspace in the region, and make it be known that they are there. Somebody said the F-35s are flying combat air patrol over the airport. Maybe he's now done one pass. Looks like he's heading a bit farther north here. He just kind of diverted a little bit to the east, so we'll keep an eye on that. Hold on, I'll drag him over here. As you can see, he's kind of diverging now after doing that loop. We'll keep an eye on that F-35. Yeah, and somebody in chat, Matt, he says it's basically a public show of force. Yeah, and that's exactly what this is. It could be also that they are maybe patrolling around the border for a multitude of reasons. I mean, it's an active war zone, literally right across the border. So we've also heard of some activity by the Russians in and around near the Polish border, and so yeah, there definitely is a heightened readiness level that we're seeing here. So here's some unconfirmed Twitter reporting here, guys. Again, just keep that in mind. Okay, we just heard another explosion coming from our Kiev cams. So here is hearing some more explosions there. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Some wind though, so. So apparently the Bucha-Irpin bridge has been blown up to stop the Russian advance towards Kiev in that direction. We can see some smoke here. However, we don't have a camera angle in that direction. If somebody can get me a camera angle, PM that over to me on the Discord there. But that explains some of the explosions we've heard over the past hour here or so. I was posted 2:40 a.m., so just about 15 minutes ago. This image went up on Twitter there. Again, more clips coming in from Kyiv of just kind of the devastation that has occurred there over the past few hours. There's been kind of a morning advance in Kyiv. Yeah, pretty devastated. A lot of those convoys of Russian military that went in there have been torn up pretty bad. Francesco on the Discord has made a thread of a footage of the Russians that punched into Kharkiv center earlier. There are geolocations attached to some of the original threads. These accounts all come from... these tweets come from other accounts, so it's all confirmed Kharkiv. Okay, I see. Yeah, again, another explosion out of Kiev. Another explosion coming out of Kiev there. We're gonna check our live UA map, get that refreshed for you guys, and see. Yeah, so here's the report out of Kharkiv of that the Ukrainian defenders that ambushed that Russian military column. In fact, there's some footage here of that column, I believe, that was hit. They're currently stripping the vehicles down of weapons and gear. again, that's footage of that column, that Russian military column in Kharkiv that tried to break through to the center. They were pretty swiftly dispatched by Ukrainian defense forces who ambushed them. So here's the report on live UA map. So this is where that conflict is going down in Bucha. This is the advancing Russian force here. Okay, they are moving down here. They came from up at the exclusion zone, which is up here, Chernobyl. You can see it right there, Chernobyl. In fact, I'll just zoom in so you guys can see that there on the map. Okay, this is Chernobyl here, all right? These highways, these road systems you see here are what they needed to come down from Russia through, okay? That's why they went through Chernobyl. That's why the fighting occurred in Chernobyl. It's because they needed to come over from Belarus here and down those highways here right into Kiev, okay? That's basically why they had to contest over Chernobyl. The Battle of Chernobyl, as it's now come to be known. But here, 21 minutes ago, the Bucha-Irpin bridge has been blown up to stop the Russian advance towards Kiev in this direction. So the Russians are definitely moving forwards. Well, actually, at the moment, they've been stopped. We'll have to see if they'll probably have to divert to another bridge, probably somewhere down further to the south, I would guess. Or even possibly they could reroute over here to the east, possibly to get down to Kiev. So this is the heavy explosion near Kiev at Oblon and Bucha. Not sure exactly what this was, if this was the oil depot or not, but I think there's footage of that. Oops, sorry about that, guys. There, the audio.
А він білий. А то просто в його освічує. Це таке там вокзал уже, мать немає.
Мать, блядь!
Yeah, so some more pretty stark images out of Kiev there as the bells toll. Just now come out to 10 a.m. here on Sunday. So we're definitely expecting a heightened level of action from the Russian forces here over the coming hours, as we've heard of multiple reports that the Kremlin wishes to have Kiev by Monday. That's what they've been saying, so we'll keep an eye on the situation as it develops. Give me a few minutes here, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll finally take a look into Kharkiv and the ongoing situation in Kharkiv at this hour. So stand by.
Seeing.
Very quickly before I let you go, Aglaya, but you mentioned there that you've got family in Russia and in Ukraine. Are your Ukrainian family relatively safe at the moment?
I mean, I don't. The relatives in Ukraine have moved. They are from eastern Ukraine. They moved to Kiev from Dnieper, thinking that this is going to be safer. I'm not sure.
Okay. I really hope they're going to be all right, Aglaia. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Right, good morning. If you're just joining us, it's just gone 8 o'clock here in the UK, 10 o'clock in Ukraine. We are on air with a special programme on Ukraine this morning as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. Russian troops have entered the country's second largest city of Kyiv in the northeast. There is reported to be fighting on the streets. Our cameras caught the aftermath of an explosion in Kiev just a short time ago.
Эти мои слова будут обращены
Kyiv this morning. We know explosions have been heard in the last few minutes. That plume of grey smoke, black smoke that you can see, just the rear of that shot, so the aftermath of the explosion on an oil refinery overnight. We'll be back talking with Rohit, who is in the city, Rohit Khatru, in just a few moments. But it appears that Russian troops are now launching a sustained and determined assault on Kharkiv in the east of Ukraine. We can get the latest on that and the rest of the developments in the country overnight and this morning with John Ray.
Ukraine has survived another night of torment, another night of terror. This is said to be a fuel depot, ablaze to the south of Kiev, as Russia targets the country's vital infrastructure and is met by defiance. In this social media post, the local mayor says, the enemy wants to destroy everything, but it will achieve nothing. God is with us. Under cover of darkness, a column of tanks headed towards Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city, that had also come under sustained air attack. Amid reports of gunfire and scenes of battle, by first light they were in the suburbs. 1.5 million residents have been warned by the regional governor to stay home. Vladimir Putin has staked his reputation on a war he must win, and win, some fear, at any cost. In response, the West has agreed its toughest sanctions yet to exclude some, though not all, Russian banks from the SWIFT financial system.
As Russian forces unleash their assault on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, we are resolved to continue imposing massive costs on Russia. Costs that will further isolate Russia from the international financial system and our economies.
The Ukrainian military is reinforced by a citizens' army. With great bravery, some place themselves in the path of Russian tanks, while in the eastern city of Sumy, a petrol bomb was hurled at a Russian convoy. But the invading forces have also faced sophisticated anti-tank weapons supplied by NATO powers. And though there will be no UK troops on the ground, these missiles are made in Northern Ireland, now seen in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers.
The horror of what is unfolding in Ukraine is becoming clear to Western audiences, and that is in turn putting huge pressure on Western politicians. We've got to act together, and we've got to do more.
As Russia's assault intensifies, so its international isolation deepens. Last week, Donald Trump flattered Putin. Last night, he praised the Ukrainian president.
He's a brave man. He's hanging in. He's a brave man.
Prince Harry has added his voice to the wave of revulsion at Russian aggression.
Before I begin, we would like to acknowledge the people of Ukraine who urgently need our continued support as a global community.
The United Nations says at least 240 civilians have been killed or injured. For a fourth consecutive night in Kyiv, the safest place to sleep was the metro. But the capital woke this morning to the sound of sirens, a familiar and menacing omen for the day ahead. John Ray, ITV News.
Okay, let's go straight to our global security head, Rohit Khatru, who is in Kyiv for us. How are things looking there this morning, Rohit?
Not great, frankly, Charlene. Over the last hour, we've heard and seen several airstrikes at locations right across the horizon from where we're standing. We can't move to see it because there is a curfew on, and so we are stuck where we are. But I think you can see on our other camera the aftermath of an airstrike within the last half an hour or so. We're trying to work out precisely where that is. It's to the northwest of us. We know that in that direction is the Hostomel airfield, which has been the scene of this fierce and intense fighting for several days now. An airfield which has switched sides in terms of control between the Russians and the Ukrainians several times. We know it's significant to the Russian plan because it is there that they wanted to land further troops in order to continue and progress their assault against this city. We also know that the suburb of Bucha is in that direction as well, where there has been sustained heavy firefights this morning. We've seen clips of that and reporting of that this morning on social media. So we're still trying to work out precisely what happened there. But even since then, in the last half hour, we have heard a couple more airstrikes. No sirens. The streets below us are completely empty. I can just see one police officer carrying what looks to me like a Kalashnikov below us, and it's been a really heavy night, a dark night where the sky was lit up by these red clouds, these pulsating clouds early this morning after what appears to have been several heavy strikes close to an oil depot which is adjacent to a military airfield, which appears to have been the target of one of those many overnight Russian strikes. On the diplomatic front, things are continuing. There has been some developments. The president here said rejected an offer from Russia of talks in Belarus, saying that the reason for that is in part the location. He doesn't feel that's a neutral location, but reading through that statement, it appears that he hasn't completely closed the door towards to talks. So there may well still be a diplomatic avenue out of some of the intense fighting.
But when you talk of a diplomatic resolution potentially to this, do you think that Putin will consider that in any shape or form? It feels as though he's very single-minded in what it is that he wants out of this.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the impact of some of this latest round of sanctions is, and the developments that we've heard overnight in terms of the SWIFT system. The feeling, certainly the one that is being briefed to us by American and British authorities, and we have to treat that with some caution, I guess, because they too have an interest here in that the British and other Ukrainian authorities don't want to undermine Ukrainian morale. If anything, they want to boost it. However, what they're implying quite strongly and quite consistently across several capitals, Western capitals, is that they believe that the Russian offensive has lost momentum. What we can say for sure is that many observers, many military analysts talking about this before the Russian invasion said quite clearly that it may well just take a few days for the Russians to take this city. We're now a few days in and they haven't done so, despite all the fighting, pockets of fighting, despite the airstrikes, despite the plumes of smoke that we can see right across the horizon. The Ukrainians still hold this city and they are resisting this almighty Russian offensive.
Rohit, thank you. Okay, let's remind you of the latest developments. Overnight, huge explosions lit up the sky south of the capital where Rohit is, in Kyiv, where people hunkered down in homes, underground garages and subway stations in anticipation of a full-scale assault by Russian forces. Flames billowed into the air before dawn from an oil depot near the Zyliani airport, about 25 miles, that's 40 kilometers south of the capital. Ukrainian authorities say that Russian troops have entered Ukraine's second largest city of Kyiv, and fighting is underway in the streets after Russian forces blew up a gas pipeline in Kyiv, prompting the government to warn people to protect themselves from the smoke by covering their windows. Let's go now to Neil Connery, who's in Moscow for us. Now, we're hearing that President Putin has been speaking in the last few minutes in a televised address to the Russian people. What exactly did he have to say?
Well, it's Special Forces Day here in Russia, and President Putin was talking about what he called the heroic efforts of Russia's forces in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. As well as what President Putin has been saying, we've been getting a briefing from officials at the Ministry of Defense here in Moscow this morning. And it was interesting listening to what Rohit was saying there in the last few minutes, because what they're saying here is that they are using cruise missiles launched from land and from sea as well, targeting Ukraine's infrastructure. They also said that they'd had 470 Ukrainian soldiers who had surrendered in Kharkiv. We've seen action there, as John Ray was reporting there a short time ago as well. I mean, clearly it's difficult for us in Moscow to verify these claims with so many claims flying around, but I think we're slowly starting to see the kind of plan, the way the Russians are trying to approach this mission seems to me to be targeting infrastructure rather than pushing in fast into those built-up urban areas straight away. That seems to be the kind of way the modus operandi is in all of this.
And in terms of dealing with how things are online, Neil, because of course this is like new territory, because they're having to deal with the truth perhaps on social media and trying to somehow change that in their propaganda war against it. Are they winning or losing that fight?
It's a really good point, Charlene. As you know, state TV for many Russians is their main source of news. There clearly is access to the internet, but having said that, yesterday we saw issues with Twitter, with Facebook. One small interesting point is that the regulator of the media here has picked up 10 media outlets for their use of the word invasion to describe what is happening inside Ukraine. They want it described as military special operations. It's just a small point, but I think it really tells you the importance of control here. I mean, ever since President Putin came to power 22 years ago, when he first came to power rather, he's understood the importance of controlling a message, controlling how the Russian people see situations like this. That's really crucial. And especially now that we've had these overnight developments in terms of sanctions, in terms of the SWIFT banking arrangements and the international finance system, he's going to be worried about what happens in the next couple of days, potentially to the ruble. Does that hit the floor? Does it crash through the floor tomorrow when the markets open? Are they going to have to consider trying to fix the ruble? I mean, the economic implications of this are really starting to sink in. He would have factored that clearly into his planning, $650 billion worth of foreign reserves in order to deal with all of this. But having said that, these developments overnight clearly complicate the way that Russians can do business. There are workarounds for them, but it's going to take time and cost money. So I think inside the Kremlin over the last 24 hours, things might not be going to plan as much as they thought, but he is still very much in control so far.
Neil, it's Robert Moore here in the studio. You and I have spent a lot of time in Moscow. We know how difficult it is to gauge public opinion. We're seeing reports that there are long sort of queues at cash points. And I wonder if you think the tipping point might be when the first funerals of Russian soldiers begin. You know, we know how powerful an image it can be in the sort of Russian motherland when it's mothers who are burying sons from a foreign war. I wonder if you think that might be a tipping point which could produce a sort of ripple effect across Russian society.
Very easily, Robert. I mean, that's why what state TV is broadcasting here is so fascinating to watch, because it is not the whole picture. Clearly, Russians are not seeing the whole picture of what is happening across Ukraine, and we saw that yesterday with the way that restrictions were put on the internet at certain times as well. There was an opinion poll last week that said, you know, in terms of taking military action in Ukraine, opinion was fairly split 50-50. But I think Russians have been, ordinary Russians, Robert, have been shocked by the speed of all of this and why President Putin has done this. They are taking stock of this and they are worried about what it means for them, for their livelihoods in the days and weeks ahead.
Okay, Neil, thanks very much for that. Okay, let's get a reminder of the unfolding situation in Ukraine in the last few minutes. Russian President Putin congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. While Ukraine's President Zelensky has said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. Russian troops have entered the country's second city of Kyiv. There is reported to be fighting on the streets. And our cameras caught the aftermath of an explosion in Kiev just a short time ago. But let's talk once again to Richard Gaisford, who's in western Ukraine at a reception centre for people fleeing the violence. And Richard, it's a reception centre, but it used to, of course, be a cinema.
Yeah, and we've just come into the main auditorium, Charlene, and you can see the seats now stacked up with goods that are being donated here to give to the refugees who are coming through from the south and from the north. And if you look down just here, you can see people now sleeping in this cinema auditorium. This is the only place that they can find accommodation and the rest, the comfort that they need. The ladies here working through piles of clothes that have been donated for the refugees, many who have fled with just small bags just to get away from the Russian forces, and more people sleeping here right in front of what is the cinema screen. They show many Western movies here. This is a westernized society. We've just been talking to the cinema engineer, who is also the projectionist. He's been working here for 50 years. He's never seen anything like this in his cinema theatre. And when you come out into the foyers, more clothes come through, good morning, into this reception centre. And you can see this hive of activity here at the reception desk, where people come, they log themselves in just to say that they're here. They're trying to locate people, put people together. And as we walk through, let me bring in Ina, who we spoke to earlier.
WarRoom.
It's getting busier all of the time here, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So mornings are quiet.
Russia is kicking the New World Order's ass.
During the day.
And so many people have made very long and difficult journeys to be here.
Yeah, so maybe you know that there is the busy traffic from Kiev to Zhytomyr, and they spent at least 6 hours to ride with just 100 kilometers. So that's why they are tired, they are exhausted, and they need some psychology support, and they need some hot food, and so.
And 800 people have been helped here so far. A lot more coming through all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So many of these people are frightened about what's happened in their hometowns.
Yeah, sure, because Khmelnytsky is still quiet here for this time, for now. But a lot of cities were attacked and were bombed, and even the peaceful districts of Kiev and Kharkiv and the buildings were destroyed. So of course the people are scared, especially the young children. And maybe you know that at least 2 small children were killed recently. So.
Well, thank you for talking to us this morning. The money that's funding all of this is coming from the local churches. There's an awful lot of people here helping out. What I wanted to show you, I can't show you in this room because we've got soldiers who are having a breakfast before they go off to Kyiv to fight. They've asked us not to show their faces, but if you hear what's happening behind me, this is quite fascinating, Charlene. This is the lobby of the cinema, but look at what these ladies are doing here. They are singing and making camouflage nets for soldiers to hide in, away from the Russian forces, to give them a chance of fighting back. And just have a listen to this lady's amazing voice. They are singing patriotic songs as they do their work here. And it is quite emotional, actually, to see. And the other thing I wanted to show you just before we disappear is up on the wall. This word in Ukrainian means unbreakable. And that's certainly what the Russian forces are facing now, an unbreakable Ukrainian army backed by ladies like this, volunteers across the country coming together to defend the country and to say we are not going to have what you want, Mr. Putin.
Thank you so much for that. We talk a lot about men in war, but women will always do their bit to protect their country. They certainly will. We're joined now by Helena Yanchenko, who is an MP in Ukraine's ruling party. We were just seeing women just there, Helena, who are making camouflage tents for probably their family members going out to defend their country. I mean, what's your reaction to that? Oh, unfortunately, Helena's sound isn't quite working. Oh,
can
you
you
are
hear
there,
me
Helena.
now?
I can hear you now, Helena. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, well, hi. I'm speaking from Kiev, from the basement of my house, because while I was waiting to talk to you, there were yet another sounds of aviations and bombs just above the capital city of Ukraine, of the European city. So I had to come back to come to the basement. What I should tell about the situation in Ukraine? This is the fourth day of Putin bombing cities, peaceful cities of our country, all over the country, all over the regions. A lot of civilian buildings were hit, like kindergartens, like orphanages, hospitals, and residential building. You can see this is the residential building in Kyiv on fire on your screen now, but the number of residential neighborhoods hit by Russian rockets, by Russian miles, are much more. We were trying to call for action to the Western countries for 4 days in a row, saying that Russians have captured Chernobyl and it might cause a huge ecological catastrophe if they do anything to Chernobyl nuclear plant or the sarcophagus that saves the damaged part of Chernobyl nuclear plant. But tonight, yet another ecological catastrophe have happened because of Russian troops and from Russian weapon.
Helena, what, if anything, would you like the West to do to help where Ukraine is concerned?
Well, we were begging for 4 days. We were begging to block Russia from SWIFT, and believe me, 4 days of thinking and carrying negotiations is too much. So we really hope that Russia will be totally blocked from SWIFT, not only some selected banks, but the whole country. While Russia is still in SWIFT system, Putin can continue funding this war against innocent Ukrainian population. We have information that in Russia, on the military factories, they keep producing rockets, weapons, and send it to Ukraine. So it's very important to block the whole Russian system from SWIFT. This is number two, and this is number one, and number two is very important. It is very crucial to have no-fly zone above Ukraine, because Russia is hitting Ukrainian cities from air with bombs, missiles, and aviation, and that's what they did to Vasilkiv oil point tonight, and we have fire next to Kiev with tons of oil on fire. So it will cause a huge ecological catastrophe, not only for Ukraine but for the European countries. Also, Russian troops are firing their miles next to the border between Ukraine and Poland. So now it's not only a threat to Ukraine but also to European countries and to NATO countries. So it's time to take some actions. There is no time to think, to hold negotiation. Western countries should react now.
Okay, well, Helena Yanchenko, thank you so much for talking to us, and please do stay safe. Okay, we can talk now to Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Helena Yanchenko there, asking the West to do more and take action. What more do you believe that we should be doing here?
Well, we of course have to support the effort in Ukraine and to assist them with military equipment, and I'm pleased to see the decision from Germany overnight that will make that much more possible over the coming days. Tomorrow we will see more sanctions in Parliament as I take through and support the government with their sanctions bill. We want to see sanctions on the insurance industry. Vladimir Putin should not be able to de-risk his finances and war effort in Ukraine. We want to see those names of the entities and individuals, the 100 individuals that Boris Johnson said would now be on the sanctions list. And we should be banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. All of that we've got to do over the coming days to squeeze Vladimir Putin much harder and cut him out of our financial system if we're serious about supporting our Ukrainian brothers and sisters.
I mean, one would assume that President Putin had, would have foresaw that these sanctions would come in place. So what if it's not enough? What if it's not enough?
Look, sanctions are the measure that we've got to really go hard on the finances that support war and the oligarchs and the kleptocrats that surround Vladimir Putin. But not that alone. You know that there will be an expansion of troops along the eastern flank. The Baltic states hugely concerned now, of course, because of this aggressive posture from Vladimir Putin. And as I said, it's important that we assist in arming Ukrainians as they continue to fight. And they are fighting, they're fighting harder, and that's why Vladimir Putin has not met his objectives in the first 3 days of this struggle. He is behind where he thought he would be.
We spoke to our reporter Lucy Watson, who is in Poland at the moment, and she's with several Ukrainian people who have now found themselves to be refugees. That is going to be felt across Europe because there are hundreds of thousands of people who are now displaced, who are not able to stay at home and to fight. So what is it that you'd like to see perhaps the government here do regarding those refugees?
Well, we have a moral duty to those seeking sanctuary. Just as people fleeing Idi Amin in Uganda, fleeing the conflict in Cyprus, Vietnamese boat people, we opened our arms to those people. The government need a scheme that is not full of restrictions, that's not asking people to demonstrate salary, to demonstrate family ties. Why are they doing that? Why would you ask someone crossing a border from war what their salary levels are? And that's why Yvette Cooper, our Shadow Home Secretary, was very robust with the Home Secretary yesterday. We cannot expect people to jump through the bureaucratic and red tape hoops that she has set to come into our country.
But one would argue that they also have to do that safety-wise. One could argue that we can't have hundreds of thousands of people here because we won't necessarily be able to afford it.
Look, it's absolutely clear the vast majority of those fleeing Ukraine will settle in Hungary and Poland and in the Baltic states. Just as we've seen other countries in the European Union simplifying their systems to allow people to come here, we should do the same. And I've got to say, yesterday, having a Home Office minister suggests that the way through is for people to come as fruit pickers into this country, frankly, was obscene in the face of the conflict that people are facing. You cannot expect people holding their children in their arms, crossing borders, to have to fill in bureaucratic red tape. Yes, there must be a scheme, but it must be a simplified scheme, one that was similar to the one that was set up during the Balkans crisis all those years ago.
OK, David, thank you very much for that. Let's talk to Robert Peston now, who's over at Westminster. And David Lammy there was saying that Labour wants to see more sanctions on the insurance industry and more sanctions to really cut Putin out of the UK's financial system. And the decision regarding SWIFT was taken last night with the US, the UK and the EU. So do we feel as though that's enough for now, or could we go further still?
Well, look, there are always there's more punishment you can impose, but let's be under no illusion. What was imposed late last night by the European Union, the UK, the US, Western economies was much more severe than has ever been imposed on Russia, arguably as severe, if not more severe, than the kind of sanctions that have been imposed on Iran. Now, the risk for Putin, there are reports that we're already seeing signs of this in Russia, is of a run on Russian banks. There are reports today that there are queues already at cash points in Russia when banks open. We may well see Russian citizens desperately trying to get currency out, because what was announced wasn't just a ban on some Russian banks using the SWIFT system. This is that global digital system which allows transfers between banks. Now that deprives banks of vital sources of currency, of cash, of liquidity. We also saw an embargo imposed by the West on the Russian central bank. This was something that Ukraine's President Zelensky has been calling for, and it makes it extremely difficult for Putin to access $650 billion of reserves that he built up at the central bank, which he built up explicitly to try and protect his economy in the event of Western sanctions. The West has now taken action to make it much more difficult to deploy those assets. As I said earlier in the program, analysts are expecting the ruble to fall sharply when exchanges open. That means that the price of goods for Russian citizens will rise very sharply, almost immediately. There'll be a massive squeeze over the coming days and weeks on the living standards of Russian people. This is genuinely the most significant punishment that the West has so far imposed on Putin since the start of his appalling offensive in Ukraine, and as I say, many would say probably more significant even than the arms and equipment that's been shipped over to Ukraine. Last night, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was at Brize Norton seeing off a huge plane of munitions and equipment to Ukraine. That is important. Ukraine's president wants all that equipment, though there are questions about whether or not once the stuff is in the region it can get to where it's needed, particularly against obviously since the Russian forces will be attempting to stop it getting where it's needed. But as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing that's happened are these increased sanctions. And I say the other thing which has happened, just very briefly, is a task force has also been set up to identify Russian oligarchs' assets and try and sequester, seize them, to deprive Putin of another source of potential funding. So, in the round, this is a very significant retaliation by the West.
Okay, Robert, thank you. Good morning. If you're just joining us, it's just gone 8:30 here in the UK and 10:30 in Ukraine. We are on air with a special programme on Ukraine as the country faced a night of heavy bombardment. This hour, Russian President Vladimir Putin has congratulated members of special forces, saying they fought heroically in Ukraine, while the Kremlin insisted it was ready for talks with Kyiv. Ukraine's President Zelensky has also been speaking and said his country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus. Russian troops have entered the country's second city of Kyiv. There is reported to be fighting in the streets. Okay, let's talk to Lucy Watson now, who's in Poland. That's on the Ukrainian border, as you can see from the map. Lucy, you're seeing simply incredible offers of help and humanity to those fleeing the crisis, aren't you there?
Well, Charlene, we've just received the latest numbers, and there are now around 160,000 people who have made their way across into Poland in the last 3 days. And this is what people meet when they get off these trains from the borders. I mean, you can see this gentleman here, he's got a sign and he is offering to take people to a different location in Poland. Further down this line, these gentlemen here are offering people a ride, a lift to Berlin over in Germany. They've just come out of the goodness of their heart to offer people transportation, a place of refuge. Now, this gentleman here, his name is Andre. We met him a short time ago. Hello, Andre. My name is Lucy. I'm from British television. Now, he has driven 8 hours overnight from Leipzig in Germany. Why did you decide to come here? When did you decide?
So this is easy to answer. So the decision was just for helping. So it's cold here outside. The people are hungry. They have had some hard hours, I think, and I guess they need a kind of shelter. Yes.
Kindness. They need kindness, don't they?
Yeah.
And what you have already found a family, a group of people that you're taking. They've already found you.
Yes. So I found 3 persons, and well, in about half an hour we will start. And this evening we are back in Leipzig and can drink a coffee or a tea. And well, I hope having a better time than here.
Andre, thank you so much for talking to me and for what you're doing. So as I say, this is the platform that people are arriving in on, and this is a very different situation to when we came here just 2 days ago. It was very busy then, of course, but there are just so many more people now here. Now, these rooms to my right, these are kind of waiting rooms that we're not allowed inside at the moment. That is because they're mainly filled with children. When you go inside, they let me go inside, but they wouldn't let the cameras in. When you go inside, there are storybooks in boxes. There are cuddly toys and things. In this room here, again, we're not allowed in there, but that is where you can see lines and lines of buggies to give you an illustration of just how many children are in fact inside this building. Each one of those buggies has been carrying a child from a very desperate situation over the border here into Poland. And people are giving out food, of course, water, drinks, anything from Polish sausages to nappies, desperate supplies that people need when they get here. They're coming with virtually nothing in some cases. This is an announcement offering people help. And for they're chanting their own reasons and offering people help. Here, this gentleman here has got something to keep the cold from the floor for him to be able to sleep. When you walk around this station, when you see people who have got small bowls of soup, these are quite pitiful scenes. You can't quite believe that 2-3 days ago these people were at home in their own kitchens cooking dinner for their families, and now they're desperate for the help of strangers. So this is the main area that we are allowed in. It's not really a waiting room. I suppose it's almost like the main kind of arrivals hall, if you like. So over here is the fire service. These are cadets from the fire service, and they're offering free transport. And they have a list of people who are offering beds for the night. And as you can see here to my left, yet another sign, yet another volunteer, just someone who has decided to come and offer people somewhere to stay. And then when you come over to the right over here, this is where people are getting food. You can just see here, people are getting warm drinks, just here. And these are all volunteers, and these are all operations that have been set up so quickly because it's needed to. There are just so many people coming through. Now, at the moment, this is relatively quiet, but in the next hour or so, we are expecting yet another train to come across from Kiev and another from the border.
Okay, Lucy, thanks very much for that. You just cannot underestimate the power of the kindness of strangers, and that is very much being shown across Poland at the moment. Okay, let's cross now to our US correspondent Emma Murphy, who's in Washington. And Emma, we've heard from both the presidents of Ukraine and Russia this morning. It's quite a fast-paced and fast-moving situation now, isn't it? Indeed, these were the first comments for the last couple of days from Vladimir Putin. He was praising the operation that he says is underway to protect the people of Donbass, and also to reiterate that Russia are available for peace talks. However, many would see this as a particularly hollow offer, because where they're offering the location to be is Belarus, which is one of the sites that some of the troops that have gone into Ukraine have gone from, and indeed this morning we're getting reports of some shelling coming from there. President Zelensky has said that he will not engage in dialogue in Belarus. Obviously, he views that as a very unsafe place to go because it is seen as a hostile territory. He says he is willing to talk to the Russians, but he wants it to be in a neutral location, potentially Istanbul, Bratislava, Baku, or maybe Warsaw. Now, I think the fact that this diplomatic corridor is still open one way or the other is something that the Americans will welcome. They have been pushing for the past few weeks to try and keep the dialogue between the two nations going, and they are trying to broker it, but it's likely to need to be a more independent nation that is going to have greater success in getting the diplomats to the table at this point. Turkey has offered itself as a go-between if necessary. So there will be discussions going on over the next few hours as to how this potential to try and raise the diplomatic tone once more can be really exploited. The big issue, I suspect, from
been upgrading the resolution in which we are streaming at, we usually stream in 60 frames. However, I was having some issues last time, so I bumped it down to 30 frames. Some people are having some issues with the stream. Yeah, we will look at some of the Kharkiv, or sorry, the Kharkiv footage here shortly. Yeah, so we don't actually have the RT stream up anymore. We're now watching a CGTN stream. The RT one went down. Looks like the CGTN one also has gone down. However, let me refresh that for you just to make sure. It's still up, it seems. A Kharkiv cam would be great if possible. Yeah, we can do that. If somebody has a Kharkiv cam, we've been trying to find one for the past few hours now, but we believe the Russians have been starting to take down CCTV cameras where they can. Here's some images, actually, guys. I want to switch over to this real quick. Here's some image, however unconfirmed. I still think it's kind of an interesting video here. What seems to be Russian Spetsnaz literally raiding and looting supermarkets. You can see the red bands there, indicative of the Russian forces. We have seen other Russian forces wearing those identical bands. So yeah, it looks like they're looting not only cash out of the registers, but items as well. So that's some interesting footage there. Yeah, somebody said you aren't getting cam there, Fog of War. Yeah, I know, I've been talking about that all night. It is kind of hard to get cams, especially once the Russians move in. They are starting to take down a lot of the cams. We've been reporting, you know, troop movements all week, and so I think they finally started to get smart. Some more footage coming out of the battle in Kharkiv this morning. We'll have to vet some of that footage, but I would like to show you guys some of that footage out of that battle from this morning. But we have to make sure that we vet everything for you guys. Near Kharkiv, invaders abandoned their equipment and fled. Yeah, so we saw the footage of the abandoned Russian convoys from earlier. Wow, there's a lot of great footage actually from that gunfight. We'll have to definitely take a look at some of that footage here. So yeah, more reports there. The Ukrainian defense forces are in the midst of picking up a lot of the Russian gear that was left behind from there were some troop movements that moved into Kharkiv, and after those firefights with that column of Russian hardware, the Ukrainians have been looting a lot of their gear that was left behind, weapons and ammo. So yeah, that's the CGTN cam right there. It looks like they are moving that CGTN cam. Somebody wants to make cam 5 bigger. Okay, we'll switch cam 4 and 5. We can do that. I will do that for you guys now. Some people were saying they'd like to see the street, so yeah, we'll get that up for you guys here. I think that's about the best I can do there for that. And we'll take this. Yeah, we do have, these are two separate, completely separate angles from two separate cameras, so it is nice that we have that backup angle of the Maidan just in case. Yeah, I think that might have been police we heard. That could be, that's what it sounded like to me. Which cam is giving the sound? Sound is coming from the Maidan cam here, and I believe this camera here as well. So we have the two angles of audio coming from the square there. This is the Kremlin they're showing on the CGTN stream right now, I believe. If I'm not wrong, can somebody correct this? Is this the Kremlin here, or is this the Kiev? Is this Kiev, or is this the Kremlin? This reminds me of the Kremlin that we're seeing here, the red brick walls. Or is this somewhere in Kiev? Because this CGTN stream is, I'm having a hard time verifying where these locations are that they're filming from. So he says, can you make the clock smaller? No, that's the, actually, hold on, let me see. So I had a spot there. Oh, wait, okay, I see. 1 second here, guys, stand by. There we go. Yeah, that is the Kremlin. Yeah, looks like the Kremlin. Interesting that people were laying flowers. Yeah, I believe they were laying flowers outside of the Ukrainian, or... Yeah, was it the Ukrainian embassy or something there, or... Where were they laying flowers? I heard about that. Somewhere in Moscow they were laying flowers in support of Ukraine. Yes, do we really need a clock? Yes, we need a clock, because people constantly ask what time it is in Kiev. If we don't have the clock on screen, then every other chat in the live chat will be people asking what time it is in Kiev. Another thing that helps with the clock is we can compare it to our timestamps on some of these CCTV cameras, so that works pretty well. Yeah, so the map you're seeing in the lower right is the live UA map. You can see that. You can find that in the description below. If somebody wants to send me a better cam to put for cam 3, we do need a better Kiev angle for cam 3. If anybody has something for that. Yeah, we need to get a better Kiev cam if somebody wants to send that over. More great footage coming out of the battle at Hostomel, the airport there. We'll get that up for you guys at some point. Thank you, Mark, for those words there. Syncor, thank you for keeping track on those other cameras. He got some pictures here of what seems to be some rocket launches from that. I believe this is a hydroelectric dam that we had been watching a few days ago. He captured what seems to be some rocket launches there from that camera that we were watching. This was one of the only cameras that they didn't take down along that highway section, I believe. Okay, yeah, this one will work. Poppy67, yeah, if you have the link for that, you can PM that over to me. Oh, so here, guys, this is a satellite image here. Thanks to Blackbird in the Discord for sending this over to me. He sourced this satellite image here of what is reported to be a Russian Navy vessel off of Snake Island, where that encounter occurred with the Ukrainians and the Russians, where the Ukrainians basically just told them to F off. That was a pretty inspiring story there. Thank you for that, Blackbird. That was an interesting satellite image. If any of you can find the satellite images of the traffic jams moving out of Kiev, I would very much like to show those on screen. Once again, guys, I'm trying to get a better camera here for the cam 3 slot. However, the ones I'm getting right now from you guys are just not. Some of them just aren't the best. We're gonna try to get something that is better for you guys there. Okay, so this one, I'll check this one real quick. This one might actually be better. Is this the CGTN cam? Yeah. So this one is just, yeah, let's get that out of there. That's the, yeah, this one isn't gonna, that one won't do either. Stand by, guys, while I get a better camera up here for Kiev. Okay, so here's what reportedly is a live stream happening out of Kiev. This is live. I'm not sure though if it is live or not. That looked like it was cut. This is some Ukraine. So yeah, this is just sporadic footage coming from this live feed here. Wasn't sure about that one. Here's one here. This one might. This one might work. Yeah, no. Yeah. That one's not gonna work either. Again, if anybody has a Kyiv cam or a Kiev cam that you guys think we should put up in cam slot 3, send it over my way. We'll get it up in cam slot 3. However, at the moment, we're not really finding too much. However, I'm going to... Somebody's saying cam 2 is frozen, clouds haven't moved. Yeah, no, it's still going. Look, timestamp's moving up here. And, yeah, I can see the clouds moving slowly as well. But we'll keep an eye on that camera. Once again, hearing the chimes out of the church there. So here's one, okay, thank you. Yeah, here's another one we'll check out. We'll look into this one as well. Want to get a better cam up for you guys from... Here's one that might work, actually. Yeah, we'll try this one. However, I'm pretty sure this is Lviv, not Kiev. We've been told that that is a Lviv camera and not a Kiev cam. But, you're probably hearing wind and not bombs at the moment. So, I'll put this one up actually here. I'm gonna get that up in the other window. I'll put this quad cam up there for now, and then if we find a better one, in fact, if somebody can give me this square, this does have some audio though, some other audio coming out of there, so we'll keep that up there. There we go. We'll put that one up there. So that has a few different angles, but if anybody sees a better cam to put there, we will put a better cam in that slot. Some shots ringing out there. F-35 Lightning is still heading home, it would seem. Tanker aircraft still in its holding pattern, as we've seen all night consistently. So you guys, I refined the Twitter feed, so I removed Luhansk and Donetsk from the search terms, and I think we're getting maybe some more clear results out of that now. Yeah, I guess we'll swap cam 2 and 3. Somebody had recommended that. I guess I can do that. Put the this one here. We'll put this one down here. Okay, that's a little bit better. And I'll take this one and we'll put this one up here. Alright, looks better. I am hearing some small arms fire in the distance. Somebody said cam 2 is still a still. We will I'll go ahead and so yeah, the RT feed did it. Oh my, yeah, the RT feed was only up for like 6 minutes or 13 minutes or something like that, and then it went down. So that's interesting. Okay, so here's that one. Yeah, we'll get that refreshed here. So yeah, I have scrubbed through it as well, and it does look like it is indeed I think it stopped moving a couple, like maybe a half an hour ago or something like that. Yeah, so we'll have to find another one for there too. So stand by. I'll try to source another cam for that window as well. Oh, here we have the United Nations making an address. Actually, no, that's just their current live feed.